Letter 32, Part 2 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 32, Part 2. Saturday morning. The Countess being a little indisposed, Lady Davers and I took an airing this morning in the chariot, and had a long discourse together. Her ladyship was pleased to express great favour and tenderness towards me, gave me much good advice as to the care she would have me take of myself, and told me that her hopes, as well as her brother's, all centred in my welfare, and that the way I was in made her love me better and better. She was pleased to tell me how much she approved of the domestic management, and to say that she never saw such regularity and method in any family in her life. Where was the like number of servants? Every one, she said, knew their duty, and did it without speaking to, in such silence, and with so much apparent cheerfulness and delight, without the least hurry or confusion, that it was her surprise and admiration, but kindly would have it that I took too much care upon me. "Yet," said she, "I don't see but you are always fresh and lively, and never seem tired or fatigued, and are always dressed and easy, so that no company find you unprepared or unfit to receive them, come when they will, whether it be to breakfast or dinner." I told her ladyship I owed all this and most of the conduct, for which she was pleased to praise me, to her dear brother, who at the beginning of my happiness gave me several cautions and instructions for my behaviour, which had been the rule of my conduct ever since, and I hoped ever would be. To say nothing, added I, which yet would be very unjust, of the assistance I had received from worthy Mrs. Jervis, who is an excellent manager. Good creature, sweet Pamela, and charming girl, were her common words. She was pleased to attribute to me a graceful and unaffected ease, and that I have a natural dignity in my person and behaviour, which at once command love and reverence. So that, my dear Miss Darnford, I am in danger of being proud; for you must believe that her ladyship's approbation gives me great pleasure, and the more, as I was afraid, before she came, I should not have come on near so well in her opinion. As the chariot passed along, she took great notice of the respects paid me by people of different ranks, and of the blessings bestowed upon me by several as we proceeded, and said she should fare well, and be rich in good wishes for being in my company. "The good people who know us will do so, madam," said I, "but I had rather have their silent prayers than their audible ones, and I have caused some of them to be told so. What I apprehend is, that you will be more uneasy to-morrow, when at church you'll see a good many people in the same way. Indeed, my story, and your dear brother's tenderness to me, are so much talked of, that many strangers are brought hither to see us. 'Tis the only thing," continued I, "and so it is, miss, that makes me desirous to go to London, for by the time we return, the novelty, I hope, will cease." Then I mentioned some verses of Mr. Cowley, which were laid under my cushion in our seat at church, 2 Sundays ago, by some unknown hand, and how uneasy they have made me. I will transcribe them, my dear, and give you the particulars of our conversation on that occasion. The verses are these: "Thou robbest my days of business and delights, of sleep thou robbest my nights. Ah, lovely thief, what wilt thou do? What rob me of heaven too? Thou even my prayers dost steal from me, and I with wild idolatry begin to God, and end them all to thee. No, to what purpose should I speak? No, wretched heart, swell till you break. She cannot love me if she would, and to say truth, 'twere pity that she should. No, to the grave thy sorrow bear, as silent as they will be there, since that loved hand this mortal wound does give, so handsomely the thing contrive, that she may guiltless of it live. So perish, that her killing thee may a chance medley and no murder be. I had them in my pocket and read them to my lady, who asked me if her brother had seen them. I told her it was he that found them under the cushion I used to sit upon, but did not show them to me till I came home, and that I was so vexed at them that I could not go to church in the afternoon. What should you be vexed at, my dear? Said she. How could you help it? My brother was not disturbed at them, was he? No, indeed, replied I. He chid me for being so, and was pleased to make a fine compliment upon it, that he did not wonder that everybody who saw me loved me. But I said this was all that wicked wit is good for, to inspire such boldness in bad hearts, which might otherwise not dare to set pen to paper to affront any one. But pray, madam, added I, don't own I have told you of them, lest the least shadow of a thought should arise, that I was prompted by some vile secret vanity to tell your ladyship of them, when I am sure they have vexed me more than enough. For is it not a sad thing, that the church should be profaned by such actions and such thoughts as ought not to be brought into it? Then, madam, to have any wicked man dare to think of one with impure notions, it gives me the less opinion of myself, that I should be so much as thought of as the object of any wicked body's wishes. I have called myself to account upon it, whether any levity in my looks, my dress, my appearance, could embolden such an offensive insolence, and I have thought upon this occasion better of Julius Caesar's delicacy than I did when I read of it, who, upon an attempt made on his wife, to which, however, it does not appear she gave the least encouragement, said to those who pleaded for her against the divorce he was resolved upon, that the wife of Caesar ought not to be suspected. Indeed, madam, continued I, it would extremely shock me, but to know that any wicked heart had conceived a design upon me, give me leave to repeat, whose only glory and merit is, that I have had the grace to withstand the greatest of trials and temptations, from the gentleman more worthy to be beloved, both for person and mind, than any man in England. Your observation, my dear, is truly delicate, and such as becomes your mind and character, and I really think, if any lady in the world is secure from vile attempts, it must be you, not only from your story, so well known, and the love you bear to your man, and his merit to you, but from the prudence and natural dignity, I will say, of your behaviour, which, though easy and cheerful, is what would strike dead the hope of any presumptuous libertine the moment he sees you. How can I enough, returned I, and kissed her hand, acknowledge your ladyship's polite goodness in this compliment? But, my lady, you see by the very instance I have mentioned, that a liberty is taken which I cannot think of without pain. I am pleased with your delicacy, my dear, as I said before. You can never err, whilst thus watchful over your conduct, and I own you have the more reason for it, as you have married a mere Julius Caesar, an open-eyed rake, that was her word, who would, on the least surmise, though ever so causeless on your part, have all his passions up in arms, in fear of liberties being offered, like those he had not scrupled to take. But, madam, said I, he has given me great satisfaction on one point, for you must think I should not love him as I ought, if I had not a concern for his future happiness, as well as for his present, and that is, he assured me, that in all the liberties he has taken, he never attempted a married lady, but always abhorred the thought of so great an evil. "'Tis pity," said her ladyship, "that a man who would conquer his passions so far could not subdue them entirely. This shows it was in his own power to do so, and increases his crime, and what a wretch he is, who, scrupling, under pretence of conscience or honour, to attempt ladies within the pale, boggles not to ruin a poor creature without, although he knows he thereby most probably for ever deprived her of that protection, by preventing her marriage, which even among such rakes as himself is deemed, he owns, inviolable, and so cast the poor creature headlong into the jaws of perdition. Ah, madam, replied I, this was the very inference I made upon the occasion. And what could he say? He said my inference was just, but called me pretty preacher, and once having cautioned me not to be over-serious to him, so as to cast a gloom, as he said, over our innocent enjoyments, I never dare to urge matters farther, when he calls me by that name. Well, said my lady, thou'rt an admirable girl. God's goodness was great to our family when it gave thee to it. No wonder, continued she, as my brother says, everybody that sees you and has heard your character loves you. And this is some excuse for the inconsiderate folly even of this unknown transcriber. Ah, madam, replied I, but is it not a sad thing, that people, if they must take upon them to like one's behaviour in general, should have the worst instead of the best thoughts upon it? If I were as good as I ought to be, and as some think me, must they wish to make me bad for that reason? Her ladyship was pleased to kiss me as we sat. My charming Pamela, my more than sister, did she say? Yes, she did say so, and made my eyes overflow with joy to hear the sweet epithet. How your conversation charms me! I charge you, when you go to town, let me have your remarks on the diversions you will be carried to by my brother. Now I know what to expect from you, and you know how acceptable everything from you will be to me. I promise great pleasure, as well to myself as to my worthy friends, particularly to Lady Betty, in your unrestrained free correspondence. Indeed, Pamela, I must bring you acquainted with Lady Betty. She is one of the worthies of our sex, and has a fine understanding. I'm sure you'll like her. But, for the world, say it not to my brother, nor let Lady Betty know I tell you so, if ever you should be acquainted. I had carried the matter so far by my officious zeal to have my brother married to so fine a lady, not doubting his joyful approbation, that it was no small disappointment to her when he married you, and this is the best excuse I can make for my furious behaviour to you at the Hall. For though I am naturally very hasty and passionate, yet then I was almost mad. Indeed, my disappointment had given me so much indignation both against you and him, that it is well I did not do some violent thing by you. I believe you did feel the weight of my hand. But what was that? 'Twas well I did not kill you dead. These were her ladyship's words, for how could I think the wild libertine capable of being engaged by such noble motives, or thee what thou art? So this will account to thee a little for my violence then. Your ladyship, said I, all these things considered, had but too much reason to be angry at your dear brother's proceedings. As well as you always loved him, so high a concern as you always had to promote his honour and interest, and so far as you had gone with Lady Betty. I tell thee, Pamela, that the old story of Eleanor and Rosamond run in my head all the way of my journey, and I almost wish for a potion to force down my throat, when I found they lewd paramour absent. For little did I think thou wast married to him, though I expected thou wouldst try to persuade me to believe it, fearing that his intrigue with thee would effectually frustrate my hopes as to Lady Betty and him. Now, thought I, all happens as I wish. Now will I confront this brazen girl. Now will I try her innocence, as I please, by offering to take her away with me. If she refuses, take that refusal for a demonstration of her guilt. And then, thought I will make the creature provoke me in the presence of my nephew and my woman, and I hope to have got that woman duped to testify for me too. And I cannot tell what I might have done, if thou hadst not escaped out of the window, especially after telling me thou wast as much married as I was, and had shown me his tender letter to thee, which had a quite different effect upon me than you expected. But if I had committed any act of violence, what remorse should I have had on reflection? and knowing what an excellence I had injured. Thank God thou didst escape me. And then her ladyship folded her arms about me, and kissed me. This was a sad story, you'll say, my dear, and I wonder what her ladyship's passion would have made her do. Surely she would not have killed me dead. Surely she would not. Let it not, however, Miss Darnford, nor you, my parents, when you see it, go out of your own hands, nor be read, for my Lady Davers's sake, to anybody else. No, not to your own mamma. It made me tremble a little, even at this distance, to think what a sad thing passion is, when way is given to its ungovernable tumults, and how it deforms and debases the noblest minds. We returned from this agreeable airing just in time to dress before dinner, and then my lady and I went together into the Countess's apartment, where I received abundance of compliments from both. As this brief conversation will give you some notion of that management and economy for which they heaped upon me their kind praises, I will recite to you what passed in it, and hope you will not think me too vain, and the less, because what I underwent formerly from my lady's indignation half entitles me to be proud of her present kindness and favour. Lady Davers said, "Your ladyship must excuse us, that we have lost so much of your company, but here the sweet girl has so entertained me, that I could have stayed out with her all day, and several times did I bid the coachman prolong his circuit." My good Lady Davers, "Madam," said I, "has given me inexpressible pleasure, and has been all condescension and favour, and made me as proud can be. You, my dear Mrs. B., said she, may have given great pleasure to Lady Davers, for it cannot be otherwise. But I have no great notion of her ladyship's condescension, as you call it." "Pardon me, madam," said she to her, smiling, "when she cannot raise her style above the word girl, coming off from a tour you have made so delightful to her." "I protest to you, my Lady C.," replied her ladyship, with great goodness, "that word, which once I used through pride, as you call it, I now use for a very different reason. I begin to doubt whether to call her sister is not more honour to myself than to her, and to this hour am not quite convinced. When I am, I will call her so with pleasure." I was quite overcome with this fine compliment, but could not answer a word, and the Countess said, "I could have spared you longer, had not the time of day compelled your return, for I have been very agreeably entertained, as well as you, although but with the talk of your woman and mine, for here they have been giving me such an account of Mrs. B.'s economy and family management, as has highly delighted me. I never knew the like, and in so young a lady too. We shall have strange reformations to make in our families, Lady Davers, when we go home, were we to follow so good an example." "Why, my dear Mrs. B.," continued her ladyship, "you outdo all your neighbours, and indeed I am glad I live so far from you, for were I to try to imitate you, it would still be but imitation, and you'd have the honour of it. Yet you hear and you see by yesterday's conversation," said Lady Davers, "how much her best neighbours of both sexes admire her. They all yield to her palm unenvying." "Then, my good ladies," said I, "it is a sign I have most excellent neighbours, full of generosity, and willing to encourage a young person in doing right things. So it makes considering what I was more for their honour than my own. For what censures should not such a one as I deserve, who have not been educated to fill up my time like ladies of condition? Were I not to employ myself as I do, I, who have so little other merit, and who brought no fortune at all—" "Come, come, Pamela, none of your self-denying ordinances," that was Lady Davers's word. "You must know something of your own excellence. If you do not, I'll tell you, because there is no fear you will be proud or vain upon it. I don't see, then, that there is the lady in yours, or any neighbourhood, that behaves with more decorum, or better keeps up the part of a lady than you do. How you manage it I can't tell, but you do as much by a look, and a pleasant one too, that's the rarity, as I do by high words and passionate exclamations. I have often nothing but blunder upon blunder, as if the wretches were in a confederacy to try my patience. Perhaps, said I, the awe they have of your ladyship, because of your high qualities, makes them commit blunders, for I myself was always more afraid of appearing before your ladyship, when you have visited your honoured mother, than of anybody else, and have been the more sensibly awkward through that very awful respect. Pshaw, Pamela, that is not it. 'Tis all in yourself. I used to think my mamma, and my brother too, had as awkward servants as ever I saw anywhere, except Mrs. Jervis. Well enough for a bachelor, indeed. But here thou hast not parted with one servant, hast thou? No, madam. How? Said the Countess. What excellence is here? All of them, pardon me, Mrs. B., your fellow servants, as one may say, and all of them so respectful, so watchful of your eye, and you at the same time so gentle to them, so easy, so cheerful. Don't you think me, my dear, insufferably vain? But 'tis what they were pleased to say. 'Twas their goodness to me, and showed how much they can excel in generous politeness. So I will proceed. Why, this, continued the Countess, must be born dignity, born discretion. Education cannot give it. If it could, why should not we have it? The ladies said many more kind things of me then, and after dinner they mentioned all over again, with additions, before my best friend, who was kindly delighted with the encomiums given me by two ladies of such distinguishing judgment in all other cases. They told him how much they admired my family management. Then they would have it that my genius was universal, for the employments and accomplishments of my sex, whether they considered it as employed in penmanship, in needlework, in paying or receiving visits, in music, and I can't tell how many other qualifications, which they were pleased to attribute to me over and above the family management, saying that I had an understanding which comprehended everything, and an eye that penetrated into the very bottom of matters in a moment, and never was at a loss for the should be, the why or wherefore, and the how. These were their comprehensive words, that I did everything with celerity, clearing all as I went, and left nothing. They observed to come over again, that could be dispatched at once, by which means, they said, every hand was clear to undertake a new work, as well as my own head to direct it, and there was no hurry nor confusion, but every coming hour was fresh and ready, and unencumbered, so they said, for its new employment, and to this they attributed the ease and pleasure with which everything was performed, and that I could do and cause to be done so much business without hurry either to myself or servants. Judge how pleasing this was to my best beloved, who found in their kind approbation such a justification of his own conduct as could not fail of being pleasing to him, especially as Lady Davers was one of the kind praisers. Lord Davers was so highly delighted that he rose once, begging his brother's excuse, to salute me, and stood over my chair with a pleasure in his looks that cannot be expressed, now and then lifting up his hands, and his good-natured eye glistening with joy, which a pier-glass gave me the opportunity of seeing, as sometimes I stole a bashful glance towards it, not knowing how or which way to look. Even Mr. H. seemed to be touched very sensibly, and recollecting his behaviour to me at the Hall, he once cried out, "What a sad whelp was I, to behave as I formerly did, to so much excellence!" Not, Mr. B., that I was anything uncivil neither, but in unworthy sneers and nonsense. You know me well enough. You called me tinselled boy, though, madam, don't you remember that, and said 20 or 30 years hence, when I was at age, you'd give me an answer. Egad, I shall never forget your looks, nor your words neither. They were severe speeches, were they not? Sir, oh, you see, Mr. H., replied my dear Mr. B., Pamela is not quite perfect. We must not provoke her, for she'll call us both so. Perhaps, for I wear a laced coat sometimes as well as you." "Nay, I can't be angry," said he. "I deserved it richly, that I did, had it been worse. Thy silly tongue," said my lady, "runs on without fear or wit. What's past is past. Why, madam, I was plaguily wrong, and I said nothing of anybody but myself, and have been ready to hang myself since, as often as I have thought of my nonsense." "My nephew," said my lord, "must bring in hanging, or the gallows in every speech he makes, or it will not be he." Mr. B. smiling, said, with severity enough in his meaning, as I saw by the turn of his countenance, "Mr. H. knows that his birth and family entitled him more to the block than the rope, or he would not make so free with the latter." "Good, very good, by Jupiter," said Mr. H., laughing. The Countess smiled. Lady Davers shook her head at her brother, and said to her nephew, "Thou'rt a good-natured foolish fellow, that thou art." "For what, madam?" "Why, the word foolish, aunt. What have I said now?" "Nothing to any purpose indeed," said she. "When thou dost, I'll write it down." "Then, madam," said he, "have your pen and ink always about you when I am present, and put that down to begin with." This made every one laugh. What a happy thing is it, thought I, that good nature generally accompanies this character, else how would some people be supportable? But here I'll break off. 'Tis time, you'll say, but you know to whom I write, as well as to yourself, and they'll be pleased with all my silly scribble. So excuse one part for that, and another for friendship's sake, and then I shall be wholly excusable to you. Now the trifler again resumed her pen. "I am in some pain, miss, for to-morrow, because of the rules we observe of late in our family on Sundays, and of going through a crowd to church, which will afford new scenes to our noble visitors, either for censure or otherwise. But I will sooner be censured for doing what I think my duty, than for the want of it, and so will omit nothing that we have been accustomed to do. I hope I shall not be thought ridiculous, or as one who aims at works of supererogation, for what I think is very short of my duty. Some order, surely, becomes the heads of families, and besides it would be discrediting one's own practice, if one did not appear at one time what one does at another. For that which is a reason for discontinuing a practice for some company would seem to be a reason for laying it aside for ever, especially in a family visiting and visited as ours. And I remember well a hint given me, by my dearest friend, once on another subject, that it is in every one's power to prescribe rules to himself, after a while, and persons to see what is one's way, and that one is not to be put out of it. But my only doubt is, that to ladies who have not been accustomed perhaps to the necessary strictness, I should make myself censurable, and if I aimed at too much perfection, for, however one's duty is one's duty, and ought not to be dispensed with, yet when a person, who uses to be remiss, sees so hard a task before them, and so many great points to get over, all to be no more than tolerably regular, it is rather apt to frighten and discourage than to allure, and one must proceed, as I have read soldiers do in a difficult siege, inch by inch, and be more studious to entrench and fortify themselves, as they go on gaining upon the enemy, than by rushing all at once upon an attack of the place, be repulsed, and perhaps obliged with great loss to abandon a hopeful enterprise. And permit me to add, that young as I am, I have often observed that ever great strictnesses, all at once enjoined and insisted upon, are not fit for a beginning reformation, but for stronger Christians only, and therefore generally do more harm than good. But shall I not be too grave, my dear friend? Excuse me, for this is Saturday night, and as it was a very good method which the ingenious authors of the Spectator took, generally to treat their more serious subjects on this day, so I think one should, when one can, consider it as the preparative eve to a still better. End of Letter 32, Part 2. Letter 32, Part 3 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2 by Samuel Richardson. Letter 32, Part 3. Sunday. Now, my dear, by what I have already written, it is become in a manner necessary to acquaint you briefly with the method my dear Mr. B. not only permits, but encourages me to take, in the family he leaves to my care, as to the Sunday duty. The worthy Dean, at my request, and my beloved's permission, recommended to me, as a sort of family chaplain for Sundays, a young gentleman of great sobriety and piety, and sound principles, who, having but lately taken orders, has at present no other provision. And this gentleman comes and reads prayers to us about 7 in the morning, in the lesser hall, as we call it, a retired apartment next the little garden, for we have no chapel with us here, as in your neighbourhood, and this generally with some suitable exhortation, or meditation out of some good book, which he is so kind as to let me choose now and then, when I please, takes up little more than half an hour. We have a great number of servants of both sexes, and myself, Mrs. Jervis, and Polly Barlow, are generally in a little closet, which, when we open the door, is but just a separation from the hall. Mr. Adams, for that is our young clergyman's name, has a desk, at which sometimes Mr. Jonathan makes up his running accounts to Mr. Longman, who is very scrupulous of admitting anybody to the use of his office, because of the writing in his custody, and the order he values himself upon having everything in. About 7 in the evening he comes again, and I generally, let me have what company I will, find time to retire for about another half hour, and my dear Mr. B. connives at and excuses my absence, if enquired after, though for so short a time I am seldom missed. To the young gentleman I shall present, every quarter, 5 guineas, and Mr. B. presses him to accept of a place at his table at his pleasure. But, as we have generally much company, his modesty makes him decline it, especially at those times. Mr. Longman joins with us very often in our Sunday office, and Mr. Colbrand seldom misses, and they tell Mrs. Jervis that they cannot express the pleasure they have to meet me there, and the edification they receive. My best beloved dispenses as much as he can with the servants for the evening part, if he has company, or will be attended only by John or Abraham, perhaps by turns, and sometimes looks upon his watch and says, "'Tis near 7, and if he says so, they take it for a hint that they may be dispensed with for half an hour. And this countenance which he gives me has contributed not a little to make the matter easy and delightful to me, and to every one. When I part from them, on the breaking up of our assembly, they generally make a little row on each side of the hall door, and when I have made my compliments, and paid my thanks to Mr. Adams, they whisper as I go out, "God bless you, madam," and bow and curtsy with such pleasure in their honest countenances, as greatly delights me, and I say, "So, my good friends, I am glad to see you, not one absent, or but one, as it falls out. This is very obliging," I cry, and thus I show them that I take notice if anybody be not there. And back again I go to pay my duty to my earthly benefactor, and he is pleased to say sometimes that I come to him with such a radiance in my countenance as gives him double pleasure to behold me, and often tells me that but for appearing too fond before company, he could meet me as I enter, with embraces as pure as my own heart. I hope in time I shall prevail upon the dear man to give me his company, but thank God I am enabled to go thus far already. I will leave the rest to his providence, for I have a point very delicate to touch upon in this particular. and I must take care not to lose the ground I have gained, by too precipitately pushing at too much at once. This is my comfort, that next to being uniform himself, is that permission and encouragement he gives me to be so, and his pleasure in seeing me so delighted. And besides, he always gives me his company to church. Oh, how happy should I think myself, if he would be pleased to accompany me to the divine office, which yet he has not done, though I have urged him as much as I durst. Mrs. Jervis asked me on Saturday evening if I would be concerned to see a larger congregation in the lesser hall next morning than usual. I answered, no, by no means. She said Mrs. Worden and Mrs. Leslie, the two ladies' women, and Mr. Sidney, my Lord Davers's gentleman, and Mr. H.'s servant, and the coachman and footman, belonging to our noble visitors, who are, she says, all great admirers of our family management and good order, having been told our method, begged to join in it. I knew I should be a little dashed at so large a company, but the men being orderly for Lord's servants, and Mrs. Jervis assuring me that they were very earnest in their request, I consented to it. When at the usual time with my Polly I went down, I found Mr. Adams here, to whom I made my first compliments, and every one of our own people waiting for me, Mr. Colbrand excepted, whom Mr. H. had kept up late the night before, together with Mrs. Worden, and Mrs. Leslie, and Mr. Sidney, with the servants of our guests, who, as also worthy Mr. Longman, and Mrs. Jervis, and Mr. Jonathan, paid me their respects, and I said, this is early rising. Mrs. Leslie and Mrs. Worden, you are very kind to countenance us with your companies in this our family order. Mr. Sidney, I am glad to see you. How do you do, Mr. Longman? And looked round with complacency on the servants of our noble visitors, and then I led Mrs. Worden and Mrs. Leslie to my little retiring place, and Mrs. Jervis and my Polly followed, and throwing the door open, Mr. Adams began some select prayers, and as he reads with great emphasis and propriety, as if his heart was in what he read, all the good folks were exceedingly attentive. After prayers, Mr. Adams read a meditation, from a collection made for private use, which I shall more particularly mention by and by, and ending with the usual benediction, I thanked the worthy gentleman, and gently chid him in Mr. B.'s name, for his modesty in declining our table, and thanking Mr. Longman, Mrs. Worden, and Mrs. Leslie, received their kind wishes, and hastened, blushing through their praises, to my chamber, where, being alone, I pursued the subject for an hour, till breakfast was ready, when I attended the ladies and my best beloved, who had told them of the verses placed under my cushion at church. We set out, my Lord and Lady Davers and myself, and Mr. H. in our coach, and Mr. B. and the Countess in the chariot, both ladies and gentlemen splendidly dressed, but I avoided a glitter as much as I could, that I might not seem to vie with the two peeresses. Mr. B. said, why are you not fully dressed, my dear? I said, I hoped he would not be displeased. If he was, I would do as he commanded. He kindly answered, as you like best, my love, you are charming in every dress. The chariot first drawing up to the church door, Mr. B. led the Countess into church. My Lord Davers did me that honour, and Mr. H. handed his aunt through a crowd of gazers, many of whom, as usual, were strangers. The neighbouring gentlemen and their ladies paid us their silent respects, but the thoughts of the wicked verses, or rather, as Lady Davers will have me say, wicked action of the transcriber of them, made me keep behind the pew. But my lady sat down by me, and whisperingly talked between whiles to me, with great tenderness and freedom in her aspect, which I could not but take kindly, because I knew she intended by it to show every one she was pleased with me. Afterwards she was pleased to add, taking my hand, and Mr. B. and the Countess heard her, for she raised her voice to a more audible whisper, I am proud to be in thy company, and in this solemn place. I take thy hand, and acknowledge with pride my sister. I look down, and indeed at church I can hardly at any time look up, for who can bear to be gazed at so? And softly said, "Oh, my good lady, how much you honour me! The place and these surrounding eyes can only hinder me from acknowledging as I ought." My best friend, with pleasure in his eyes, said, pressing his hand upon both ours, as my lady had mine in hers, "You are two beloved creatures, both excellent in your way. God bless you both." "And you too, my dear brother," said my lady. The Countess whispered, "You should spare a body a little. You give one, ladies, and Mr. B. too much pleasure all at once. Such company and such behaviour adds still more charms to devotion, and were I to be here a 12-month, I would never miss once accompanying you to this good place." Mr. H. thought he must say something, and addressing himself to his noble uncle, who could not keep his good-natured eye off me, "I'll be hanged, my lord, if I know how to behave myself. Why, this outdoes the chapel. I'm glad I put on my new suit." And then he looked upon himself, as if he would support, as well as he could, his part of the general admiration. But think you not, my dear Miss Darnford, and my dearest father and mother, that I am now in the height of my happiness in this life, thus favoured by Lady Davers? The Dean preached an excellent sermon, but I need not have said that. Only to have mentioned that he preached was saying enough. My lord led me out when divine service was over, and being a little tender in his feet from a gouty notice, walked very slowly. Lady Towers and Mrs. Brooks joined us in the porch, and made us their compliments, as did Mr. Martin. "Will you favour us with your company home, my old acquaintance?" said Mr. B. to him. "I can't, having a gentleman my relation to dine with me; but if it will be agreeable in the evening, I will bring him with me to taste of your Burgundy, for we have not any such in the county." "I shall be glad to see you, or any friend of yours," replied Mr. B. Mr. Martin whispered, "It is more, however, to admire your lady, I can tell you that, than your wine. Get into your coaches, ladies," said he, with his usual freedom. "Our maiden and widow ladies have a fine time of it wherever you come. By my faith, they must every one of them quit this neighbourhood, if you were to stay in it. But all their hopes are, that while you are in London, they'll have the game in their own hands." "Sister," said Lady Davers, most kindly to me in presence of many, who, in a respectful manner, gathered near us, "Mr. Martin is the same gentleman he used to be, I see." "Mr. Martin, madam," said I, smiling, "has but one fault. He is too apt to praise whom he favours, at the expense of his absent friends." "I am always proud of your reproofs, Mrs. B.," replied he. "Ay," said Lady Towers, "that I believe; and therefore I wish, for all our sakes, you'd take him oftener to task, Mrs. B." Lady Towers, Lady Arthur, Mrs. Brooks, and Mr. Martin, all claimed visits from us; and Mr. B., making excuses that he must husband his time, being obliged to go to town soon, proposed to breakfast with Lady Towers the next morning, dine with Mrs. Arthur, and sup with Mrs. Brooks; and as there cannot be a more sociable and agreeable neighbourhood anywhere, his proposal, after some difficulty, was accepted, and our usual visiting neighbours were all to have notice accordingly at each of the places. I saw Mr. Thomas Atkins coming towards us, and fearing to be stifled with compliments, I said, "Your servant, ladies and gentlemen," and giving my hand to Lord Davers, stepped into the chariot instead of the coach, for people that would avoid bustle sometimes make it. Finding my mistake, I would have come out, but my lord said, "Indeed you shan't, for I'll step in, and have you all to myself." Lady Davers smiled. "Now," said she, while the coach drew up, "is my Lord Davers pleased? But I see, sister, you were tired with part of your company in the coach." "'Tis well contrived, my dear," said Mr. B., "as long as you have not deprived me of this honour. taking the Countess's hand and leading her into the coach. "Will you excuse all this impertinence, my dear? I know my father and mother will be pleased with it, and you will therefore bear with me, for their kind hearts will be delighted to hear every minute thing in relation to Lady Davers and myself." When Mr. Martin came in the evening with his friend, who is Sir William G., a polite young gentleman of Lincolnshire, he told us of the praises lavished away upon me by several genteel strangers, one saying to his friend he had travelled 20 miles to see me. My Lady Davers was praised too for her goodness to me, and the gracefulness of her person, the Countess for the noble serenity of her aspect, and that charming ease and freedom which distinguished her birth and quality. My dear Mr. B., he said, was greatly admired too, but he would not make him proud, for he had superiorities enough already. That was his word over his neighbours. "But I can tell you," said he, "that for most of your praises you were obliged to your lady, and for having rewarded her excellence as you have done. For one gentleman," added he, "said he knew no one but you could deserve her, and he believed you did, from that tenderness in your behaviour to her, and from that grandeur of air and majesty of person, that seemed to show you formed for her protector, as well as rewarder. Get you gone to London, both of you," said he. "I did not intend to tell you, Mr. B., what was said of you. The women of the two ladies had acquainted their ladyships with the order I observed for the day, and the devout behaviour of the servants; and about 7, I, withdrawing as silently and as unobserved as I could, was surprised, as I was going through the great hall, to be joined by both. "I shall come at all your secrets, Pamela," said my lady, "and be able in time to cut you out in your own way. I know whither you are going." "My good ladies," said I, "pardon me for leaving you. I will attend you in half an hour." "No, my dear," said Lady Davers, "the Countess and I have resolved to attend you for that half hour, and we will return to company together." "Is it not descending too much, my ladies, as to the company?" "If it is for us, it is for you," said the Countess. "So we will either act up to you, or make you come down to us, and we will judge of all your proceedings." Every one but Abraham, who attended the gentlemen, and all their ladyships' servants and their 2 women were there, which pleased me, however, because it showed that even the strangers, by this their second voluntary attendance, had no ill opinion of the service; but they were all startled, ours and theirs, to see the ladies accompanying me. I stepped up to Mr. Adams. "I was in hopes, sir," said I, "we should have been favoured with your company at our table." He bowed. "Well, sir," said I, "these ladies come to be obliged to you for your good offices, and you'll have no better way of letting them return their obligations than to sup, though you would not dine with them." "Mr. Longman," said my lady, "how do you do? We are come to be witnesses of the family decorum." "We have a blessed lady, madam," said he, "and your ladyship's presence augments our joys." I should have said, we were not at church in the afternoon, and when I do not go, we have the evening service read to us, as it is at church, which Mr. Adams performed now with his usual distinctness and fervour. When all was concluded, I said, "Now, my dearest ladies, excuse me for the sake of the delight I take in seeing all my good folks about me in this decent and obliging manner. Indeed, I have no ostentation in it, if I know my own heart." The Countess and Lady Davers, delighted to see such good behaviour in every one, sat a moment or two looking upon one another in silence, and then my Lady Davers took my hand. "Beloved, deservedly beloved of the kindest of husbands, what a blessing art thou to this family, and to every family," said the Countess, "who have the happiness to know, and the grace to follow her example." "But where," said Lady Davers, "collectest thou all this good sense and fine spirit in thy devotion?" "The Bible," said I, "is the foundation of all." Lady Davers then turning herself to Mrs. Jervis, "How do you, good woman?" said she. Why, you are now made ample amends for the love you bore to this dear creature formerly. You have an angel, and not a woman, for your lady, my good Mrs. Jervis, said the Countess. Mrs. Jervis, folding her uplifted hands together. Oh, my good lady, you know not our happiness. No, not one half of it. We were before blessed with plenty, and a bountiful indulgence by our good master. But our plenty brought on wantonness and wranglings. But now we have peace as well as plenty, and peace of mind, my dear lady, in doing all in our respective powers to show ourselves thankful creatures to God, and to the best of masters and mistresses. Good soul, said I, and was forced to put my handkerchief to my eyes. Your heart is always overflowing thus with gratitude and praises for what you so well merit from us. Mr. Longman, said my lady, assuming a sprightly air, although her eye twinkled, to keep within its lids the precious water that sprang from a noble and well-affected heart, I am glad to see you here, attending your pious young lady. Well might you love her, honest man. I did not know there was so excellent a creature in any rank. Madam, said the other worthy heart, unable to speak but in broken sentences, you don't know, indeed you don't, what a happy family we are. Truly, we are like unto Alexander's soldiers, every one fit to be a general. So well do we all know our duties, and practise them too, let me say. Nay, and please your ladyship, we all of us long till morning comes, thus to attend my lady, and after that is past, we long for evening for the same purpose. For she is so good to us, you cannot think how good she is. But permit your honoured father's old servant to say one word more, that though we are always pleased and joyful on these occasions, yet we are in transports to see our master's noble sister thus favouring us, with your ladyship too, to the Countess, and approving our young lady's conduct and piety. Blessing on you all, said my lady. Let us go, my lady, let us go, sister, for I cannot stop any longer. As I slid by, following their ladyships, How do you, Mr. Colbrand? Cried I softly. I feared you were not well in the morning. He bowed. Pardon me, madam, I was little indisposed, that is true. Now, my dear friend, will you forgive me all this self-praise, as it may seem? Yet when you know I give it you, and my dear parents, as so many instances of my Lady Davers's reconciliation and goodness to me, and as it will show what a noble heart she has at bottom, when her pride of quality and her passion have subsided, and her native good sense and excellence taken place, I flatter myself I may be the rather excused, and especially as I hope to have your company and countenance one day in this my delightful Sunday employment. I should have added, for I think a good clergyman cannot be too much respected, that I repeated my request to Mr. Adams to oblige us with his company at supper, but he so very earnestly begged to be excused, and with so much concern of countenance, that I thought it would be wrong to insist upon it, though I was sorry for it, sure as I am that modesty is always a sign of merit. We returned to the gentlemen when supper was ready, as cheerful and easy, Lady Davers observed, as if we had not been present at so solemn a service. And this, said she, after they were gone, makes religion so pleasant and delightful a thing, that I profess I shall have a much higher opinion of those who make it a regular and constant part of their employment, than ever I had. Then, said she, I was once, I remember, when a girl, at the house of a very devout man, for a week, with his granddaughter, my schoolfellow, and there were such preachments against vanities, and for self-denials, that were we to have followed the good man's precepts, though indeed not his practice, for well did he love his belly, half God Almighty's creatures and works would have been useless, and industry would have been banished the earth. Then, added her ladyship, have I heard the good man confess himself guilty of such sins, as, if true, and by his hiding his face with his broad-brimmed hat, it looked a little bad against him. He ought to have been hanged on a gallows 50 feet high. These reflections, as I said, fell from my lady after the gentlemen were gone, when she recounted to her brother the entertainment, as she was pleased to call it, I had given her, on which she made high encomiums, as did the countess, and they praised also the natural dignity which they imputed to me, saying, I had taught them a way they never could have found out, to descend to the company of servants, and yet to secure, and even augment, the respect and veneration of inferiors at the same time. And, Pamela, said my lady, you are certainly very right to pay so much regard to the young clergyman, for that makes all he reads, and all he says, of greater efficacy with the auditors, facilitates the work you have in view to bring about, and in your own absence, for your monarch may not always dispense with you perhaps, strengthens his influence and encourages him beside. End of Letter 32, Part 3.
Letter 32, Part 4 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2 by Samuel Richardson, Letter 32, Part 4. Monday. I am to thank you, my dear Miss Damford, for your kind letter approving of my scribble. When you come to my Saturdays and Sundays accounts, I shall try your patience. But no more of that, for as you can read them or let them alone, I am the less concerned, especially as they will be more indulgently received somewhere else than they may merit, so that my labour will not be wholly lost. I congratulate you with all my heart on your dismissing Mr. Murray. I could not help showing your letter to Mr. B., and what do you think the free gentleman said upon it? I am half afraid to tell you, but do, now you are so happily disengaged, get leave to come, and let us two contrive to be even with him for it. You are the only lady in the world that I would join with against him. He said that your characters of Mr. Murray and Miss Nancy, which he called severe, but I won't call them so without your leave, looked a little like petty spite, and as if you were sorry the gentleman took you at your word. That was what he said. Pray let us punish him for it. Yet he called you charming lady, and said much in your praise, and joined with me that Mr. Murray, who was so easy to part with you, could not possibly deserve you. But, Pamela, said he, I know the sex well enough. Miss Polly may not love Mr. Murray, yet to see her sister addressed and complimented and preferred to herself by one whom she so lately thought she could choose or refuse is a mortifying thing. And young ladies cannot bear to sit by neglected while two lovers are playing pug's tricks with each other. Then, said he, all the preparations to matrimony, the clothes to be bought, the visits to be paid and received, the compliments of friends, the busy novelty of the thing, the day to be fixed, and all the little foolish humours and nonsense attending a concluded courtship, when one sister is to engross all the attention and regard, the new equipages, and so forth, these are all subjects of mortification to the other, though she has no great value for the man perhaps. Well, but, sir, said I, a lady of Miss Darnford's good sense and good taste is not to be affected by these parades, and has well considered the matter, no doubt, and I dare say rejoices rather than repines at missing the gentleman. I hope you will leave the happy pair, for they are so, if they think themselves so, together, and Sir Simon to rejoice in his accomplished son-in-law elect, and give us your company to London. For who would stay to be vexed by that ill-natured Miss Nancy, as you own you were at your last writing? But I will proceed, and the rather, as I have something to tell you of a conversation, the result of which has done me great honour, and given inexpressible delight, of which in its place. We pursued Mr. B.'s proposal, returning several visits in one day, for we have so polite and agreeable a neighbourhood that all seem desirous to accommodate each other. We came not home till 10 in the evening, and then found a letter from Sir Jacob Swynford, uncle by the half-blood to Mr. B., acquainting him that hearing his niece, Lady Davers, was with him, he would be here in a day or two, being then upon his journey, to pay a visit to both at the same time. This gentleman is very particularly odd and humoursome, and his eldest son, being next heir to the maternal estate, if Mr. B. should have no children, was exceedingly dissatisfied with his debasing himself in marrying me, and would have been better pleased had he not married at all, perhaps. There never was any cordial love between Mr. B.'s father and him, nor between the uncle and nephew and niece, for his positiveness, roughness, and self-interestedness too, has made him, though very rich, but little agreeable to the generous tempers of his nephew and niece. Yet when they meet, which is not above once in 4 or 5 years, they are very civil and obliging to him. Lady Davers wondered what could bring him hither now, for he lives in Herefordshire, and seldom stirs 10 miles from home. Mr. B. said he was sure it was not to compliment him and me on our nuptials. No, rather, said my lady, to satisfy himself, if you are in a way to cut out his own cubs. Thank God we are, said he. Whenever I was strongest set against matrimony, the only reason I had to weigh against my dislike to it was, that I was unwilling to leave so large a part of my estate to that family. My dear, said he to me, don't be uneasy, but you'll see a relation of mine much more disagreeable than you can imagine, but no doubt you have heard his character. Ah, Pamela, said Lady Davers, we are a family that value ourselves upon our ancestry, but upon my word, Sir Jacob and all his line have nothing else to boast of, and I have been often ashamed of my relation to them. No family, I believe, my lady, has everybody excellent in it, replied I, but I doubt I shall stand but poorly with Sir Jacob. He won't dare to affront you, my dear, said Mr. B., although he'll say to you, and to me, and to my sister too, blunt and rough things. But he'll not stay above a day or two, and we shall not see him again for some years to come, so we'll bear with him. I am now, miss, coming to the conversation I hinted at. Tuesday. On Tuesday, Mr. Williams came to pay his respects to his kind patron. I had been to visit a widow gentlewoman, and on my return went directly to my closet, so knew not of his being here till I came to dinner, for Mr. B. and he were near 2 hours in discourse in the library. When I came down, Mr. B. presented him to me. My friend Mr. Williams, my dear, said he. Mr. Williams, how do you do? Said I. I am glad to see you. He rejoiced, he said, to see me look so well, and had longed for an opportunity to pay his respects to his worthy patron and me before, but had been prevented twice when upon the point of setting out. Mr. B. said, I have prevailed upon my old acquaintance to reside with us while he stays in these parts. Do you, my dear, see that everything is made agreeable to him? To be sure, sir, I will. Mr. Adams being in the house, Mr. B. sent to desire he would dine with us, if it were but in respect to a gentleman of the same cloth, who gave us his company. Mr. B., when dinner was over, and the servants were withdrawn, said, my dear, Mr. Williams's business in part was to ask my advice as to a living that is offered him by the Earl of somebody, who is greatly taken with his preaching and conversation. And to quit yours, I presume, sir, said Lord Davers. No, the Earl's is not quite so good as mine, and his lordship would procure him a dispensation to hold both. What would you advise, my dear? It becomes not me, sir, to meddle with such matters as these. Yes, my dear, it does, when I ask your opinion. I beg pardon, sir. My opinion then is, that Mr. Williams will not care to do anything that requires a dispensation, and which would be unlawful without it. Madam, said Mr. Williams, you speak exceedingly well. I am glad, Mr. Williams, that you approve of my sentiments. required of me by one who has a right to command me in everything. Otherwise this matter is above my sphere, and I have so much good will to Mr. Williams, that I wish him everything that will contribute to make him happy. Well, my dear, said Mr. B., but what would you advise in this case? The Earl proposes that Mr. Williams's present living be supplied by a curate, to whom, no doubt, Mr. Williams will be very genteel, and, as we are seldom or never there, his lordship thinks we shall not be displeased with it, and insists upon proposing it to me, as he has done. Lord Davers said, I think this may do very well, brother, but what, pray, Mr. Williams, do you propose to allow to your curate? Excuse me, sir, but I think the clergy do so hardly by one another generally, that they are not to be surprised that some of the laity treat them as they do. Said Mr. B., tell us freely, Pamela, what you would advise your friend Mr. Williams to do. And must I, sir, speak my mind on such a point before so many better judges? Yes, sister, said her ladyship, a name she is now pleased to give me freely before strangers, after her dear brother's example, who is kindest, though always kind at such times. You must, if I may be allowed to say, must. Why then, proceeded I beg leave to ask Mr. Williams one question, that is, whether his present parishioners do not respect and esteem him in that particular manner, which I think everybody must, who knows his worth. I am very happy, madam, in the good will of all my parishioners, and have great acknowledgments to make for their civilities to me. I don't doubt, said I, but it will be the same wherever you go, for bad as the world is, a prudent and good clergyman will never fail of respect. But, sir, if you think your ministry among them is attended with good effects, if they esteem your person with a preference, and listen to your doctrines with attention, methinks for their sakes 'tis pity to leave them, were the living of less value, as it is of more than the other. For how many people are there who can benefit by one gentleman's preaching rather than by another's, although possibly the one's abilities may be no way inferior to the other's? There is much in a delivery, as it is called, in a manner, a deportment, to engage people's attention and liking; and as you are already in possession of their esteem, you are sure to do much of the good you aim and wish to do. For where the flock loves the shepherd, all the work is easy, and more than half done, and without that, let him have the tongue of an angel, and let him live the life of a saint, he will be heard with indifference, and oftentimes, as his subject may be, with disgust. I paused here, but every one being silent. As to the Earl's friendship, sir, continued I, you can best judge what force that ought to have upon you, and what I have mentioned would be the only difficulty with me, were I in Mr. Williams's case. To be sure, it would be a high compliment to his lordship, and so he ought to think it, that you quit a better living to oblige him, and he will be bound in honour to make it up to you. For I am far from thinking that a prudent regard to worldly interest misbecomes the character of a good clergyman, and I wish all such were set above the world, for their own sakes as well as for the sakes of their hearers, since independency gives a man respect, besides the power of doing good, which will enhance that respect, and of consequence give greater efficacy to his doctrines. As to strengthening of a good man's influence, a point always to be wished, I would not say so much as I have done, if I had not heard Mr. Longman say, and I heard it with great pleasure, that the benefice Mr. Williams so worthily enjoys is a clear £200 a year. But after all, does happiness to a gentleman, a scholar, a philosopher, rest in a greater or lesser income? On the contrary, is it not oftener to be found in a happy competency or mediocrity? Suppose my dear Mr. B. had £5,000 a year added to his present large income, would that increase his happiness? That it would add to his cares is no question, but could it give him one single comfort which he has not already? And if the dear gentleman had 2,000 or 3,000 less, might he be less happy on that account? No, surely, for it would render a greater prudence on my humble part necessary, and a nearer inspection and greater frugality on his own. And he must be contented if he did not, as now, perhaps lay up every year, so long as he lived within his income. And who will say that the obligation to greater prudence and economy is a misfortune? The competency, therefore, the golden mean, is the thing, and I have often considered the matter, and endeavoured to square my actions by the result of that consideration. For a person who, being not born to an estate, is not satisfied with the competency, will probably know no limits to his desires. One whom an acquisition of £100 or £200 a year will not satisfy, will hardly sit down contented with any sum. For although he may propose to himself at a distance that such and such an acquisition will be the height of his ambition, yet he will, as he approaches to that, advance upon himself farther and farther, and know no bound till the natural one is forced upon him, and his life and his views end together. Now let me humbly beg pardon of you all, ladies and gentlemen, turning my eyes to each, but most of you, my good lady. Indeed, madam, said Mr. Williams, after what I have heard from you, I would not for the world have been of another mind. You are a good man, said I, and I have such an opinion of your worthiness, and the credit you do your function, that I can never suspect either your judgment or your conduct. But pray, sir, may I ask what have you determined to do? Why, madam, replied he, I am staggered in that too, by the observation you just now made, that where a man has the love of his parishioners, he ought not to think of leaving them. Else, sir, I find you was rather inclined to oblige the Earl, though the living be of less value. This is very noble, sir. It is more than generous. My dear, said Mr. B., I'll tell you, for Mr. Williams's modesty will not let him speak it before all the company, what is his motive, and a worthy one you'll say it is. Excuse me, Mr. Williams. For the reverend gentleman blushed. The Earl has of late years, we all know his character, given himself up to carousing, and he will suffer no man to go from his table sober. Mr. Williams has taken the liberty to expostulate, as became his function, with his lordship on this subject, and upon some other irregularities, so agreeably that the Earl has taken a great liking to him, and promises that he will suffer his reasonings to have an effect upon him, and that he shall reform his whole household if he will come and live near him, and regulate his table by his own example. The Countess is a very good lady, and privately presses Mr. Williams to oblige the Earl, and this is our worthy friend's main inducement, with the hope, which I should mention, that he has, of preserving untainted the morals of the two young gentlemen, the Earl's son, who he fears will be carried away by the force of such an example, and he thinks, as the Earl's living has fallen, mine may be better supplied than the Earl's, if he, as he kindly offers, gives it me back again. Otherwise, the Earl, as he apprehends, will find out for his some gentleman, if such an one can be found, as will rather further than obstruct his own irregularities, as was the unhappy case of the last incumbent. Well, said Lady Davers, I shall always have the highest respect for Mr. Williams, for a conduct so genteel and so prudent. But, brother, will you, Mr. Williams, put this whole affair into Mrs. B.'s hands, since you have such testimonies, both of you, of the rectitude of her thinking and acting? With all my heart, madam, replied Mr. Williams, and I shall be proud of such a direction. What say you, brother? You are to suppose the living in your own hands again. Will you leave the whole matter to my sister here? Come, my dear, said Mr. B., let us hear how you'd wish it to be ordered. I know you have not need of one moment's consideration, when once you are mistress of a point. Nay, said Lady Davers, that is not the thing. I repeat my demand. Shall it be as Mrs. B. lays it out, or not? Conditionally, said Mr. B., provided I cannot give satisfactory reasons why I ought not to conform to her opinion. For this, as I said, is a point of conscience with me, and I made it so when I presented Mr. Williams to the living, and have not been deceived in that presentation. To be sure, said I, that is very reasonable, sir, and on that condition I shall the less hesitate to speak my mind, because I shall be in no danger to commit an irreparable error. I know well, Lady Davers, added Mr. B., the power your sex have over ours, and their subtle tricks, and so will never, in my weakest moments, be drawn in to make a blindfold promise. There have been several instances, both in sacred and profane story, of mischiefs done by such surprises, so you must allow me to suspect myself when I know the dear slut's power over me, and have been taught, by the inviolable regard she pays to her own word, to value mine. And now, Pamela, speak all that is in your heart to say. With your requisite condition in my eye, I will, sir, but let me see that I state the matter right. And preparative to it, pray, Mr. Williams, though you have not been long in possession of this living, yet may be you can compute what it is likely, by what you know of it, to bring in clear. Madam, said he, by the best calculation I can make, I thank you for it, good sir. It may, one year with another, be reckoned at £300 per annum, and is the best within 20 miles of it, having been improved within these 2 last years. If it was £500, and would make you happier, for that, sir, is the thing, I should wish it you, said I, and think it short of your merits. But pray, sir, what is the Earl's living valued at? At about £220, madam. Well, then, replied I, very pertly, I believe now I have it. Mr. Williams, for motives most excellently worthy of his function, inclines to surrender up to Mr. B. his living of £300 per annum, and to accept of the Earl's living of 220. Dear sir, I am going to be very bold, but under your condition nevertheless. Let the gentleman to whom you shall present the living of E. allow £80 per annum out of it to Mr. Williams, till the Earl's favour shall make up the difference to him, and no longer. But I dare not name the gentleman, for how, dear sir, were I to be so bold, shall I part with my chaplain? Admirable! Most admirable! Said Lord and Lady Davers in the same words. The Countess praised the decision too, and Mr. H., with his "Let me be hanged," and his "'Fore gads," and such exclamations natural to him, made his plaudits. Mr. Williams said he could wish with all his heart it might be so, and Mr. Adams was so abashed and surprised that he could not hold up his head, but joy danced in his silent countenance for all that. Mr. B. having hesitated a few minutes, Lady Davers called out for his objection or consent, according to condition, and he said, I cannot so soon determine as that prompt slut did. I'll withdraw 1 minute. He did so, as I found afterwards, to advise, like the considerate and genteel spirit he possesses, with Mr. Williams, whom he beckoned out, and to examine whether he was in earnest willing to give it up, or very desirous for any one to succeed him, saying that if he had, he thought himself obliged, in return for his worthy behaviour to him, to pay a particular regard to his recommendation. And so, being answered as he desired, in they came together again. But I should say that his withdrawing with a very serious aspect made me afraid I had gone too far, and I said, what shall I do if I have incurred Mr. B.'s anger by my over-forwardness? Did he not look displeased? Dear ladies, if he be so, plead for me, and I'll withdraw when he comes in, for I cannot stand his anger. I have not been used to it. Never fear, Pamela, said my lady, he can't be angry at anything you say or do. But I wish, for the sake of what I have witnessed of Mr. Adams's behaviour and modesty, that such a thing could be done for him. Mr. Adams bowed, and said, "Oh, my good ladies, 'tis too considerable a thing. I cannot expect it. I do not. It would be presumption if I did." Just then re-entered Mr. B. and Mr. Williams, the first with a stately air, the other with a more peace-portending smile on his countenance. But Mr. B. sitting down, "Well, Pamela," said he, very gravely, "I see that power is a dangerous thing in any hand." "Sir, said I, "my dear lady," whispering to Lady Davers, "I will withdraw, as I said I would." And I was getting away as fast as I could, but he arose and took my hand. "Why is my charmer so soon frightened?" said he, most kindly, and still more kindly, with a noble air, pressed it to his lips. I must not carry my jest too far upon a mind so apprehensive, as I otherwise might be inclined to do; and leading me to Mr. Adams and Mr. Williams, he said, taking Mr. Williams's hand with his left, as he held mine in his right, "Your worthy brother clergyman, Mr. Adams, gives me leave to confirm the decision of my dear wife, whom you are to thank for the living of ye, upon the condition she proposed; and may you give but as much satisfaction there, as you have done in this family, and as Mr. Williams has given to his flock; and they will then be pleased as much with your ministry as they have hitherto been with his." Mr. Adams trembled with joy, and said, he could not tell how to bear this excess of goodness in us both; and his countenance and eyes gave testimony of a gratitude too high for further expression. As for myself, you, my honoured and dear friends, who know how much I am always raised, when I am made the dispenser of acts of bounty and generosity to the deserving, and who now, instead of incurring blame, as I had apprehended, found myself applauded by every one, and most by the gentleman whose approbation I chiefly coveted to have, you, I say, will judge how greatly I must be delighted. But I was still more affected when Mr. B., directing himself to me and to Mr. Williams at the same time, was pleased to say, "Here, my dear, you must thank this good gentleman for enabling you to give such a shining proof of your excellence; and whenever I put power into your hands for the future, act but as you have now done, and it will be impossible that I should have any choice or will but yours." "Oh, sir," said I, pressing his hand with my lips, forgetting how many witnesses I had of my grateful fondness, "how shall I, oppressed with your goodness in such a signal instance as this, find words equal to the gratitude of my heart? But here," patting my bosom, "just here, they stick, and I cannot, and indeed I could say no more." And Mr. B., in the delicacy of his apprehensiveness for me, led me into the next parlour, and placing himself by me on the settee, said, "Take care, my best beloved, that the joy which overflows your dear heart, for having done a beneficent action to a deserving gentleman, does not affect you too much." My Lady Davers followed us. "Where is my angelic sister?" said she. "I have a share in her next to yourself, my noble brother." And clasping me to her generous bosom, she ran over with expressions of favour to me in a style and words which would suffer, were I to endeavour to repeat them. Coffee being ready, we returned to the company. My Lord Davers was pleased to make me a great many compliments, and so did Mr. H. after his manner; but the Countess exceeded herself in goodness. Mr. B. was pleased to say, "It is a rule with me, not to leave till to-morrow what can be done to-day." "And when, my dear, do you propose to dispense with Mr. Adams's good offices in your family? Or did you intend to induce him to go to town with us?" "I had not proposed anything, sir, as to that, for I had not asked your kind direction; but the good dean will supply us, I doubt not; and when we set out for London, Mr. Adams will be at full liberty, with his worthy friend Mr. Williams, to pursue the happy scheme your goodness has permitted to take effect. Mr. Adams, my dear, who came so lately from the university, can perhaps recommend such another young gentleman as himself to perform the functions he used to perform in your family." I looked, it seems, a little grave; and Mr. B. said, "What have you to offer, Pamela? What have I said amiss?" "Amiss, dear sir! I, and dear madam too, I see by your bashful seriousness, in place of that smiling approbation which you always show when I utter anything you entirely approve, that I have said something which would rather meet with your acquiescence than choice. So, as I have often told you, none of your reserves, and never hesitate to me your consent in anything, while you are sure I will conform to your wishes, or pursue my own liking, as either shall appear reasonable to me when I have heard your reasons. Why, then, dear sir, what I had presumed to think, but I submit it to your better judgment, was, whether, since the gentleman who is so kind as to assist us in our family devotions, in some measure acts in the province of the worthy dean, it were not right that our own parish minister, whether here or in London, should name, or at least approve our naming, the gentleman. Why could not I have thought of that as well as you, sauce-box? Lady Davers, I am entirely on your side. I think she deserves a slap now from us both. I'll forgive her, said my lady, since I find her sentiments and actions as much a reproof to others as to me. Mr. Williams, did you ever think, said Mr. B., it would have come to this? Did you ever know such a saucy girl in your life, all ready to give herself these reproaching airs? No, never, if your honour is pleased to call the most excellent lady in the world by such a name, nor anybody else. Pamela, I charge you, said the dear gentleman, if you study for it, be sometimes in the wrong, that one may not always be taking lessons from such an assurance, but in our turns have something to teach you. Then, dear sir, said I, must I not be a strange creature? For how, when you and my good ladies are continually giving me such charming examples, can I do a wrong thing? I hope you will forgive me, my dear, for being so tedious on the foregoing subject, and its most agreeable conclusion. It is an important one, because several persons, as conferers or receivers, have found their pleasure and account in it, and it would be well if conversation were often attended with like happy consequences. I have one merit to plead in behalf even of my prolixity, that in reciting the delightful conferences I have the pleasure of holding with our noble guests and Mr. B., I am careful not to write twice upon one topic, although several which I omit may be more worthy of your notice than those I give, so that you have as much variety from me as the nature of the facts and cases will admit of. But here I will conclude, having a very different subject, as a proof of what I have advanced, to touch in my next, till when I am your most affectionate and faithful P.B. End of letter 32, part 4. Letter 33, part 1 of Pamela, volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 33, Part 1. My dear Miss Darnford, I now proceed with my journal, which I brought down to Tuesday evening, and of course I begin with Wednesday. Towards evening came Sir Jacob Swynford on horseback, attended by 2 servants in liveries. I was abroad, for I had got leave for a whole afternoon, attended by my Polly, which time I passed in visiting no less than 4 poor sick families, whose hearts I made glad. But I should be too tedious were I to give you the particulars. Besides, I have a brief list of cases, which, when you'll favour me with your company, I may show you, for I oblige myself, though not desired, to keep an account of what I do with no less than £200 a year, that Mr. B. allows me to expend in acts of charity and benevolence. Lady Davers told me afterwards that Sir Jacob carried it mighty stiff and formal when he alighted. He strutted about the court-yard in his boots, with his whip in his hand, and though her ladyship went to the great door in order to welcome him, he turned short and, whistling, followed the groom into the stable, as if he had been at an inn, only, instead of taking off his hat, pulling its broad brim over his eyes for a compliment. In she went in a pet, as she says, saying to the Countess, "A surly brute he always was, my uncle. He's more of an ostler than a gentleman. I'm resolved I'll not stir to meet him again, and yet the wretch loves respect from others, though he never practises common civility himself." The Countess said she was glad he was come, for she loved to divert herself with such odd characters now and then. And now let me give you a short description of him as I found him when I came in, that you may the better conceive what sort of a gentleman he is. He is about 65 years of age, a coarse, strong, big-boned man, with large irregular features. He has a haughty, supercilious look, a swaggering gait, and a person not at all bespeaking one's favour in behalf of his mind, and his mind, as you shall hear by and by, not clearing up those prepossessions in his disfavour with which his person and features at first strike one. His voice is big and surly, his eyes little and fiery, his mouth large, with yellow and blackish teeth, what are left of them being broken off to a tolerable regular height, looked as if they were ground down to his gums by constant use. But with all these imperfections, he has an air that sets him somewhat above the mere vulgar, and makes one think half his disadvantages rather owing to his own haughty humour than to nature, for he seems to be a perfect tyrant at first sight, a man used to prescribe and not to be prescribed to, and has the advantage of a shrewd, penetrating look, but which seems rather acquired than natural. After he had seen his horses well served, and put on an old-fashioned gold-buttoned coat, which by its freshness showed he had been very chary of it, a better wig, but in stiff buckle, and a long sword stuck stiffly, as if through his coat lappets, in he came, and with an imperious air entering the parlour. "What, nobody come to meet me?" said he, and saluting her ladyship, "How do you do, niece?" and looked about haughtily, she says, as if he expected to see me. My lady, presenting the Countess, said, "The Countess of C., Sir Jacob." "Your most obedient humble servant, madam. I hope his lordship is well." "At your service, Sir Jacob." "I wish he was," said he bluntly. "He should not have voted as he did last sessions, I can tell you that." "Why, Sir Jacob," said she, "servants in this free kingdom don't always do as their masters would have 'em. Mine do, I can tell you that, madam." "Right or wrong, Sir Jacob?" "It can't be wrong if I command them." "Why, truly, Sir Jacob, there's many a private gentleman carries it higher to a servant than he cares his prince should to him. But I thought till now it was the king only that could do no wrong." "But I always take care to be right." "A good reason, because I dare say you never think you can be in the wrong." "Your ladyship should spare me. I'm but just come off a journey. Let me turn myself about, and I'll be up with you, never fear." "Madam, but where's my nephew, Lady Davers, and where's your lord? I was told you were all here, and young H. too, upon a very extraordinary occasion, so I was willing to see how causes went among you. It will be long enough before you come to see me." "My brother and Lord Davers and Mr. H. have all rode out." "Well, niece," strutting with his hands behind him, and his head held up, "ha! He has made a fine kettle on't, hadn't he? That ever such a rake should be so caught. They tell me she's plaguy cunning, and quite smart and handsome, but I wish his father were living. Yet what could he have done? Your brother was always unmanageable. I wish he'd been my son, by my faith I do. What, I hope, niece, he locks up his baby while you're here? You don't keep her company, do you?" "Yes, Sir Jacob, I do, and you'll do so too, when you see her. Why, thou countenancest him in his folly, child? I'd a better opinion of thy spirit. Thou married to a lord, and thy brother to a canst tell me what, Barbara? If thou canst, prithee do, to an angel, and so you'll say presently. What, dost thou think I shall look through his foolish eyes? What a disgrace to a family ancienter than the Conquest! O tempora! O mores! What will this world come to?" The Countess was diverted with this odd gentleman, but ran on in my praise, for fear he should say some rude things to me when I came in, and Lady Davers seconded her. But all signified nothing. He would tell us both his mind, let the young whelp, that was his word, take it as he would. "And pray," said he, "can't I see this fine body before he comes in? Let me but turn her round 2 or 3 times, and ask her a question or two, and by her answer I shall know what to think of her in a twinkling." "She is gone to take a little airing, Sir Jacob, and won't be back till supper time." "Supper time! Why, she is not to sit at table, is she? If she does, I won't, that's positive. But now you talk of a supper, what have you? I must have a boiled chicken, and shall eat it all myself. Who's housekeeper now? I suppose all's turned upside down." "No, there is not one new servant, except a girl that waits upon her own person. All the old ones remain." "That's much. These creatures generally take as great state upon them as a born lady, and they're in the right. If they can make the man stoop to the great point, they'll hold his nose to the grindstone, and all the little ones come about in course." "Well, Sir Jacob, when you see her, you'll alter your mind." "Never, never, that's positive." "Ay, Sir Jacob, I was as positive as you once, but I love her now as well as if she were my own sister. Oh, hideous, hideous! All the fools he has made wherever he has travelled will clap their hands at him, and at you too, if you talk at this rate. But let me speak to Mrs. Jervis, if she be here. I'll order my own supper." So he went out, saying he knew the house, though in a better mistress's days. The Countess said, if Mr. B., as she hoped, kept his temper, there would be good diversion with the old gentleman. "Oh yes," said my lady, "my brother will, I dare say. He despises the surly brute too much to be angry with him, say what he will. He talked a great deal against me to Mrs. Jervis. You may guess, my dear, that she launched out in my praises, and he was offended at her, and said, 'Woman, woman, forbear these ill-timed praises. Her birth's a disgrace to our family. What! My sister's waiting maid taken upon charity! I cannot bear it.' I mention all these things, as I afterwards heard them, because it shall prepare you to judge what a fine time I was likely to have of it. When Mr. B. and my Lord Davers and Mr. H. came home, which they did of a half an hour after 6, they were told who was there, just as they entered the parlour. And Mr. B. smiled at Lord Davers, and entering, 'Sir Jacob,' said he, 'welcome to Bedfordshire, and thrice welcome to this house. I rejoice to see you.' My lady says never was so odd a figure as the old baronet made when thus accosted. He stood up indeed, but as Mr. B. offered to take his hand, he put 'em both behind him. 'Not that you know of, sir,' and then looking up at his face, and down at his feet 3 or 4 times successively, 'Are you my brother's son, that very individual son that your good father used to boast of, and say, that for handsome person, true courage, noble mind, was not to be matched in any 3 counties in England?' 'The very same, dear sir, that my honoured father's partiality used to think he never praised enough. And what is all of it come to at last? He paid well, did he not, to teach you to know the world, nephew? Hadst thou been born a fool, or a raw greenhead, or a doting greyhead, what then, Sir Jacob? Why then thou wouldst have done just as thou hast done.' Come, come, Sir Jacob, you know not my inducement. You know not what an angel I have in person and mind. Your eyes shall by and by be blessed with the sight of her, your ears with hearing her speak, and then you'll call all you have said profanation. What is it I hear? You talk in the language of romance, and from the housekeeper to the head of the house you're all stark staring mad. Nephew, I wish for thy own credit thou wert, but what signifies wishing? I hope you'll not bring your siren into my company." "Yes, I will, sir, because I love to give you pleasure. And say not a word more, for your own sake, till you see her. You'll have the less to unsay, Sir Jacob, and the less to repent of." I'm in an enchanted castle, that's certain. What a plague has this little witch done to you all, and how did she bring it about?" The ladies and Lord Davers laughed, it seems, and Mr. B. begging him to sit down and answer him some family questions, he said, for it seems he is very captious at times, "What, am I to be laughed at? Lord Davers, I hope you're not bewitched too, are you?" "Indeed, Sir Jacob, I am. My sister B. is my doting piece." "Whew!" whistled he, with a wild stare. "And how is it with you, youngster?" "With me, Sir Jacob?" said Mr. H. "I'd give all I'm worth in the world, and ever shall be worth, for such another wife." He ran to the window, and throwing up the sash, looking into the courtyard, said, "Hollo, Soho, groom, Jack, Jonas, get me my horse. I'll keep no such company. I'll be gone. Why, Jonas," calling again. "You're not in earnest, Sir Jacob," said Mr. B. "I am. I'll away to the village this night." "Why, you're all upon the high game. But who comes here?" For just then the chariot brought me into the courtyard. "Who's this? Who is she?" "One of my daughters," started up the countess. "My youngest daughter, Jenny. She's the pride of my family, Sir Jacob." I was running, for I thought it was the grand enchantress. Out steps Lady Davers to me. "Dear Pamela," said she, "humour all that's said to you. Here's Sir Jacob come. You're the Countess of C.'s youngest daughter, Jenny. That's your cue." "Ah, but, madam," said I, "Lady Jenny is not married," looking, before I thought, on a circumstance that I think too much of sometimes, though I carry it off as well as I can. She laughed at my exception. "Come, Lady Jenny," said she, for I just entered the great door. "I hope you've had a fine airing." "A very pretty one, madam," said I, as I entered the parlour. "This is a pleasant country, Lady Davers." "Wink when I'm wrong," whispered I. "Where's Mrs. B.?" Then, as seeing a strange gentleman, I started half back into a more reserved air, and made him a low curtsey. Sir Jacob looked as if he did not know what to think of it, now at me, now at Mr. B., who put him quite out of doubt by taking my hand. "Well, Lady Jenny, did you meet my fugitive in your tour?" "No, Mr. B. Did she go my way? I told you I would keep the great road." "Lady Jenny C.," said Mr. B., presenting me to his uncle. "A charming creature," added he. "Have you not a son worthy of such an alliance?" "Ay, nephew, this is a lady indeed." "Why the plague," whispered he, "could you not have pitched your tent here?" Miss, by your leave, and saluting me, turned to the countess. "Madam, you've a charming daughter. Had my rash nephew seen this lovely creature, and you condescended, he'd never have stooped to the cottage as he has done." "You're right, Sir Jacob," said Mr. B., "but I always ran too fast for my fortune. Yet these ladies of family never bring out their jewels into bachelors' company, and when too late we see what we've missed, we are vexed at our precipitation." "Well said, however, boy. I wish thee repentance, though 'tis out of thy power to mend. Be that one of thy curses when thou seest this lady, as no doubt it is." Again surveying me from head to foot, and turning me round, which it seems is a mighty practice with him to a stranger lady, and a modest one too, you'll say, miss. "Why, truly you're a charming creature, Miss Lady Jenny, I would say. By your leave once more, my lady countess, she is a charmer. But, staring at me, are you married, madam?" I looked a little silly, and my new mamma came up to me, and took my hand. "Why, Jenny, you are dressed oddly to day. What a hoop you wear! It makes you look I can't tell how." "Madam, I thought so. What signifies lying? But 'tis only the hoop, I see. Really, Lady Jenny, your hoop is enough to make 100 of our sex despair, lest you should be married. I thought it was something. Few ladies escape my notice. I always kept a good look out, for I have 2 daughters of my own. But 'tis the hoop, I see plainly enough. You are so slender everywhere but here," putting his hand upon my hip, which quite dashed me, and I retired behind my lady countess's chair. "Fie, Sir Jacob," said Mr. B., "before us young gentlemen, to take such liberties with a maiden lady. You give a bad example." "Hang him that sets you a bad example, nephew. But I see you're right. I see Lady Jenny's a maiden lady, or she would not have been so shamefaced. I'll swear for her on occasion. Ha, ha, ha! I'm sure," repeated he, "she's a maiden, for our sex give the married ladies a freer air in a trice. "How, Sir Jacob?" said Lady Davers. "Oh, fie!" said the Countess. "Can't you praise the maiden ladies, but at the expense of the married ones?" "What do you see of freedom in me, or in me?" said Lady Davers. "Nay, for that matter, you are very well, I must needs say. But will you pretend to blush with that virgin rose? Odds my life, miss! Lady Jenny, I would say, come from behind your mamma's chair, and you two ladies stand up now together. There, so you do. Why, now, blush for blush, and Lady Jenny shall be 3 to 1, and a deeper crimson by half. Look you there else, 100 guineas to 1 against the field." Then stamping with one foot, and lifting up his hands and eyes, "Lady Jenny has it all to nothing. Ha, ha, ha! You may well sit down, both of you, but you're a blush too late, I can tell you that. Well hast thou done." Lady Jenny tapping my shoulder with his rough paw. I was hastening away, and he said, "But let's see you again, miss, for now will I stay, if they bring nobody else." And away I went, for I was quite out of countenance. What a strange creature, thought I, is this? Supper being near ready, he called out for Lady Jenny, for the sight of her, he said, did him good, but he was resolved not to sit down to table with somebody else. The Countess said she would fetch her daughter, and stepping out, returned, saying, "Mrs. B. understands that Sir Jacob is here, and does not choose to see her, so she begs to be excused, and my Jenny and she desire to sup together." The very worst tidings I have heard this 12-month. Why, nephew, let your girl sup with anybody, so we may have Lady Jenny back with us. "I know," said the Countess, who was desirous to see how far he could carry it, "Jenny won't leave Mrs. B., so if you see one, you must see t'other." "Nay, then I must sit down contented. Yet I should be glad to see Lady Jenny. But I will not sit at table with Mr. B.'s girl, that's positive." "Well, well, let 'em sup together, and there's an end of it," said Mr. B. "I see my uncle has as good a judgment as anybody of fine ladies. That I have, nephew. But he can't forego his humour in compliment to the finest lady in England. Consider, nephew, 'tis not thy doing a foolish thing, and calling a girl wife, shall cram a niece down my throat, that's positive. The moment she comes down to take place of these ladies, I am gone, that's most certain. Well, then, shall I go up and oblige Pamela to sup by herself, and persuade Lady Jenny to come down to us?" "With all my soul, nephew, a good notion. But Pamela, did you say? A queer sort of name. I've heard of it somewhere. Is it a Christian or a pagan name? Linsey Woolsey, half one, half t'other, like thy girl. Ha, ha, ha! Let me be hanged," whispered Mr. H. to his aunt, "if Sir Jacob has not a power of wit, though he is so whimsical with it. I like him much. But hark ye, nephew," said Sir Jacob, "one word with you. Don't fob upon us your girl with the pagan name for Lady Jenny. I have set a mark upon her, and should know her from 1,000, although she had changed her hoop." Then he laughed again, and said he hoped Lady Jenny would come, and without anybody with her. "But I smell a plot," said he. "By my soul, I won't stay, if they both come together. I won't be put upon. But here is one or both. Where's my whip? I'll go. Indeed, Mr. B., I had rather have stayed with Mrs. B.," said I, as I entered as he had bid me. "'Tis she, 'tis she! You've nobody behind you?" "No, she ha'n't." "Why now, nephew, you are right. I was afraid you'd have put a trick upon me. You'd rather," repeated he to me, "have stayed with Mrs. B." "Yes, I warrant; but you shall be placed in better company, my dear child." "Sister," said Mr. B., "will you take that chair? For Pamela does not choose to give my uncle disgust, who so seldom comes to see us. My lady took the upper end of the table, and I sat next below my new mamma. So, Jenny," said she, "how have you left Mrs. B.?" A little concerned, but she was the easier, as Mr. B. himself desired I'd come down. My Lord Davers sat next me, and Sir Jacob said, "Shall I beg a favour of you, my lord, to let me sit next to Lady Jenny?" Mr. B. said, "Won't it be better to sit over against her, uncle?" "Ay, that's right. I' faith, nephew, thou knowest what's right. Well, so I will." He accordingly removed his seat, and I was very glad of it, for though I was sure to be stared at by him, yet I feared if he sat next me he would not keep his hands off my hoop. He ran on a deal in my praises, after his manner, but so rough at times that he gave me pain, and I was afraid too lest he should observe my ring, but he stared so much in my face that it escaped his notice. After supper the gentlemen sat down to their bottle, and the ladies and I withdrew, and about 12 they broke up, Sir Jacob talking of nothing but Lady Jenny, and wished Mr. B. had happily married such a charming creature, who carried tokens of her high birth in her face, and whose every feature and look showed her to be nobly descended. They let him go to bed with his mistake, but the Countess said next morning she thought she never saw a greater instance of stupid pride and churlishness, and should be sick of the advantage of birth or ancestry, if this was the natural fruit of it. For a man, said her ladyship, to come to his nephew's house, and to suffer the mistress of it to be closeted up, as he thinks, in order to humour his absurd and brutal insolence, and to behave as he has done, is such a ridicule upon the pride of descent, that I shall ever think of it. Oh, Mrs. B., said she, what advantages have you over every one that sees you, but most over those who pretend to treat you unworthily? I expect to be called to breakfast every minute, and shall then perhaps see how this matter will end. I wish, when it is revealed, he may not be in a fury, and think himself imposed on. I fear it won't go off so well as I wish, for everybody seems to be grave and angry at Sir Jacob. Thursday. I now proceed with my tale. At breakfast time, when every one was sat, Sir Jacob began to call out for Lady Jenny. But, said he, I'll have none of your girl, nephew, although the chair at the tea-table is left for somebody. No, said Mr. B., we'll get Lady Jenny to supply Mrs. B.'s place, since you don't care to see her. With all my heart, replied he. But, uncle, said Mr. B., have you really no desire, no curiosity to see the girl I have married? No, none at all, by my soul. Just then I came in, and paying my compliments to the company and to Sir Jacob, shall I, said I, supply Mrs. B.'s place in her absence? And down I sat. After breakfast, and the servants were withdrawn, Lady Jenny said, Lady Davers, you are a young lady with all the advantages of birth and descent, and some of the best blood in the kingdom runs in your veins. And here Sir Jacob Swynford is your great admirer. Cannot you, from whom it will come with a double grace, convince him that he acts unkindly at my brother's house to keep the person he has thought worthy of making the mistress of it out of company? And let us know your opinion whether my brother himself does right to comply with such an unreasonable distaste. Why, how now, Lady Davers, this from you? I did not expect it. My uncle, said Mr. B., is the only person in the kingdom that I would have humoured thus, and I made no doubt, when he saw how willing I was to oblige him in such a point, he would have acted a more generous part than he has yet done. But, Lady Jenny, what say you to my sister's questions? If I must speak my mind, replied I should take the liberty to be very serious with Sir Jacob, and to say, that when a thing is done, and cannot be helped, he should take care how he sows the seeds of indifference and animosity between man and wife, and makes a gentleman dissatisfied with his choice, and perhaps unhappy as long as he lives. Nay, miss, said he, if all are against me and you, whose good opinion I value most, you may e'en let the girl come and sit down. If she is but half as pretty, and half as wise and modest as you, I shall, as it cannot be helped, as you say, be ready to think better of the matter. For 'tis a little hard, I must needs say, if she has hitherto appeared before all the good company, to keep her out of the way on my account. Really, Sir Jacob, said the Countess, I have blushed for you more than once on this occasion, but the mistress of this house is more than half as wise and modest and lovely, and in hopes you will return me back some of the blushes I have lent you, see there, in my daughter Jenny, whom you have been so justly admiring, the mistress of the house, and the lady with the pagan name. Sir Jacob sat aghast, looking at us all in turn, and then cast his eyes on the floor. At last up he got, and swore a sad oath. And am I thus tricked and bamboozled? That was his word. Am I? There's no bearing this house, nor her presence now, that's certain, and I'll be gone. End of letter 33, part 1. Letter 33, Part 2 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2 by Samuel Richardson. Letter 33, Part 2. Mr. B. looking at me and nodding his head towards Sir Jacob as he was in a flutter to be gone. I rose from my chair and went to him and took his hand. I hope, Sir Jacob, you will be able to bear both when you shall see no other difference but that of descent between the supposed Lady Jenny you so kindly praised and the girl your dear nephew has so much exalted. Let me go, said he. I am most confoundedly bit. I cannot look you in the face. By my soul, I cannot, for 'tis impossible you should forgive me. Indeed it is not, sir. You have done nothing but what I can forgive you for, if your dear nephew can, for to him was the wrong, if any, and I am sure he can overlook it. And for his sake, to the uncle of so honoured a gentleman, to the brother of my late good lady, I can, with a bent knee, thus ask your blessing, and your excuse for joining to keep you in this suspense. Bless you, said he, and stamped. Who can choose but bless you? And he kneeled down, and wrapped his arms about me. But curse me, that was his strange word, if ever I was so touched before. My dear Mr. B., for fear my spirit should be too much affected, for the rough baronet in his transport had bent me down lower than I kneeled, came and held my arm, but permitted Sir Jacob to raise me, only saying, How does my angel? Now she has made this conquest, she has completed all her triumphs. Angel, did you call her? I'm confounded with her goodness and her sweet carriage. Rise, and let me see if I can stand myself. And believe me, I am sorry I have acted thus so much like a bear, and the more I think of it, the more I shall be ashamed of myself. And the tears, as he spoke, ran down his rough cheeks, which moved me much. For to see a man with so hard a countenance weep was a touching sight. Mr. H., putting his handkerchief to his eyes, his aunt said, What's the matter, Jacky? I don't know how 'tis, answered he, but here's strange doings as ever I knew. For day after day one's ready to cry without knowing whether it be for joy or sorrow. What a plague's the matter with me, I wonder? And out he went, the two ladies, whose charming eyes too glistened with pleasure, smiling at the effect the scene had upon Mr. H., and at what he said. Well, madam, said Sir Jacob, approaching me, for I had sat down, but then stood up, you will forgive me, and from my heart I wish you joy. By my soul I do, and saluted me. I could not have believed there had been such a person breathing. I don't wonder at my nephew's loving you. And you call her sister, Lady Davers, don't you? If you do, I'll own her for my niece. Don't I? Yes, I do, said she, coming to me, and am proud so to call her. And this I tell you for your comfort, though to my own shame, that I used her worse than you have done before I knew her excellence, and have repented of it ever since. I bowed to her ladyship and kissed her hand. My dearest lady, said I, you have made me such rich amends since that I am sure I may say it was good for me that I was afflicted. Why, nephew, she has the fear of God, I perceive, before her eyes too. I'm sure I've heard those words. They are somewhere in the Scripture, I believe. Why, who knows but she may be a means to save your soul? Hey, you know. Ay, Sir Jacob, she'll be a means to save 100 souls, and might go a great way to save yours if you were to live with her but 1 month. Well, but nephew, I hope you forgive me too, for now I think of it, I never knew you take any matter so patiently in my life. I knew, said Mr. B., that every extravagance you insisted upon was heightening my charmer's triumph, and increasing your own contrition, and as I was not, indeed, deprived of her company, I could bear with everything you said or did. Yet don't you remember my caution, that the less you said against her, the less you'd have to unsay, and the less to repent of? I do. And let me ride out, and call myself to account for all I have said against her in her own hearing. And when I can think of but one half, and how she has taken it, by my soul, I believe 'twill make me more than half mad. At dinner, when we had Mr. Williams's company, the baronet told me he admired me now as much as when he thought me Lady Jenny, but complained of the trick put upon him by us all, and seemed now and then a little serious upon it. He took great notice of the dexterity which he imputed to me in performing the honours of the table, and every now and then he lifted up his eyes. Very clever. Why, madam, you seem to me to be born to these things. I will be helped by nobody but you, and you'll have a task of it, I can tell you. For I have a whipping stomach, and were there 50 dishes, I always taste of every one. And indeed John was in a manner wholly employed in going to and fro between the baronet and me for half an hour together. He went from us afterwards to Mrs. Jervis, and made her answer many questions about me, and how all these matters had come about, as he phrased it, and returning, when we drank coffee, said, "I have been confabbing with Mrs. Jervis about you, niece. I never heard the like. She says you can play on the harpsichord, and sing too. Will you let a body have a tune or so? My Mab can play pretty well, and so can Dolly. I'm a judge of music, and would fain hear you." I said, if he was a judge, I should be afraid to play before him, but I would not be asked twice after our coffee. Accordingly, he repeated his request. I gave him a tune, and at his desire sung to it. "Odds my life," said he, "you do it purely, but I see where it is. My girls have got my fingers." Then he held both hands out, and a fine pair of paws showed he. Plague on't, they touch 2 keys at once, but those slender and nimble fingers, how they sweep along! My eye can't follow 'em. Whoo!" whistled he, "they are here and there, and everywhere at once. Why, nephew, I believe you have put another trick upon me. My niece is certainly of quality, and report has not done her justice. One more tune, one more song. By my faith, your voice goes sweetly to your fingers. Slife, I'll thrash my jades," that was his polite phrase, "when I get home. Lady Davers, you know not the money they have cost me to qualify them, and here's a mere baby to them, outdoes 'em by a bar's length, without any expense at all bestowed upon her. Go over that again. Confound me for a puppy, I lost it by my prating. Ay, there you have it. Oh, that I could but dance as well as thou sing'st, I'd give you a saraband, old as I am." After supper we fell into a conversation, of which I must give you some account, being on a topic that Mr. B. has been blamed for in his marrying me, and which has stuck by some of his friends, even after they have, in kindness to me, acquitted him in every other respect, and that is, the example he has set to young gentlemen of family and fortune to marry beneath them. It was begun by Sir Jacob, who said, "I am in love with my new niece, that I am. But still one thing sticks with me in this affair, which is, what will become of degree or distinction, if this practice of gentlemen marrying their mothers' waiting maids, excuse me, madam, should come into vogue? Already young ladies and young gentlemen are too apt to be drawn away thus, and disgrace their families. We have too many instances of this. You'll forgive me, both of you." "That," said Lady Davers, "is the only thing. Sir Jacob has hit upon the point that would make one wish this example had not been set by a gentleman of such an ancient family, till one becomes acquainted with this dear creature, and then everybody thinks it should not be otherwise than it is." "Ay, Pamela," said Mr. B., "what can you say to this? Cannot you defend me from this charge? This is a point that has been often objected to me. Try for one of your pretty arguments in my behalf." "Indeed, sir," replied I, looking down, "it becomes not me to say anything to this; but indeed it does, if you can, and I beg you'll help me to some excuse, if you have any at hand." "Won't you, sir, dispense with me on this occasion? I know not what to say. Indeed, I should not, if I may judge for myself, speak one word to this subject; for it is my absolute opinion that degrees in general should be kept up, although I must always deem the present case an happy exception to the rule." Mr. B. looked as if he still expected I should say something. "Won't you, sir, dispense with me?" repeated I. "Indeed, I should not speak to this point, if I may be my own judge." I always intend, my dear, you shall judge for yourself, and you know I seldom urge you farther when you use those words. But if you have anything upon your mind to say, let's have it, for your arguments are always new and unborrowed. I would then, if I must, sir, ask if there be not a nation, or if there has not been a law in some nation, which, whenever a young gentleman, be his degree what it would, has seduced a poor creature, be her degree what it would, obliges him to marry that unhappy person. I think there is such a law in some country, I can't tell where, said Sir Jacob. And do you think, sir, whether it be so or not, that it is equitable it should be so? Yes, by my troth, though I must needs own, if it were so in England, many men that I know would not have the wives they now have. You speak to your knowledge, I doubt not, Sir Jacob, said Mr. B. Why, truly, I don't know, but I do. All then, said I, that I would infer is, whether another law would not be a still more just and equitable one, that the gentleman who is repulsed from a principle of virtue and honour should not be censured for marrying a person he could not seduce, and whether it is not more for both their honours if he does, since it is nobler to reward a virtue than to repair a shame, were that shame to be repaired by matrimony, which I take the liberty to doubt. But I beg pardon, you commanded me, sir, else this subject should not have found a speaker to it in me. This is admirably said, cried Sir Jacob, but yet this comes not up to the objection, said Mr. B. The setting an example to waiting maids to aspire, and to young gentlemen to descend. And I will enter into the subject myself, and the rather because as I go along I will give Sir Jacob a faint sketch of the merit and character of my Pamela, of which he cannot be so well informed as he has been of the disgrace which he imagined I had brought upon myself by marrying her. I think it necessary that as well those persons who are afraid the example should be taken, as those who are inclined to follow it, should consider all the material parts of it. Otherwise, I think the precedent may be justly cleared, and the fears of the one be judged groundless, and the plea of the other but a pretence, in order to cover a folly into which they would have fallen, whether they had this example or not. For instance, in order to lay claim to the excuses which my conduct, if I may suppose it of force enough to do either good or hurt, will furnish, it is necessary that the object of their wish should be a girl of exquisite beauty, and that not only in their own blinded and partial judgments, but in the opinion of every one who sees her, friend or foe, in order to justify the force which the first attractions have upon him, that she be descended of honest and conscientious, though poor and obscure parents, who, having preserved their integrity through great trials and afflictions, have by their examples as well as precepts laid deep in the girl's mind the foundations of piety and virtue. It is necessary that to the charms of person this waiting maid should have an humble, teachable mind, fine natural parts, a sprightly yet inoffensive wit, a temper so excellent, and a judgment so solid, as should promise, by the love and esteem these qualities should attract to herself from her fellow servants, superior and inferior, that she would become a higher station and be respected in it, and that, after so good a foundation laid by her parents, she should have all the advantages of female education conferred upon her, the example of an excellent lady, improving and building upon so worthy a foundation, a capacity surprisingly ready to take in all that is taught her, an attention, assiduity, and diligence almost peculiar to herself at her time of life, so as at 15 or 16 years of age to be able to vie with any young ladies of rank, as well in the natural genteelness of her person as in her acquirements, and that in nothing but her humility she should manifest any difference between herself and the high-born. It will be necessary, moreover, that she should have a mind above temptation, that she should resist the offers and menaces of one upon whom all her worldly happiness seemed to depend, the son of a lady to whom she owed the greatest obligations, a person whom she did not hate, but greatly feared, and whom her grateful heart would have been glad to oblige, and who sought to prevail over her virtue by all the inducements that could be thought of, to attract a young unexperienced virgin at one time, or to frighten her at another into his purposes. who offered her very high terms, her circumstances considered, as well for herself as for parents she loved better than herself, whose circumstances were low and distressful. Yet to all these offers and menaces that she should be able to answer in such words as these, which will always dwell upon my memory, I reject your proposals with all my soul. May God desert me whenever I make worldly grandeur my chiefest good. I know I am in your power. I dread your will to ruin me is as great as your power. Yet will I dare to tell you, I will make no free will offering of my virtue. All that I can do, poor as it is, I will do to show you that my will bore no part in the violation of me. And when future marriage was intimated to her, to induce her to yield, to be able to answer, the moment I yield to your proposals, there is an end of all merit, if now I have any. And I should be so far from expecting such an honour that I will pronounce I should be most unworthy of it. If I say such a girl can be found, thus beautifully attractive in every one's eye, and not partially so, only in a young gentleman's own, and after that what good persons would infinitely prefer to beauty, thus piously principled, thus genteelly educated and accomplished, thus brilliantly witty, thus prudent, modest, generous, undesigning, and having been thus tempted, thus tried by the man she hated not, pursued, not intriguingly pursuing, be thus inflexibly virtuous, and proof against temptation, let her reform her libertine, and let him marry her. And were he of princely extraction, I dare answer for it, that no two princes in one age take the world through would be in danger. For although I am sensible it is not to my credit, I will say that I never met with a repulse nor a conduct like this, and yet I never sunk very low for the subjects of my attempts, either at home or abroad. These are obvious inferences, added he, not refinements, upon my Pamela's story. And if the gentlemen were capable of thought and comparison, would rather make such an example, as is apprehended, more than less difficult than before. But if indeed the young fellow be such a booby that he cannot reflect and compare and take the case with all its circumstances together, I think his good papa or mamma should get him a wife to their own liking as soon as possible, and the poorest girl in England, who is honest, should rather bless herself for escaping such a husband than glory in the catch she would have of him. For he would hardly do honour to his family in any one instance. Indeed, said the Countess, it would be pity, after all, that such a one should marry any lady of prudence and birth, for 'tis enough in conscience that he is a disgrace to one worthy family. It would be pity he should make two unhappy. Why, really, nephew, said Sir Jacob, I think you have said much to the purpose. There is not so much danger from the example as I apprehended from sensible and reflecting minds. I did not consider this matter thoroughly, I must needs say. And the business is, said Lady Davers, you'll excuse me, sister, there will be more people here that Mr. B. has married his mother's waiting-maid than will know his inducements. Not many, I believe, sister, for when 'tis known I have some character in the world, and am not quite an idiot, and my faults in having not been one of the most virtuous of men will stand me in some stead in this case, though hardly in any other, they will naturally inquire into my inducements. But see you not, when we go abroad, what numbers of people her character draws to admire the dear creature? Does not this show that her virtue has made her more conspicuous than my fortune has made me? For I passed up and down quietly enough before, handsome as my equipage always was, and attracted not anybody's notice. And indeed I had as lieve these honours were not so publicly paid her, for even were I fond to show and parade, what are they but a reproach to me? And can I have any excellence but a secondary one, in having, after all my persecutions of her, done but common justice to her merit? This answers your objections, Lady Davers, and shows that my inducements and her story must be equally known. And I really think everything I have said considered, and that might still farther be urged, and the conduct of the dear creature in the station she adorns so much exceeding all I hoped or could expect from the most promising appearances, that she does me more honour than I have done her. And if I could put myself in a third person's place, I think I should be of the same opinion, were I to determine upon such another pair exactly circumstanced, as we are. You may believe, my friend, how much this generous defence of the step he had taken, attributing everything to me, and deprecating his worthy self, affected me. I played with a cork one while, with my rings another, looking down in every way but on the company, for they gazed too much upon me all the time, so that I could only glance a tearful eye now and then upon the dear man, and when it would overflow, catch in my handkerchief the escaped fugitives that would start unbidden beyond their proper limits, though I often tried by a twinkling motion to disperse the gathering water before it had formed itself into drops too big to be restrained. All the company praised the dear generous speaker, and he was pleased to say farther, "Although, my good friends, I can truly say that with all the pride of family and the insolence of fortune, which once made me doubt whether I should not sink too low if I made my Pamela my mistress, for I should then have treated her not ungenerously, and should have suffered her perhaps to call herself by my name, I have never once repented of what I have done. On the contrary, always rejoiced in it, and it has been, from the first day of our marriage, my pride and my boast, and shall be, let others say what they will, that I can call such an excellence and such a purity, which I so little deserve, mine. And I look down with contempt upon the rashness of all who reflect upon me, for they can have no notion of my happiness or her merit." "Oh, dear sir, how do you overrate my poor merit! Some persons are happy in a life of comforts, but mine's a life of joy. One rapturous instance follows another so fast that I know not how to bear them." "Whew!" whistles Sir Jacob. "Whereabouts am I? I hope by and by you'll come down to our pitch, that one may put in a word or two with you." "May you be long thus blessed and happy together," said Lady Davers. "I know not which to admire most, the dear girl that never was bad, or the dear man who, having been bad, is now so good." Said Lord Davers, "There is hardly any bearing these moving scenes, following one another so quick, as my sister says." The Countess was pleased to say, that till now she had been at a loss to form any notion of the happiness of the first pair before the fall, but now, by so fine an instance as this, she comprehended it in all its force. "God continue you to one another," added she, "for a credit to the state and to human nature." Mr. H., having his elbows on the table, folded his hands, shaking them and looking down. "Egad, this is uncommon life, that it is. Your two souls, I can see that, are like well-tuned instruments, but they are too high set for me, a vast deal." "The best thing," said Lady Davers, always severe upon her poor nephew, "thou ever saidst. The music must be equal to that of Orpheus, which can make such a savage as thee dance to it. I charge thee, say not another word to-night." "Why, indeed, aunt," returned he, laughing, "I believe it was pretty well said for your foolish fellow, though it was by chance, I must confess. I did not think of it." "That I believe," replied my lady. "If thou hadst, thou'dst not have spoken so well." Sir Jacob and Mr. B. afterwards fell into a family discourse, and Sir Jacob told us of 2 or 3 courtships by his 3 sons, and to his 2 daughters, and his reasons for disallowing them; and I could observe he is an absolute tyrant in his family, though they are all men and women grown, and he seemed to please himself how much they stood in awe of him. I would not have been so tediously trifling, but for the sake of my dear parents. And there is so much self-praise, as it may seem, from a person on repeating the fine things said of herself, that I am half of opinion I should send them to Kent only, and to think you should be obliged to me for saving you so much trouble and impertinence. Do, dear Miss, be so free as to forbid me to send you any more long journals, but common letters only, of how you do, and who and who's together, and of respects to one another, and so forth, letters that one might dispatch, as Sir Jacob says, in a twinkling, and perhaps be more to the purpose than the tedious scrawl which kisses your hands, from yours most sincerely, P.B. Do, dear good Sir Simon, let Miss Polly add to our delights by her charming company. Mr. Murray and the new affair will divert you in her absence. So pray, since my good Lady Darnford has consented, and she is willing, and her sister can spare her, don't be so cross as to deny me. End of Letter 33, Part 2.
Letter 34 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Niedermeyer. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 34. From Miss Darnford to Mrs. B. My dear Mrs. B., you have given us great pleasure in your accounts of your conversations, and of the verses put so wickedly under your seat, and in your just observations on the lines and occasions. I am quite shocked when I think of Lady Davers's passionate attentions at the Hall, but have let nobody into the worst of the matter, in compliance with your desire. We are delighted with the account of your family management and your Sunday service. What an excellent lady you are! And how happy and good you make all who know you, is seen by the ladies joining in your evening service, as well as their domestics. We go on here swimmingly with our courtship. Never was there a fonder couple than Mr. Murray and Miss Nancy. The modest girl is quite alive, easy, and pleased, except now and then with me. We had a sad falling out the other day. Thus it was. She had the assurance on my saying they were so fond and free beforehand, that they would leave nothing for improvement afterwards, to tell me she had long perceived that my envy was very disquieting to me. This she said before Mr. Murray, who had the good manners to retire, seeing a storm rising between us. "Poor foolish girl!" cried I, when he was gone, provoked to great contempt by her expression before him. "Thou wilt make me despise thee, in spite of my heart. But pray thee, manage thy matters with common decency at least." Good lack! Common decency, did you say? When my sister Polly is able to show me what it is, I shall hope to be better for her example. No, thou'lt never be better for anybody's example. Thy ill nature and perverseness will continue to keep thee from that. My ill temper, you have often told me, is natural to me, so it must become me. But upon such a sweet-tempered young lady as Miss Polly, her late assumed petulance sits but ill. I must have had no bad temper, and that every one says, to bear with thy sullen and perverse one, as I have done all my life. But why can't you bear with it a little longer, sister? Does anything provoke you now? With a sly leer and affected drawl, that did not formerly. Provoke me! What should provoke me? I gave thee but a hint of thy fond folly, which makes thee behave so before company, that every one smiles at thee, and I'd be glad to save thee from contempt for thy new good humour, as I used to try to do for thy old bad nature. Is that it? What a kind sister have I! But I see it vexes you, and ill-natured folks love to tease, you know. But, dear Polly, don't let the affection Mr. Murray expresses for me put such a good-tempered body out of humour. Pray don't. Who knows, continued the provoker, who never says a tolerable thing that is not ill-natured, but the gentleman may be happy that he has found a way with so much ease to dispense with the difficulty that eldership laid him under? But, as he did you the favour to let the repulse come from you, don't be angry, sister, that he took you at the first word. Indeed, said I, with a contemptuous smile, thou art in the right, Nancy, to take the gentleman at his first word. Hold him fast, and play over all thy monkey tricks with him, with all my heart. Who knows but it may engage him more? For should he leave thee, I might be too much provoked at thy ingratitude to turn over another gentleman to thee. And let me tell thee, without such an introduction, thy temper would keep anybody from thee that knows it. Poor Miss Polly! Come, be as easy as you can. Who knows but we may find out some cousin or friend of Mr. Murray's between us, that we may persuade to address you? Don't make us your enemies. We'll try to make you easy, if we can. 'Tis a little hard that you should be so cruelly taken at your word, that it is. Dost think, said I, poor, stupid, ill-judging Nancy, that I can have the same regret for parting with a man I couldn't like, that thou hadst, when thy vain hopes met with the repulse they deserved from Mr. B? Mr. B come up again? I have not heard of him a great while. No, but it was necessary that one nail should drive out another, for thou'dst been repining still, had not Mr. Murray been turned over to thee. Turned over? You used that word once before. Such great wits as you, methinks, should not use the same word twice. How dost thou know what wits should or should not do? Thou hast no talent but ill nature, and 'tis enough for thee, that one view takes up thy whole thought. Pursue that. But I would only caution thee, not to satiate where thou wouldst oblige, that's all. Or, if thy man can be so gross as to like thy fondness, to leave something for hereafter. I'll call him in again, sister, and you shall acquaint us how you'd have it. Bell, for the maid came in just then, tell Mr. Murray I desire him to walk in. I'm glad to see thee so teachable all at once. I find now what was the cause of thy constant perverseness, for had the unavailing lessons my mamma was always inculcating into thee come from a man, thou couldst have had hopes of they had succeeded better. In came Sir Simon with his crutch-stick. But can you bear this nonsense, Mrs. B.? What sparring, jangling again, you sluts! Oh, what fiery eyes on one side, and contemptuous looks on t'other! Why, papa, my sister Polly has turned over Mr. Murray to me, and she wants him back again, and he won't come. That's all the matter. You know Nancy, papa, never could bear reproof, and yet would always deserve it. It was only gently remarking for her instruction on her fondness before company, and she is as she used to be. Courtship, indeed, is a new thing to the poor girl, and so she knows not how to behave herself in it. So, Polly, because you have been able to run over a long list of humble servants, you must insult your sister, must you? But are you really concerned, Polly? Hey? Sir, this or anything is very well from you. But these imputations of envy before Mr. Murray must make the man very considerable with himself. Poor Nancy don't consider that. But, indeed, how should she? How should she be able to reflect, who knows not what reflection is, except of the spiteful sort? But, papa, should the poor thing add to his vanity, which wants no addition, at the expense of that pride, which can only preserve her from contempt? I saw her affected, and was resolved to pursue my advantage. Pray thee, Nancy, continued I, canst thou not have a little patience, child? My papa will set the day as soon as he shall think it proper, and don't let thy man toil to keep pace with thy fondness, for I have pitied him many a time, when I have seen him stretched on the tenters to keep thee in countenance. This set the ill-natured girl in tears and fretfulness. All her old temper came upon her, as I designed it should, for she had kept me at bay longer than usual, and I left her under the dominion of it, and because I wouldn't come into fresh dispute, got my mamma's leave, and went into the chariot to beg a dinner at Lady Jones's, and then came home as cool and as easy as I used to be, and found Nancy as sullen and silent, as was her custom, before Mr. Murray tendered himself to her ready acceptance. But I went to my spinnet, and suffered her to swell on. We have said nothing but no and yes ever since, and I wish I was with you for a month, and all their nonsense over without me. I am, my dear, obliging and excellent Mrs. B., your faithful and affectionate Polly Darnford. The two following anticipating the order of time, for the reasons formerly mentioned, we insert here. End of Letter 34. Letter 35 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Niedermeyer. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 35, from Miss Darnford to Mrs. B. My dear Mrs. B., pray give my service to your Mr. B., and tell him he is very impolite in his reflections upon me, as to Mr. Murray, when he supposes I regret the loss of him. You are much more favourable, and just too, I will say, to your Polly Darnford. These gentlemen, the very best of them, are such indelicates. They think so highly of their saucy selves and confident sex, as if a lady cannot from her heart despise them. But if she turns them off as they deserve, and continues her dislike, what should be interpreted in her favour as a just and regular conduct, is turned against her, and it must proceed from spite. Mr. B. may think he knows much of the sex, but were I as malicious as he is reflecting, and yet, if I have any malice, he has raised it, I could say that his acquaintance was not with the most unexceptionable, till he knew you. And he has not long enough been happy in you, I find, to do justice to those who are proud to emulate your virtues. I say, Mrs. B., there can be no living with these men upon such beginnings. They ought to know their distance, or be taught it, and not to think it in their power to confer that as a favour which they should esteem it an honour to receive. But neither can I bear, it seems, the preparatives to matrimony, the fine clothes, the compliments, the busy novelty, as he calls it, the new equipages, and so forth. That's his mistake again, tell him; for one who can look forwarder than the 9 days of wonder can easily despise so flashy and so transient a glare; and were fond of compliments, it would not, perhaps, be the way to be pleased in that respect, if I were to marry. Compliments in the single state are a lady's due, whether courted or not, and she receives, or ought always to receive them, as such; but in courtship they are poured out upon one like a hasty shower, soon to be over. A mighty comfortable consideration this, to a lady who loves to be complimented. Instead of the refreshing April-like showers, which beautify the sunshine, she shall stand at the luge of complaisance, be wet to the skin with it; and what then? Why, be in a Libyan desert ever after. Experience a constant parching drought, and all her attributed excellencies will be swallowed up in the quicksands of matrimony. It may be otherwise with you, and it must be so, because there is such an infinite variety in your excellence. But does Mr. B. think it must be so in every matrimony? 'Tis true, he improves every hour, as I see in his fine speeches to you; but it could not be Mr. B. if he did not. Your merit extorts it from him. And what an ungrateful, as well as absurd churl would he be, who should seek to obscure a meridian lustre that dazzles the eyes of every one else? I thank you for your delightful narratives, and beg you to continue them. I told you how your Saturday's conversation with Lady Davers and your Sunday employments charm us all. So regular, and so easy to be performed. That's the delightful thing. What everybody may do, and yet so beautiful, so laudable, so uncommon in the practice, especially among people in genteel life. Your conversation and decision in relation to the 2 parsons, more than charm, transport us. Mr. B. judges right, and acts a charming part, to throw such a fine game into your hands, and so excellently do you play it, that you do as much credit to your partner's judgment as to your own. Never was so happy a couple. Mr. Williams is more my favourite than ever, and the amply rewarded Mr. Adams. How did that scene affect us? Again and again, I say, for what can I say else or more, since I can't find words to speak all I think? You are a charming lady. Yet, methinks, poor Mr. H. makes but a sorry figure among you. We are delighted with Lady Davers, but still more, if possible, with the Countess. She is a fine lady, as you have drawn her. But your characters, though truth and nature are the most shocking or the most amiable that I have ever read. We are full of impatience to hear of the arrival of Sir Jacob Swynford. We know his character pretty well, but when he has sat for it to your pencil, it must be an original indeed. I will have another trial with my papa, to move him to let me attend you. I am rallying my forces, and I have got my mamma on my side again, who is concerned to see a girl vexed and insulted by her younger sister, and who yet minds no more what she says to her than what I say. And Sir Simon loves to make mischief between us, instead of interposing to silence either, and truly I am afraid his delight of this kind will make him deny his Polly what she so ardently wishes for. I had a good mind to be sick, to be with you. I could fast 2 or 3 days, to give it a better appearance. But then my mamma, who loves not deceit, would blame me, if she knew my stratagem, and be grieved, if she thought I was really ill. I know fasting, when one has a stomach to eat, gives one a very gloomy and mortified air. What would I not do, in short, to procure to myself the inexpressible pleasure that I should have in your company and conversation? But continue to write to me till then, however, and that will be next best. I am your most obliged and obedient Polly Darnford. End of Letter 35.
Letter 36 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2 by Samuel Richardson.
Letter 36. From the same. My dearest Mrs. B., I am all over joy and rapture. My good papa permits me to say that he will put his Polly under your protection when you go to London. If I have but a 10th part of the pleasure I have on this occasion, I am sure I shall be as welcome as I wish. But he will insist upon it, he says, that Mr. B. sign some acknowledgment, which I am to carry along with me, that I am entrusted to his honor and yours, and to be returned to him heart-whole and dutiful, and with a reputation as unsullied as he receives me. But do continue your journals till then, for I have promised to take them up where you leave off, to divert our friends here. There will be presumption, but yet I will write nothing but what I will shew you, and have your consent to send, for I was taught early not to tell tales out of school, and a school, the best I ever went to, will be your charming conversation. We were greatly diverted with the trick put upon that barbarian Sir Jacob. His obstinacy, repentance, and amendment followed so irresistibly in 1/2 hour from the happy thought of the excellent Lady Countess, that I think no plot was ever more fortunate. It was like springing a lucky mine in a siege, that blew up 20 times more than was expected from it, and answered all the besiegers' ends at once. Mr. B.'s defence of his own conduct towards you is quite noble, and he judges with his usual generosity and good sense, when, by adding to your honor, he knows he enhances his own. You bid me to skim over your writings lightly, but 'tis impossible. I will not flatter you, my dear Mrs. B., nor will I be suspected to do so, and yet I cannot find words to praise, so much as I think you deserve, so I will only say that your good parents, for whose pleasure you write as well as for mine, cannot receive or read them with more delight than I do. Even my sister Nancy, judge of their effect by this, will at any time leave Murray, and forget to frown or be ill-natured, while she can here read what you write. And angry as she makes me sometimes, I cannot deny her this pleasure, because possibly, among the innumerable improving reflections they abound with, some one may possibly dart in upon her, and illuminate her, as your conversation and behavior did Sir Jacob. But your application P.S. to my papa pleased him, and confirmed his resolution to let me go. He snatched the sheet that contained this. "That's to me," said he. "I must read this myself." He did, and said, "She's a sweet one." "Do, dear good Simon," repeated he aloud. "Let Miss Polly add to our delights." "So she shall, then, if that will do it. And yet this same Mrs. B. has so many delights already, that I think she might be contented. But Dame Darnford, I think I'll let her go. These sisters, then, you'll see how they'll love at a distance, though always quarrelling when together." He read on. "The new affair will divert you, Lady Darnford has consented. Miss is willing, and her sister can spare her." Very prettily put, Faith. And don't be cross. Very sweet, to deny me. Why, dear Mrs. B., I wouldn't be so cross then. Indeed I won't. And so, Polly, let 'em send word when they set out for London, and you shall join 'em there with all my heart. But I'll have a letter every post. Remember that, girl." "Anything, dear papa," said I. "So I can but go?" He called for a kiss for his compliance. I gave it most willingly, you may believe. Nancy looked envious. Although Mr. Murray came in just then, she looked almost like a great glutton whom I remember, one Sir Jonathan Smith, who killed himself with eating. He used, while he was heaping up his plate from one dish, to watch the others, and follow the knife of everybody else with such a greedy eye as if he could swear robbery against any one who presumed to eat as well as he. "Well, let's know when you set out, and you shan't have been a week in London if I can help it, but you shall be told by my tongue, as now by my pen, how much I am your obliged admirer and friend, Polly Darnford."
End of letter 36.
Letter 37, Part 1 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2 by Samuel Richardson. Letter 37, Part 1. My dear friend, I now proceed with my journal, which I had brought down to Thursday night. Friday. The two ladies resolving, as they said, to inspect all my proceedings, insisted upon it that I would take them with me in my benevolent round, as they, after we returned, would call it, which I generally take once a week among my poor and sick neighbours, and finding I could not get off, I set out with them, my Lady Countess proposing Mrs. Worden to fill up the fourth place in the coach. We talked all the way of charity and the excellence of that duty, and my Lady Davers took notice of the text, that it would hide a multitude of faults. The Countess said she had once a much better opinion of herself than she found she had reason for, within these few days past. And indeed, Mrs. B., said she, when I get home, I shall make a good many people the better for your example. And so said Lady Davers, which gave me no small inward pleasure, and I acknowledged in suitable terms the honour they both did me. The coach set us down by the side of a large common, about 5 miles distant from our house, and we alighted and walked a little way, choosing not to have the coach come nearer, that we might be taken as little notice of as possible. And they entered with me into 2 mean cots, with great condescension and goodness, one belonging to a poor widow and 5 children, who had been all down in agues and fevers, the other to a man and his wife bedrid with age and infirmities, and 2 honest daughters, one a widow with 2 children, the other married to an husbandman, who had also been ill, but now by comfortable cordials and good physic were pretty well to what they had been. The 2 ladies were well pleased with my demeanour to the good folks, to whom I said, that as I should go so soon to London, I was willing to see them before I went, to wish them better and better, and to tell them that I should leave orders with Mrs. Jervis concerning them, to whom they must make known their wants, and that Mr. Barrow would take care of them, I was sure, and do all that was in the power of physic for the restoration of their healths. Now you must know, miss, that I am not so good as the old ladies of former days, who used to distill cordial waters, and prepare medicines, and dispense them themselves. I knew, if I were so inclined, my dear Mr. B. would not have been pleased with it, because in the approbation he has kindly given to my present method, he has twice or thrice praised me that I don't carry my charity to extremes, and make his house a dispensatory. I would not, therefore, by aiming at doing too much, lose the opportunity of doing any good at all in these respects. And besides, as the vulgar saying is, one must creep before one goes. But this is my method. I am upon an agreement with this Mr. Barrow, who is deemed a very skilful and honest apothecary, and one Mr. Simons, a surgeon of like character, to attend to all such cases and persons as I shall recommend. Mr. Barrow to administer physic and cordials, as he shall judge proper, and even in necessary cases to call in a physician, and now and then, by looking in upon them one's self, or sending a servant to ask questions, all is kept right. My Lady Davers observed a Bible, a common prayer book, and a whole duty of man in each cot, in leathern outside cases to keep them clean, and a church catechism or two for the children, and was pleased to say it was right. And her ladyship asked one of the children, a pretty girl, who learnt her catechism, and she curtsied and looked at me, for I do ask the children questions when I come, to know how they improve. "'Tis as I thought," said my lady. "My sister provides for both parts." "God bless you, my dear," said she, and tapped my neck. My ladies left tokens of their bounty behind them to both families, and all the good folks blessed and prayed for us at parting. And as we went out, my Lady Davers, with a serious air, was pleased to say to me, "Take care of your health, my dear sister, and God give you, when it comes, a happy hour, for how many real mourners would you have if you were to be called early to reap the fruits of your piety?" "God's will must be done, my lady," said I. "The same Providence that has so wonderfully put it in my power to do a little good will raise up new friends to the honest hearts that rely upon him." This I said because some of the good people heard my lady, and seemed troubled, and began to redouble their prayers for my safety and preservation. We walked thence to our coach, and stretched a little farther to visit two farmers' families, about a mile distant from each other. One had the mother of the family, with two sons just recovering, the former from a fever, the latter from tertian agues, and I asked when they saw Mr. Barrow. They told me, with great commendations of him, that he had but just left them. So, having congratulated their hopeful way, and wished them to take care of themselves, and not go too early to business, I said I should desire Mr. Barrow to watch over them, for fear of a relapse, and should hardly see 'em again for some time. And so I slid, in a manner not to be observed, a couple of guineas into the good woman's hand, for I had a hint given me by Mrs. Jervis that their illness had made it low with them. We proceeded then to the other farm, where the case was a married daughter, who had a very dangerous lying in, and a wicked husband, who had abused her, and run away from her, but she was mending apace by good comfortable things, which from time to time I had caused to be sent her. Her old father had been a little unkind to her before I took notice of her, for she married against his consent, and indeed the world went hard with the poor man, and he could not do much, and besides he had a younger daughter, who had lost all her limbs, and was forced to be tied in a wicker chair to keep her up in it, which, having expended much to relieve her, was a great pull-back, as the good old woman called it. And having been a year in arrear to a harsh landlord, who, finding a good stock upon the ground, threatened to distress the poor family, and turn them out of all, I advanced the money upon the stock, and the poor man has already paid me half of it. For, miss, I must keep within compass too, which was £50 at first, and is in a fair way to pay me the other half, and make as much more for himself. Here I found Mr. Barrow, and he gave me an account of the success of 2 other cases I had recommended to him, and told me that John Smith, a poor man, who in thatching a barn had tumbled down and broken his leg, and bruised himself all over, was in a fair way of recovery. This poor creature had like to have perished by the cruelty of the parish officers, who would have passed him away to Essex, where his settlement was, though in a burning fever, occasioned by his misfortune. But hearing of the case, I directed Mr. Simmonds to attend him, and to provide for him at my expense, and gave my word, if he died, to bury him. I was glad to hear he was in so good a way, and told Mr. Barrow I hoped to see him and Mr. Simmonds together at Mr. B.'s before I set out for London, that we might advise about the cases under their direction, and that I might acquit myself of some of my obligations to them. You are a good man, Mr. Barrow, added I. God will bless you for your care and kindness to these poor destitute creatures. They all praise you, and do nothing but talk of your humanity to them. O my good lady, said he, who can forbear following such an example as you set? Mr. Simmonds can testify as well as I, for now and then a case requires us to visit together, that we can hardly hear any complaints from our poor patients, let 'em be ever so ill, for the praises and blessings they bestow upon you. It is good Mr. B. that enables and encourages me to do what I do. Tell them they must bless God and bless him, and pray for me, and thank you and Mr. Simmonds. We all join together, you know, for their good. The Countess and Lady Davers asked the poor lying-in woman many questions, and left with her, and for her poor sister, a miserable object indeed, God be praised that I am not such an one, marks of their bounty in gold, and looking upon one another, and then upon me, and lifting up their hands, could not say a word till we were in the coach. And so we were carried home, after we had just looked in upon a country school, where I pay for the learning of 8 children. And here, I hope I recite not this with pride, though I do with pleasure, is a cursory account of my benevolent weekly round, as my ladies will call it. I know you will not be displeased with it, but it will highly delight my worthy parents, who in their way do a great deal of discreet good in their neighbourhood. For indeed, miss, a little matter, prudently bestowed, and on true objects of compassion, whose cases are soon at a crisis, as are those of most labouring people, will go a great way, and especially if laid out properly for 'em, according to the exigencies of their respective cases. For such poor people, who live generally low, want very seldom anything but reviving cordials at first, and good wholesome kitchen physic afterwards. And then the wheels of nature being unclogged, new oiled as it were, and set right, they will go round again with pleasantness and ease for a good while together, by virtue of that exercise which their labour gives them, while the rich and voluptuous are forced to undergo great fatigues to keep theirs clean and in order. End of Letter 37, Part 1. Letter 37, Part 2 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2 by Samuel Richardson. Letter 37, Part 2, Saturday morning. It is hardly right to trouble either of you, my honoured correspondents, with an affair that has vexed me a good deal, and indeed should affect me more than any other mistress of a family, for reasons which will be obvious to you when I tell you the case. And this I cannot forbear doing. A pretty genteel young body, my Polly Barlow, as I call her, having been well recommended, and behaved with great prudence till this time, is the cause. My dear Mr. B. and the 2 ladies agreed with me to take a little airing in the coach, and to call in upon Mr. Martin, who had a present made him for his menagerie, in which he takes a great delight, of a rare and uncommon creature, a native of the East Indies. But just as Sir Jacob was on horseback to accompany them, and the ladies were ready to go, I was taken with a sudden disorder and faintishness, so that Lady Davers, who is very tender of me, and watches every change of my countenance, would not let me go with them, though my disorder was going off. And my dear Mr. B. was pleased to excuse me, and just meeting with Mr. Williams as they went to the coach, they took him with them to fill up the vacant place. So I retired to my closet, and shut myself in. They had asked Mr. H. to go with them, for company to Sir Jacob, but he, on purpose, as I believe by what followed, could not be found when they set out. So they supposed he was upon some ramble with Mr. Colbrand, his great favourite. I was writing to you, being pretty well recovered, when I heard Polly, as I supposed, and as it proved, come into my apartment, and down she sat, and sung a little catch, and cried "Hem!" twice, and presently I heard two voices, but suspecting nothing, I wrote on, till I heard a kind of rustling and struggling, and Polly's voice crying, "Fie! How can you do so, pray, sir?" This alarmed me much, because we have such orderly folks about us, and I looked through the keyhole, and to my surprise and concern saw Mr. H., foolish gentleman, taking liberties with Polly, that neither became him to offer, nor more foolish girl her to suffer. And having reason to think that this was not their first interview, and freedom, and the girl sometimes encouragingly laughing, as at other times inconsistently struggling and complaining, in an accent that was too tender for the occasion, I forced a faint cough. This frighted them both. Mr. H. swore, and said, "Who can that be? Your lady's gone with them, isn't she?" "I believe so, I hope so," said the silly girl, yet that was like her voice. "Mem, are you in your closet, ma'am?" said she, coming up to the door, Mr. H. standing like a poor thief, half behind the window curtains, till he knew whether it was I. I opened the door. Away sneaked Mr. H., and she leaped with surprise, not hoping to find me there, though she asked the question. "I thought, indeed, ma'am, I thought you were gone out." "It is plain you did, Polly. Go and shut the chamber door, and come to me again." She did, but trembled, and was so full of confusion, that I pitied the poor creature, and hardly knew how to speak to her, for my compassion got the upper hand of my resentment, and as she stood quaking and trembling, and looking on the ground with a countenance I cannot describe, I now and then cast my eye upon her, and was as often forced to put my handkerchief to it. At last I said, "How long have these freedoms passed between you and Mr. H.? I am loath to be censorious, Polly, but it is too plain that Mr. H. would not have followed you into my chamber, if he had not met you at other places." The poor girl said never a word. Little did I expect, Polly, that you would have shown so much imprudence. You have had instances of the vile arts of men against poor maidens. Have you any notion that Mr. H. intends to do honourably by you? Mem, I believe, I hope, I dare say Mr. H. would not do otherwise." "So much the worse that you believe so, if you have not very good reason for your belief. Does he pretend that he will marry you?" She was silent. "Tell me, Polly, if he does." "He says he will do honourably by me. But you know there is but one word necessary to explain that other precious word honour in this case. It is matrimony. That word is as soon spoken as any other, and if he means it, he will not be shy to speak it." She was silent. "Tell me, Polly, for I am really greatly concerned for you, what you think yourself. Do you hope he will marry you?" She was silent. Do, good Polly, I hope I may call you good yet, answer me. Pray, madam, and she wept and turned from me to the wainscot, pray excuse me, but indeed, Polly, I cannot excuse you. You are under my protection. I was once in as dangerous a situation as you can be in, and I did not escape it, child, by the language and conduct I heard from you. Language and conduct, ma'am? Yes, Polly, language and conduct. Do you think, if I had set me down in my lady's bedchamber, sung a song, and hemmed twice, and Mr. B. coming to me upon that signal, for such I doubt it was, I had kept my place, and suffered myself to be rumpled, and only in a soft voice, and with an encouraging laugh, cried, "How can you do so, that I should have been what I am?" Mem, I dare say, my lord, so all the servants call him, and his aunt often, when she puts Jacky to it, means no hurt. No hurt, Polly? What? And make you cry fie? Or do you intend to trust your honour to his mercy, rather than to your own discretion? I hope not, mem. I hope not too, Polly. But you know he was free enough with you to make you say fie. And what might have been the case, who knows, had I not coughed on purpose, unwilling for your sake, Polly, to find matters so bad as I feared, and that you would have been led beyond what was reputable. Reputable, ma'am? Yes, Polly, I'm sorry you oblige me to speak so plain, but your good requires it. Instead of flying from him, you not only laughed when you cried out fie, and how can you do so, but had no other care than to see if anybody heard you, and you observe how he slid away like a guilty creature on my opening the door. Do these things look well, Polly? Do you think they do? And if you hope to emulate my good fortune, do you think this is the way? I wish, ma'am, I had never seen Mr. H., for nobody will look upon me if I lose your favour. It will still, Polly, and I took her hand with a kind look, be in your power to keep it. I will not mention this matter, if you make me your friend, and tell me all that has passed. Again she wept, and was silent. This made me more uneasy. Don't think, Polly, said I, that I would envy any other person's preferment, when I have been so much exalted myself. If Mr. H. has talked to you of marriage, tell me. No, ma'am, I can't say he has yet. Yet, Polly? Then he never will, for when men do talk of it, they don't always mean it. But whenever they mean it, how can they confirm a doubting maiden without mentioning it? But alas for you, poor Polly! The freedoms you have permitted, no doubt previous to those I heard, and which might have been greater, had I not surprised you with my cough, show too well that he need not make any promises to you. Indeed, ma'am, said she, sobbing, I might be too little upon my guard, but I would not have done any ill for the world. I hope you would not, Polly, but if you suffer these freedoms, you can't tell what you'd have permitted. Tell me, do you love Mr. H.? He is very good-humoured, madam, and is not proud. No, 'tis not his business to be proud, when he hopes to humble you, indeed, beneath the lowest person of the sex, that is honest. I hope, you hope, interrupted I, you hope too much, and I fear a great deal for you, because you fear so little for yourself. But say, how often have you been in private together? In private, ma'am? I don't know what your ladyship calls private. Why, that is private, Polly, when, as just now, you neither imagined nor intended anybody should see you. She was silent, and I saw by this, poor girl, how true lovers are to their secret, though perhaps their ruin depends upon keeping it. But it behoved me on many accounts to examine this matter narrowly, because if Mr. H. should marry her, it would have been laid upon Mr. B.'s example, and if Polly were ruined, it would be a sad thing, and people would have said, ay, she could take care enough of herself, but none at all of her servant. Her waiting-maid had a much more remiss mistress than Pamela found, or the matter would not have been thus. "Well, Polly, I see," continued I, "that you will not speak out to me. You may have several reasons for it, possibly, though not one good one. But as soon as Lady Davers comes in, who has a great concern in this matter, as well as Lord Davers, and are answerable to Lord H. in a matter of so much importance as this, I will leave it to her ladyship's consideration, and shall no more concern myself to ask you questions about it; for then I must take her ladyship's directions, and part with you, to be sure." The poor girl, frighted at this, for everybody fears Lady Davers, wrung her hands, and begged, for God's sake, I would not acquaint Lady Davers with it. "But how can I help it? Must I not connive at your proceedings if I do not? You are no fool, Polly, in other cases. Tell me how it is possible for me in my situation to avoid it." "I will tell your ladyship the whole truth. Indeed I will, if you will not tell Lady Davers. I am ready to sink at the thoughts of Lady Davers knowing any thing of this." This looked sadly. I pitied her, but yet was angry in my mind, for I saw too plainly that her conduct could not bear a scrutiny, not even in her own opinion, poor creature. I said, "Make me acquainted with the whole." "Will your ladyship promise?" "I'll promise nothing, Polly. When I have heard all you think proper to say, I will do what befits me to do, but with as much tenderness as I can for you, and that's all you ought to expect me to promise." "Why then, madam—" "But how can I speak it? I can speak sooner to anybody than to Lady Davers and you, madam, for her ladyship's passion and your ladyship's virtue. How shall I?" And then she threw herself at my feet, and hid her face with her apron. I was in agonies for her almost. I wept over her, and raised her up, and said, "Tell me all. You cannot tell me worse than I apprehend, nor I hope so bad. O Polly, tell me soon, for you give me great pain." And my back, with grief and compassion for the poor girl, was ready to open, as it seemed to me. In my former distresses I have been overcome by fainting next to death, and was deprived of sense for some moments; but else I imagine I must have felt some such affecting sensation as the unhappy girl's case gave me. "Then, madam, I own," said she, "I have been too faulty." "As how? As what? In what way? How faulty?" asked I, as quick as thought. "You are not ruined, are you? Tell me, Polly." "No, madam, but what? Say, but what?" "I had consented." "To what?" "To his proposals, madam." "What proposals?" "Why, madam, I was to live with Mr. H." "I understand you too well. But is it too late to break so wretched a bargain? Have you already made a sacrifice of your honour?" "No, madam, but I have given it under my hand." "Under your hand? Ah, Polly, it is well if you have not given it under your heart too. But what foolishness is this? What consideration has he made you? He has given it under his hand that he will always love me, and when his lordship's father dies, he will own me." "What foolishness is this on both sides? But are you willing to be released from this bargain?" "Indeed I am, madam, and I told him so yesterday; but he says he will sue me and ruin me if I don't stand to it." "You are ruined if you do, and I wish— But tell me, Polly, are you not ruined as it is?" "Indeed I am not, madam." "I doubt, then, you were upon the brink of it, had not this providential indisposition kept me at home. You met, I suppose, to conclude your shocking bargain. O poor unhappy girl! But let me see what he has given under his hand." He has 'em both, madam, to be drawn up fair, and in a strong hand that shall be like a record. Could I have thought, miss, that a girl of 19 could be so ignorant in a point so important, when in everything else she has shown no instances like this stupid folly? Has he given you money? Yes, madam, he gave me a note. Here it is. He says anybody will give me money for it. And this was a bank note of £50, which she pulled out of her stays. The result was, he was to settle £100 a year upon her and hers, poor girl, and was to own her, as he calls it, but as wife or mistress she stipulated not, when his father died and he came into the title and estate. I told her it was impossible for me to conceal the matter from Lady Davers, if she would not, by her promises, to be governed entirely by me, and to abandon all thoughts of Mr. H., give me room to conclude that the wicked bargain was at an end. And to keep the poor creature in some spirits, and to enable her to look up, and to be more easy under my direction, I blamed him more than I did her, though, considering what virtue requires of a woman, and custom has made shameless in a man, I think the poor girl inexcusable, and shall not be easy while she is about me, for she is more to blame, because of the two she has more wit than the man. But what can I do, thought I? If I put her away, 'twill be to throw her directly into his hands. He won't stay here long, and she may see her folly. But yet her eyes were open. She knew what she had to trust to, and by their wicked beginning, and in her encouraging repulses, I doubt she would have been utterly ruined that very day. I knew the rage Lady Davers would be in with both, so this was another embarrassment. Yet should my good intentions fail, and they conclude their vile bargain, and it appeared that I knew of it, but would not acquaint her, then should I have been more blamed than any mistress of a family, circumstanced as I am. Upon the whole, I resolved to comfort the girl as well as I could, till I had gained her confidence, that my advice might have the more weight, and by degrees be more likely to reclaim her. For, poor soul, there would be an end of her reputation, the most precious of all jewels, the moment the matter was known, and that would be a sad thing. As for the man, I thought it best to take courage, and you that know me will say I must have a good deal more than usual to talk to Mr. H. on this subject, and she consenting I should, and with great protestations, declaring her sorrow and repentance, begging to get her note of hand again, and to give him back his note of £50, I went down to find him. He shunned me as a thief would a constable at the head of a hue and cry. As I entered one room, he went into another, looking with conscious guilt, yet confidently humming a tune. At last I fixed him, bidding Rachel tell Polly he wanted to send a message by her to her lady, by which I doubted not he was desirous to know what she had owned, in order to govern himself accordingly. His back was towards me, and I said, "Mr. H., here I am myself to take your commands." He gave a caper half a yard high. "Madam, I wanted to speak to, I would have spoken with, you wanted to send Polly to me, perhaps, Mr. H., to ask if I would take a little walk with you in the garden." "Very true, madam, very true indeed. You have guessed the matter. I thought it was pity, this fine day, as everybody was taking airing." "Well then, sir, please to lead the way, and I'll attend you. Yet I fancy, madam, the wind is a little too high for you. Won't you catch cold?" "No, never fear, Mr. H. I'm not afraid of a little air." "I will attend you presently, madam. You'll be in the great gravel walk, or on the terrace. I'll wait upon you in an instant." I had the courage to take hold of his arm, as if I had like to have slipped. For, thought I, thou shalt not see the girl till I have talked to thee a little, if thou dost then. "Excuse me, Mr. H., I hope I have not hurt my foot. I must lean upon you." Will you be pleased, madam, to have a chair? I fear you have sprained your foot. Shall I help you to a chair? No, no, sir, I shall walk it off, if I hold by you. So he had no excuse to leave me, and we proceeded into the garden. But never did anything look so like a foolish fellow, as his aunt calls him. He looked, if possible, half a dozen ways at once, hemmed, coughed, turned his head behind him every now and then, started half a dozen silly subjects in hopes to hinder me from speaking. I appeared, I believe, under some concern how to begin with him, for he would have it I was not very well, and begged he might step in one minute to desire Mrs. Jervis to attend me. So I resolved to begin with him, lest I should lose the opportunity, seeing my eel so very slippery, and placing myself on a seat, asked him to sit down. He declined, and would wait upon me presently, he said, and seemed to be going. So I began. It is easy for me, Mr. H., to penetrate into the reason why you are so willing to leave me, but 'tis for your own sake that I desire you to hear me, that no mischief may ensue among friends and relations on an occasion to which you are no stranger. Oh, madam, what can you mean? Surely, madam, you don't think amiss of a little innocent liberty or so. Mr. H., replied I want not any evidence of your inhospitable designs upon a poor unwary young creature, whom your birth and quality have found it too easy a task to influence. Inhospitable designs, madam, a harsh word. You very nice ladies cannot admit of the least freedom in the world. Why, madam, I have kissed a lady's woman before now, in a civil way or so, and never was called to an account for it as a breach of hospitality. 'Tis not for me, Mr. H., to proceed to very nice particulars with a gentleman who can act as you have done by a poor girl, that dare not have looked up to a man of your quality, had you not levelled all distinction between you, in order to level the weak creature to the common dirt of the highway. I must say that the poor girl heartily repents of her folly, and to show you that it signifies nothing to deny it, she begs you will return the note of her hand you extorted from her foolishness, and I hope you'll be so much of a gentleman as not to keep in your power such a testimony of the weakness of any of the sex. Has she told you that, madam? Why, may be, indeed, I can't but say truly it mayn't look so well to you, madam, but young folks will have frolics. It was nothing but a frolic, let me be hanged if it was. Be pleased then, sir, to give up her note to me, to return to her. Reputation should not be frolicked with, sir, especially that of a poor girl who has nothing else to depend upon. I'll give it her myself, if you please, madam, and laugh at her into the bargain. Why, 'tis comical enough. If the little pug thought I was earnest, I must have a laugh or two at her, madam, when I give it her up. Since 'tis but a frolic, Mr. H., you won't take it amiss that when we are set down to supper, we call Polly in, and demand a sight of her note, and that will make every one merry as well as you. Not so, madam, that mayn't be so well neither, for perhaps they will be apt to think it is in earnest, when, as I hope to live, 'tis but a jest, nothing in the world else upon honour. I put on then a still more serious air. As you hope to live, say you, Mr. H., and upon your honour, how, fear you not an instant punishment for this appeal? And what is the honour you swear by? Take that, and answer me, sir. Do gentlemen give away bank notes for frolics, and for mere jests, and nothing in the world else? I am sorry to be obliged to deal thus with you, but I thought I was talking to a gentleman who would not forfeit his veracity, and that in so solemn an instance as this. He looked like a man thunderstruck. His face was distorted, and his head seemed to turn about upon his neck like a weathercock in a hurricane to all points of the compass. His hands clenched as in a passion, and yet shame and confusion struggling in every limb and feature. At last he said, I am confoundedly betrayed. But if I am exposed to my uncle and aunt, for the wretch thought of nobody but himself, I am undone, and shall never be able to look them in the face. 'Tis true, I had a design upon her, and since she has betrayed me, I think I may say that she was as willing almost as I. Ungenerous, contemptible wretch, thought I. But such of our sex as can thus give up their virtue ought to expect no better, for he that sticks not at one bad action will not scruple at another to vindicate himself, and so devil-like become the attempter and the accuser too. But if you will be so good, said he, with hands uplifted, as to take no notice of this to my uncle, and especially to my aunt, and Mr. B., I swear to you I never will think of her as long as I live. And you'll bind this promise, will you, sir, by your honour, and as you hope to live? Dear good madam, forgive me, I beseech you. Don't be so severe upon me. By all that's don't swear, Mr. H., but as an earnest that I may believe you, give me back the girl's foolish note, that though 'tis of no significance, she may not have that to witness her folly. He took out his pocket-book. There it is, madam, and I beg you'll forgive this attempt. I see I ought not to have made it. I doubt it was a breach of the laws of hospitality, as you say. But to make it known will only expose me, and it can do no good, and Mr. B. will perhaps resent it, and my aunt will never let me hear the last of it, nor my uncle neither, and I shall be sent to travel again, and, added the poor creature, I was once in a storm, and the crossing the sea again would be death to me. What a wretch art thou, thought I. What could such an one as thou find to say to a poor creature that, if put in the scale against considerations of virtue, should make the latter kick the transcriber's note illegible? Poor Tony Barrow, thou art sunk indeed, too low for excuse, and almost beneath pity. I told him if I could observe that nothing passed between them that should lay me under a necessity of revealing the matter, I should not be forward to expose him, nor the maiden either; but that he must in his own judgment excuse me if I made everybody acquainted with it, if I were to see the correspondence between them likely to be renewed or carried on. For, added I, in that case I should owe it to myself, to Mr. B., to Lord and Lady Davers, and to you, and the unhappy body too, to do so. He would needs drop down on one knee to promise this, and with 1,000 acknowledgments left me to find Mr. Colbrand, in order to ride to meet the coach on its return. I went in, and gave the foolish note to the silly girl, which she received eagerly, and immediately burnt; and I told her I would not suffer her to come near me, but as little as possible, when I was in company while Mr. H. stayed, but consigned her entirely to the care of Mrs. Jervis, to whom only I said I would hint the matter as tenderly as I could. And for this, I added, I had more reasons than one: first, to give her the benefit of a good gentlewoman's advice, to which I had myself formerly been beholden, and from whom I concealed nothing; next, to keep out of Mr. H.'s way; and lastly, that I might have an opportunity from Mrs. Jervis's opinion to judge of the sincerity of her repentance. For, Polly, said I, you must imagine, so regular and uniform as all our family is, and so good as I thought all the people about me were, that I could not suspect that she, the duties of whose place made her nearest to my person, was the farthest from what I wished. I have set this matter so strongly before her, and Mrs. Jervis has so well seconded me, that I hope the best. For the grief the poor creature carries in her looks, and expresses in her words, cannot be described; frequently accusing herself with tears, saying often to Mrs. Jervis she is not worthy to stand in the presence of her mistress, whose example she has made so bad an use of, and whose lessons she had so ill followed. I am sadly troubled at this matter, however, but I take great comfort in reflecting that my sudden indisposition looked like a providential thing, which may save one poor soul, and be a seasonable warning to her as long as she lives. Meantime, I must observe that at supper last night Mr. H. looked abject and mean, and like a poor thief, as I thought, and conscious of his disappointed folly, though I seldom glanced my eye upon him, had less to say for himself than ever. And once my Lady Davers, laughing, said, I think in my heart my nephew looks more foolish every time I see him than the last. He stole a look at me and blushed, and my lord said, Jackey has some grace, he blushes. Hold up thy head, nephew, hast thou nothing at all to say for thyself? Sir Jacob said, a blush becomes a young gentleman. I never saw one before, though, in Mr. H. What's the matter, sir? Only, said Lady Davers, his skin or his conscience is mended, that's all. Thank you, madam, was all he said, bowing to his aunt, and affecting a careless yet confused air, as if he whispered a whistle. Oh, wretch, thought I, see what it is to have a condemning conscience, while every innocent person looks round easy, smiling, and erect. But yet it was not the shame of a bad action, I doubt, but being discovered and disappointed, that gave him his confusion of face. What a sad thing for a person to be guilty of such actions as shall put it in the power of another, even by a look, to mortify him. And if poor souls can be thus abjectly struck at such a discovery by a fellow creature, how must they appear before an unerring and omniscient judge, with a conscience standing in the place of 1,000 witnesses, and calling in vain upon the mountains to fall upon them, and the hills to cover them? How serious this subject makes one. End of letter 37, part 2. Letter 37, Part 3 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2 by Samuel Richardson. Letter 37, Part 3, Saturday evening. I am just retired from a fatiguing service, for who should come to dine with Mr. B. but that sad rake, Sir Charles Hargrave, and Mr. Walgrave, Mr. Sedley, and Mr. Floyd, 3 as bad as himself, inseparable companions, whose whole delight is drinking, hunting, and lewdness, but otherwise gentlemen of wit and large estates. 3 of them broke in upon us at the Hall on the happiest day of my life, to our great regret, and they had been long threatening to make this visit in order to see me, as they told Mr. B. They whipped out 2 bottles of champagne instantly, for a wet, as they called it, and went to view the stud and the kennel, and then walked in the garden till dinner was ready. My Lord Davers, Mr. H., and Sir Jacob, as well as Mr. B., for they are all acquainted, accompanying them. Sir Charles, it seems, as Lord Davers told me afterwards, said he longed to see Mrs. B. She was the talk wherever he went, and he had conceived a high opinion of her beforehand. Lord Davers said, I defy you, gentlemen, to think so highly of her as she deserves. Take mind and person together. Mr. Floyd said he never saw any woman yet who came up to what he expected, where fame had been lavish in her praise. But how, brother baronet, said Sir Charles to Sir Jacob, came you to be reconciled to her? I heard that you would never own her. Oons, man, said Sir Jacob, I was taken in. They contrived to clap her upon me as Lady Jenny C., and pretended they'd keep t'other out of my sight, and I was plaguily bit, and forced to get on as well as I could. That was a bite indeed, said Mr. Walgrave, and so you fell a praising Lady Jenny, I warrant, to the skies. Yes, drawling out the affirmative monosyllable, I was used most scurvily, faith I was. I bear 'em a grudge for it still, I can tell 'em that, for I have hardly been able to hold up my head like a man since, but am forced to go and come, and to do as they bid me. By my troth, I never was so manageable in my life. Your Herefordshire neighbours, Sir Jacob, said Mr. Sedley with an oath, will rejoice to hear this, for the whole county there cannot manage you. I am quite cowed now, as you will see by and by. Nay, for that matter, if you can set Mrs. B. a-talking, not one of you all will care to open your lips, except to say as she says. Never fear, old boy, said Sir Charles, we'll bear our parts in conversation. I never saw the woman yet who could give me either awe or love for 6 minutes together. What think you, Mr. B.? Have you any notion that your lady will have so much power over us? I think, Sir Charles, I have one of the finest women in England, but I neither expect nor desire you rakes should see her with my eyes. You know, if I have a mind to love her, and make court to her too, Mr. B., I will, and I am half in love with her already, although I have not seen her. They came in when dinner was near ready, and the 4 gentlemen took each a large bumper of old hock for another wet. The Countess, Lady Davers, and I came down together. The gentlemen knew our 2 noble ladies, and were known to them in person as well as by character. Mr. B., in his usual kind and encouraging manner, took my hand, and presented the 4 gentlemen to me, each by his name. Sir Charles said, pretty bluntly, that he hoped he was more welcome to me now than the last time he was under the same roof with me, for he had been told since that was our happy day. I said Mr. B.'s friends were always welcome to me. "'Tis well, madam," said Mr. Sedley, "we did not know how it was. We should have quartered ourselves upon Mr. B. for a week together, and kept him up day and night." I thought this speech deserved no answer, especially as they were gentlemen who wanted no countenance, and addressed myself to Lord Davers, who is always kindly making court to me. "I hope, my good lord, you find yourself quite recovered of your headache," of which he complained at breakfast. "I thank you, my dear sister, pretty well." "I was telling Sir Charles and the other gentleman, niece," said Sir Jacob, "how I was cheated here, when I came first, with a Lady Jenny." "It was a very lucky cheat for me, Sir Jacob, for it gave you a prepossession in my favour under so advantageous a character that I could never have expected otherwise." "I wish," said the Countess, "my daughter, for whom Sir Jacob took you, had Mrs. B.'s qualities to boast of." "How am I obliged to your ladyship's goodness," returned I, "when you treat me with even greater indulgence than you use to so beloved a daughter?" "Nay, now you talk of treating," said Sir Charles, "when ladies, will you treat our sex with the politeness which you show to one another?" "When your sex deserve it, Sir Charles," answered Lady Davers. "Who is to be judge of that?" said Mr. Walgrave. "Not the gentleman, I hope," replied my lady. "Well, then, Mrs. B.," said Sir Charles, "we bespeak your good opinion of us, for you have ours. I am obliged to you, gentlemen, but I must be more cautious in declaring mine, lest it should be thought I am influenced by your kind, and perhaps too hasty, opinions of me." Sir Charles swore they had seen enough of me the moment I entered the parlour, and heard enough the moment I opened my lips to answer for their opinions of me. I said, I made no doubt when they had as good a subject to expatiate upon as I had in the pleasure before me of seeing so many agreeable friends of Mr. B.'s, they would maintain the title they claimed of every one's good opinion. "This," said Sir Jacob, "is binding you over, gentlemen, to your good behaviour. You must know my niece never shoots flying, as you do." The gentlemen laughed. "Is it shooting flying, Sir Jacob," returned Sir Charles, "to praise that lady?" "Adds Bud, I did not think of that." "Sir Jacob," said the Countess, "you need not be at a fault, for a good sportsman always hits his mark, flying or not, and the gentlemen had so fair an one that they could not well miss it." "You are fairly helped over the stile, Sir Jacob," said Mr. Floyd, "and indeed I wanted it, though I limped like a puppy before I was lame. One can't think of everything as one used to do at your time of life, gentlemen." This flippant stuff was all that passed, which I can recite, for the rest at table and after dinner was too polite by half for me, such as the quantity of wine each man could carry off, that was the phrase, dogs, horses, hunting, racing, cock-fighting, and all accompanied with swearing and cursing, and that in good humour and out of wantonness, the least excusable and more profligate sort of swearing and cursing of all. The gentlemen liked the wine so well that we had the felicity to drink tea and coffee by ourselves, only Mr. B., upon our inviting the gentlemen to partake with us, sliding in for a few minutes to tell us they would stick by what they had, and taking a dish of coffee with us. I should not omit one observation, that Sir Jacob, when they were gone, said they were pure company, and Mr. H., that he never was so delighted in his born days, while the two ladies put up their prayers that they might never have such another entertainment; and being encouraged by their declaration, I presume to join in the same petition. Yet it seems these are men of wit. I believe they must be so, for I could neither like nor understand them. Yet if their conversation had much wit, I should think my ladies would have found it out. The gentlemen, permit me to add, went away very merry, to ride 10 miles by owl light, for they would not accept of beds here. They had 2 French horns with them, and gave us a flourish or 2 at going off. Each had a servant besides, but the way they were in would have given me more concern than it did, had they been related to Mr. B. and less used to it. And indeed it is a happiness that such gentlemen take no more care than they generally do to interest anybody intimately in their healths and preservation, for these are all single men. Nor need the public, any more than the private, be much concerned about them, for let such persons go when they will, if they continue single, their next heir cannot well be a worse commonwealth's man, and there is a great chance he may be better. You know I end my Saturdays seriously, and this, to what I have already said, makes me add that I cannot express how much I am, my dear Miss Darnford, your faithful and affectionate P.B. End of letter 37, part 3. Letter 38 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 38, from Mrs. B. to Miss Darnford, in answer to letters 35 and 36. My dear Miss Darnford, I skip over the little transactions of several days to let you know how much you rejoice me in telling me Sir Simon has been so kind as to comply with my wishes. Both your most agreeable letters came to my hand together, and I thank you 100 times for them. And I thank your dear mamma, and Sir Simon too, for the pleasure they have given me in this obliging permission. How happy shall we be! But how long will you be permitted to stay, though? All the winter, I hope, and then, when that is over, let us set out together, if God shall spare us, directly for Lincolnshire, and to pass most of the summer likewise in each other's company. What a sweet thought is this! Let me indulge it a little while. Mr. B. read your letters, and says you are a charming young lady, and surpass yourself in every letter. I told him that he was more interested in the pleasure I took in this favour of Sir Simon's than he imagined. As how, my dear? Said he. A plain case, sir, replied I, for endeavouring to improve myself by Miss Darnford's conversation and behaviour, I shall every day be more worthy of your favour. He kindly would have it that nobody, no, not Miss Darnford herself, excelled me. 'Tis right, you know, miss, that Mr. B. should think so, though I must know nothing at all if I was not sensible how inferior I am to my dear Miss Darnford. And yet, when I look abroad now and then, I could be a proud slut, if I would, and not yield the palm to many others. Well, my dear Miss, Sunday is past and gone, as happy as the last, the two ladies, and at their earnest request, Sir Jacob bearing us company in the evening part. My Polly was there morning and evening, with her heart broken almost, poor girl. I put her in a corner of my closet, that her concern should not be minded. Mrs. Jarvis gives me great hopes of her. Sir Jacob was much pleased with our family order, and said 'twas no wonder I kept so good myself, and made others so; and he thought the four rakes, for he run on how much they admired me, would be converted if they saw how well I passed my time, and how cheerful and easy every one, as well as myself, was under it. He said when he came home he must take such a method himself in his family, for he believed it would make not only better masters and mistresses, but better children, and better servants too. But, poor gentleman, he has, I doubt, a great deal to mend in himself before he can begin such a practice with efficacy in his family. Monday. In the afternoon Sir Jacob took his leave of us, highly satisfied with us both, and particularly so he said with me, and promised that my two cousins, as he called his daughters, and his sister, an old maiden lady, if they went to town this winter, should visit me, and be improved by me. That was his word. Mr. B. accompanied him some miles on his journey, and the two ladies and Lord Davers and I took an airing in the coach. Mr. B. was so kind as to tell me, when he came home, with a whisper, that Miss Goodwin presented her duty to me. I have got a multitude of fine things for the dear little creature, and Mr. B. promises to give me a dairy house breakfast when our guests are gone. I enclose the history of this little charmer by Mr. B.'s consent, since you are to do us the honour, as he, as well as I, pleases himself to be one of our family. But keep it to yourself, whatever you do. I am guaranteed that you will, and have put it in a separate paper, that you may burn it when read. For I may want your advice on this subject, having a great desire to get this child in my possession, and yet Lady Davers has given a hint that dwells a little with me. When I have the pleasure I hope for, I will lay all before you, and be determined, and proceed, as far as I have power, by you. You, my good father and mother, have seen the story in my former papers. Tuesday. You must know, I pass over the days thus swiftly, not that I could not fill them up with writing as amply as I have done the former, but intending only to give you a general idea of our way of life and conversation, and having gone through a whole week and more, you will be able, from what I have recited, to form a judgment how it is with us, one day with another. As for example, now and then neighbourly visits received and paid, needle-work between whiles, music, cards sometimes, though I don't love them, one more benevolent round, improving conversations with my dear Mr. B. and my two good ladies, a lesson from him when alone, either in French or Latin, a new pauper case or two, a visit from the good Dean, Mr. Williams's departure, in order to put the new projected alteration in force, which is to deprive me of my chaplain. By the way, the Dean is highly pleased with this affair, and the motives to it, Mr. Adams being a favourite of his, and a distant relation of his lady. Mr. H.'s and Polly's mutual endeavour to avoid one another, my lessons to the poor girl, and cautions as if she were my sister. These, my dear Miss Darnford, and my honoured parents, are the pleasant employments of our time, so far as we females are concerned. For the gentlemen hunt, ride out, and divert themselves in their way, and bring us home the news and occurrences they meet with abroad, and now and then a straggling gentleman they pick up in their diversions. And so I shall not enlarge upon these articles, after the tedious specimens I have already given. Wednesday, Thursday. Could you ever have thought, my dear, that husbands have a dispensing power over their wives, which kings are not allowed over the laws? I have had a smart debate with Mr. B., and I fear it will not be the only one upon this subject. Can you believe that if a wife thinks a thing her duty to do, which her husband does not approve, he can dispense with her performing it, and no sin shall lie at her door? Mr. B. maintains this point. I have great doubts about it, particularly one, that if a matter be my duty, and he dispenses with my performance of it, whether even although that were to clear me of the sin, it will not fall upon himself. And a good wife would be as much concerned at this, as if it was to remain upon her. Yet he seems set upon it. What can one do? Did you ever hear of such a notion before, of such a prerogative in a husband? Would you care to subscribe to it? He says the ladies are of his opinion. I'm afraid they are, and so will not ask them. But perhaps I mayn't live, and other things may happen, and so I'll say no more of it at present. Friday. Mr. H. and my Lord and Lady Davers and the excellent Countess of C. having left us this day, to our mutual regret, the former put the following letter into my hands, with an air of respect and even reverence. He says he spells most lamentably, and this obliges me to give it you literally. Dear good madam, I cannot content myself with common thanks on leaving yours and Mr. B.'s hospitable house, because of that there affair, which I need not mention, and truly am ashamed to mention, as I have been to look you in the face ever since it happened. I don't know how it came about, but I thought but at first of joking a little or so, and seeing Polly heard me with more attentiveness than I expected, I was encouraged to proceed, and so now I recollect it came about. But she is innocent for me, and I don't know how that came about neither, for we were out one moonlight night in the garden walking about, and afterwards took a nap of 2 hours, as I believe, in the summer house in the little garden, being overpowered with sleep, for I would make her lay her head upon my breast, till before we were aware we fell asleep. But before that we had agreed on what you discovered. This is the whole truth, and all the intimacies we ever had to speak of. But I believe we should have been better acquainted, had you not, luckily for me, I prevented it by being at home when we thought you abroad, for I was to come to her when she hemmed 2 or 3 times for having made a contract, you know. Madam, it was natural enough to take the first occasion to put it in force. Poor Polly, I pity her too. Don't think the worse of her, dear madam, so as to turn her away, because it may be her ruin. I don't desire to see her. I might have been drawn in to do strange foolish things, and been ruined at the long run. For who knows where this thing mought have ended? My uncle would have never seen me. My father, too, his lordship, you have heard, madam, is a very cross man, and never loved me much, mought have cut off the entail. My aunt would have despised me and scorned me. I should have been her foolish fellow in earnest, not in jest, as now. You would have resented it, and Mr. B., who knows, mought have called me to account. But can you forgive me? You see how happy I am in my disappointment. I did not think to write so much, for I don't love it, but on this occasion know not how to leave off. I hope you can read my letter. I know I write a clumsy hand and spell most lamentably, for I never had a talent for these things. I was readier by half to admire the orchard robbing picture in Lilly's grammar than any other part of the book. But hey, whither am I running? I never writ to you before, and never may again, unless you or Mr. B. command it for your service, so pray excuse me, madam. I know I need give no advice to Polly to take care of first encouragements. Poor girl, she mought have suffered sadly as well as I, for if my father and my uncle and aunt had required me to turn her off, you know it would have been undutiful to have refused them, notwithstanding our bargain. And want of duty to them would have been to have added fault to fault. As you once observed, I remember, that one fault never comes alone, but draws after it generally 5 or 6 to hide or vindicate it, and they every one perhaps as many more each. I shall never forget several of your wise sayings. I have been vexed, may I be hanged if I have not, many a time, that I could not make such observations as you make, who am so much older too, and a man besides, and a peer's son, and a peer's nephew, but my talents lie another way. And by that time my father dies, I hope to improve myself, in order to cut such a figure as may make me be no disgrace to my name or country. Well, but what is all this to the purpose? I will keep close to my text, and that is to thank you, good madam, for all the favours I have received in your house, to thank you for disappointing me, and for convincing me in so kind, yet so shaming a manner, how wrong I was in the matter of that there Polly, and for not exposing my folly to anybody but myself, for I should have been ready to hang myself if you had, and to beg your pardon for it, assuring you that I will never offer the like as long as I breathe. I am, madam, with the greatest respect, your most obliged, most faithful, and most obedient humble servant, J. H. Pray excuse blots and blurs. Well, Miss Darnford, what shall we say to this fine letter? You'll allow it to be an original, I hope, yet may be not, for it may be as well written and as sensible a letter as this class of people generally write. Mr. H. dresses well, is not a contemptible figure of a man, laughs, talks where he can be heard, and his aunt is not present, and cuts, to use his own word, a considerable figure in a country town. But see, yet I will not say what I might, he is Lord Davers's nephew, and if he makes his observations, and forbears his speeches, I mean can be silent, and only laugh when he sees somebody of more sense laugh, and never approve or condemn but in leading strings, he may possibly pass in a crowd of gentlemen. But poor Polly Barlow! What can I say for Polly Barlow? I have a time in view when my papers may fall under the inspection of a dear gentleman, to whom, next to God, I am accountable for all my actions and correspondences, so I will either write an account of the matter and seal it up separately for Mr. B., or at a fit opportunity break it to him, and let him know, under secrecy, if he will promise it, the steps I took in it, lest something arise hereafter, when I cannot answer for myself, to render anything dark or questionable in it. A method, I believe, very proper to be taken by every married lady, and I presume the rather to say so, having had a good example for it, for I have often thought of a little sealed-up parcel of papers my lady made me burn in her presence about a month before she died. They are, Pamela, said she, such as would not concern me, let who will see them, could they know the springs and causes of them. But for want of a clue, my son might be at a loss what to think of several of those letters were he to find them, in looking over my other papers, when I am no more. Let me add that nothing could be more endearing than our parting with our noble guests. My lady repeated her commands for what she often engaged me to promise, that is to say, to renew the correspondence begun between us, so much, as she was pleased to say, to her satisfaction. I could not help showing her ladyship, who was always inquiring after my writing employment, most of what passed between you and me. She admires you much, and wished Mr. H. had more wit. That was her word. She should in that case, she said, be very glad to set on foot a treaty between you and him. But that, I fancy, can never be tolerable to you, and I only mention it en passant. There's a French woman for you. The Countess was full of her kind wishes for my happiness, and my Lady Davers told me that if I could give her timely notice, she would be present on a certain occasion. But, my dear miss, what could I say? I know nothing of the matter. Only I am a sad coward, and have 1,000 anxieties, which I cannot mention to anybody. But if I have such in the honourable estate of matrimony, what must those poor souls have who are seduced, and have all manner of reason to apprehend that the crime shall be followed by a punishment so natural to it, a punishment in kind, as I may say, which, if it only ends in forfeiture of life, following the forfeiture of fame, must be thought merciful and happy beyond expectation. For how shall they lay claim to the hope given to persons in their circumstances that they shall be saved in childbearing, since the condition is, if they continue in faith and charity and holiness with sobriety? Now, my honoured mother, and my dear Miss Darnford, since I am upon this affecting subject, does not this text seem to give a comfortable hope to a good woman, who shall thus die of being happy in the divine mercies? For the apostle, in the context, says that he suffers not a woman to teach, nor usurp authority over the man, but to be in silence. And what is the reason he gives? Why, a reason that is a natural consequence of the curse on the first disobedience, that she shall be in subjection to her husband. For, says he, Adam was not deceived, but the woman being deceived was in the transgression. as much as to say, had it not been for the woman, Adam had kept his integrity, and therefore her punishment shall be, as it is said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow in thy conception. In sorrow shall thou bring forth children, and thy husband shall rule over thee. But nevertheless, if thou shalt not survive the sharpness of thy sorrow, thy death shall be deemed to be such an alleviation of thy part of the entailed transgression, that thou shalt be saved, if thou hast continued in faith and charity and holiness with sobriety. This, my honored parents and my dear friend, is my paraphrase, and I reap no small comfort from it when I meditate upon it. But I shall make you as serious as myself, and my dear friend, perhaps frighten you from entering into a state in which our poor sex suffer so much, from the bridal morning, let it rise as gaily as it will upon a thoughtful mind, to that affecting circumstance, throughout its whole progression, for which nothing but a tender, a generous, and a worthy husband can make them any part of amends. But a word or two more as to the parting with our honoured company. I was a little indisposed, and they all would excuse me against my will from attending them in the coach some miles, which their dear brother did. Both ladies most tenderly saluted me, twice or thrice apiece, folding their kind arms about me, and wishing my safety and health, and charging me to think little and hope much, for they saw me thoughtful at times, though I endeavoured to hide it from them. My Lord Davers said, with a goodness of temper that is peculiar to him, My dearest sister, may God preserve you, and multiply your comforts. I shall pray for you more than ever I did for myself, though I have so much more need of it. I must leave you, but I leave one whom I love and honour, next to Lady Davers, and ever shall. Mr. H. looked consciously silly. I can say nothing, madam, but, saluting me, that I shall never forget your goodness to me. I had before in Mrs. Jervis's parlour taken leave of Mrs. Worden and Mrs. Leslie, my lady's women. They each stole a hand of mine, and kissed it, begging pardon for the freedom. But I answered, taking each by her hand and kissing her, I shall always think of you with pleasure, my good friends, for you have encouraged me constantly by your presence in my private duties. And may God bless you, and the worthy families you so laudably serve, as well for your sakes as their own. They turned away with tears, and Mrs. Worden would have said something to me, but could not, only both taking Mrs. Jervis by the hand. Happy Mrs. Jervis, said they almost in a breath. And happy I too, repeated I, in my Mrs. Jervis, and in such kind well-wishers as Mrs. Worden and Mrs. Leslie. Wear this, Mrs. Worden, wear this, Mrs. Leslie, for my sake. And to each I gave a ring, with a crystal and brilliants set about it, which Mr. B. had bought a week before for this purpose. He has a great opinion of both the good folks, and often praised their prudence and quiet and respectful behaviour to everybody, so different from the impertinence, that was his word, of most ladies' women who are favourites. Mrs. Jervis said, I have enjoyed many happy hours in your conversation, Mrs. Worden and Mrs. Leslie. I shall miss you very much. I must endeavour, said I, taking her hand, to make it up to you, my good friend, as well as I can. And of late we have not had so many opportunities together as I should have wished, had I not been so agreeably engaged, as you know. So we must each try to comfort the other when we have lost, I such noble and you such worthy companions. Mrs. Jervis's honest heart, before touched by the parting, showed itself at her eyes. Wonder not, said I to the two gentlewomen, wiping with my handkerchief her venerable cheeks, that I always thus endeavour to dry up all my good Mrs. Jervis's tears. And then I kissed her, thinking of you, my dear mother, and I was forced to withdraw a little abruptly, lest I should be too much moved myself. For had our departing company inquired into the occasion, they would perhaps have thought it derogatory, though I should not, to my present station, and too much retrospecting to my former. I could not, in conversation between Mr. B. and myself, when I was gratefully expatiating upon the amiable characters of our noble guests, and of their behaviour and kindness to me, help observing that I had little expected from some hints which formerly dropped from Mr. B. to find my good Lord Davers so polite and so sensible a man. "He is a very good-natured man," replied Mr. B. "I believe I might once or twice drop some disrespectful words of him, but it was the effect of passion at the time, and with a view to 2 or 3 points of his conduct in public life, for which I took the liberty to find fault with him, and received very unsatisfactory excuses. One of these, I remember, was in a conference between a committee of each House of Parliament, in which he behaved in a way I could not wish from a man so nearly allied to me by marriage. For all he could talk of was the dignity of their house, when the reason of the thing was strong with the other, and it fell to my lot to answer what he said, which I did with some asperity, and this occasioned a coolness between us for some time. But no man makes a better figure in private life than Lord Davers, especially now that my sister's good sense has got the better of her passions, and she can behave with tolerable decency towards him. For once, Pamela, it was not so, the violence of her spirit making him appear in a light too little advantageous either to his quality or merit. But now he improves upon me every time I see him. You know not, my dear, what a disgrace a haughty and passionate woman brings upon her husband, and upon herself too, in the eyes of her own sex as well as ours. Nay, even those ladies who would be as glad of dominion as she, if they might be permitted to exercise it, despise others who do, and the man most who suffers it. And let me tell you, said the dear man, with an air that showed he was satisfied with his own conduct in this particular, that you cannot imagine how much a woman owes to her husband, as well with regard to her own peace of mind as to both their reputations, however it may go against the grain with her sometimes, if he be a man who has discretion to keep her encroaching passions under a genteel and reasonable control. How do you like this doctrine, miss? I'll warrant you believe that I could do no less than drop Mr. B. one of my best curtsies, in acknowledgment of my obligation to him for so considerately preserving to me my peace of mind and my reputation as well as his own in this case. But after all, when one duly weighs the matter, what he says may be right in the main, for I have not been able to contradict him, partial as I am to my sex, when he has pointed out to me instances in the behaviour of certain ladies, who, like children, the more they have been humoured, the more humoursome they have grown, which must have occasioned as great uneasiness to themselves as to their husbands. Will you excuse me, my dear? This is between ourselves, for I did not own so much to Mr. B., for one should not give up one's sex, you know, if one can help it. For the men will be as apt to impose as the women to encroach, I doubt. Well, but here, my honest parents, and my dear Miss Darnford, at last I end my journal-wise letters, as I may call them, our noble guests being gone, and our time and employments rolling on in much the same manner as in past days of which I have given an account. I am, my dearest father and mother, and best beloved Miss Darnford, your dutiful and affectionate P.B. End of letter 38.
Letter 39 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 39. My dear Miss Darnford, I hear that Mrs. Jewkes is in no good state of health. I am very sorry for it. I pray for her life that she may be a credit, if it please God, to the penitence she has so lately assumed. Do, my dear good miss, vouchsafe to the poor soul the honour of a visit. She may be low-spirited. She may be too much sunk with the recollection of past things. Comfort with that sweetness which is so natural to Miss Darnford, her drooping heart, and let her know that I have a true concern for her, and give it her in charge to take care of herself. and spare nothing that will administer either to her health or peace of mind. You'll pardon me that I put you upon an office so unsuitable, from a lady in your station to a person in hers, but not to your piety and charity, where a duty so eminent as that of visiting the sick, and cheering the doubting mind, is in the question. I know your condescension will give her great comfort, and if she should be hastening to her account, what a pleasure will it give such a lady as you to have illuminated a benighted mind when it was tottering on the verge of death. I know she will want no spiritual help from good Mr. Peters, but then the kind notice of so generally esteemed a young lady will raise her more than can be imagined, for there is a tenderness, a sympathy, in the good persons of our sex to one another, that, while the best of others seem but to act as in office, saying those things, which though edifying and convincing, one is not certain proceeds not rather from the fortitude of their minds than the tenderness of their natures, mingles with one's very spirits, thins the animal mass, and runs through one's heart in the same lively current. I can't clothe my thoughts suitably to express what I would, giving assurance as well as pleasure in the most arduous cases, and brightening our misty prospects, till we see the sun of righteousness rising on the hills of comfort, and dispelling the heavy fogs of doubt and diffidence. This it is makes me wish and long as I do, for the company of my dear Miss Darnford. Oh, when shall I see you? When shall I? To speak to my present case, it is all I long for, and pardon my freedom of expression, as well as thought, when I let you know in this instance how early I experience the ardent longings of one in the way I am in. But I ought not to set my heart upon anything not in my own power, and which may be subject to accidents and the control of others. But let whatever interventions happen, so I have your will to come, I must be rejoiced in your kind intention, although your power should not prove answerable. But I will say no more than that I am, my honoured father and mother, your ever dutiful daughter, and my dear Miss Darnford, your affectionate and obliged P.B. End of letter 39.
Letter 40 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julia Niedermeyer. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 40. From Miss Darnford to Mrs. B. My dear Mrs. B., we are greatly obliged to you for every particular article in your entertaining journal, which you have brought, sooner than we wished, to a conclusion. We cannot express how much we admire you for your judicious charities, so easy to be practised, yet so uncommon in the manner, and for your inimitable conduct in the affair of your frail Polly and the silly Mr. H. Your account of the visit of the 4 rakes, of your parting with your noble guests, Mr. H.'s letter, an original indeed, have all greatly entertained us, as your prerogative hints have amused us. But we defer our opinion of those hints till we have the case more fully explained. But, my dear friend, are you not in danger of falling into a too thoughtful and gloomy way? By the latter part of your last letter we are afraid you are, and my mamma and Mrs. Jones and Mrs. Peters enjoin me to write to caution you on that head. But there is the less need of it, because your prudence will always suggest to your reasons, as it does in that very letter, that must outbalance your fears. Think little, and hope much, is a good lesson in your case, and to a lady of your temper. And I hope Lady Davers will not in vain have given you that caution. After all, I dare say your thoughtfulness is but symptomatical, and will go off in proper time. But to waive this, let me ask you, is Mr. B.'s conduct to you as respectful, I don't mean fond, when you are alone together, as in company? Forgive me, but you have hinted 2 or 3 times in your letters that he always is most complaisant to you in company, and you observe that wisely does he act in this, as he thereby does credit with everybody to his own choice. I make no doubt that the many charming scenes which your genius and fine behaviour furnish out to him must, as often as they happen, inspire him with joy and even rapture, and must make him love you more for your mind than for your person. But these rapturous scenes last very little longer than the present moment. What I want to know is, whether in the steadier parts of life, when you are both nearer the level of us common folks, he give up anything of his own will in compliment to yours? Whether he acts the part of a respectful polite gentleman in his behaviour to you, and breaks not into your retirements in the dress and with the brutal roughness of a fox-hunter? Making no difference, perhaps, between the field or his stud, I will not say kennel, and your chamber or closet? Policy, for his own credit's sake, as I mentioned, accounts to me well, for his complaisance to you in public. But his regular and uniform behaviour to you in your retirement, when the conversation between you turns upon usual and common subjects, and you have not obliged him to rise to admiration of you, by such scenes as those of your two parsons, Sir Jacob Swynford, and the like, is what would satisfy my curiosity, if you please to give me an instance or two of it. Now, my dearest Mrs. B., if you can give me a case, partly or nearly thus circumstanced, you will highly oblige me. First, where he has borne with any infirmity of your own, and I know of none where you can give him such an opportunity, except you get into a vapourish habit, by giving way to a temper too thoughtful and apprehensive. Next, that, in complaisance to your will, he recedes from his own in any one instance. Next, whether he breaks not into your retirements unceremoniously, and without apology or concern, as I hinted above. You know, my dear Mrs. B., all I mean by what I have said. And if you have any pretty conversation in memory, by the recital of which this my bold curiosity may be answered, pray oblige me with it, and we shall be able to judge by it, not only of the inborn generosity which all that know Mr. B. have been willing to attribute to him, but of the likelihood of the continuance of both your felicities, upon terms suitable to the characters of a fine lady and fine gentleman, and of consequence worthy of the imitation of the most delicate of our own sex. Your obliging longings, my beloved dear lady, for my company, I hope, will very soon be answered. My papa was so pleased with your sweet earnestness on this occasion, that he joined with my mamma, and both, with equal cheerfulness, said you should not be many days in London before me. Mary and his mistress go on swimmingly, and have not yet had one quarrel. The only person, he, of either sex, that ever knew Nancy so intimately, and so long without one. This is all I have to say at present, when I have assured you, my dear Mrs. B., how much I am your obliged and affectionate Polly Darnford. End of Letter 40.
Letter 41 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 41. My dearest Miss Darnford, I was afraid I ended my last letter in a gloomy way, and I am obliged to you for the kind and friendly notice you take of it. It was owing to a train of thinking which sometimes I get into of late. I hope only symptomatically, as you say, and that the cause and effect will soon vanish together. But what a task, my dear friend, I'll warrant you think you have set me. I thought in the progress of my journal and in my letters I had given so many instances of Mr. B.'s polite tenderness to me that no new ones would be required at my hands, and when I said he was always most complaisant before company, I little expected that such an inference would be drawn from my words as would tend to question the uniformity of his behaviour to me, when there were no witnesses to it. But I am glad of an opportunity to clear up all your doubts on this subject. To begin, then, your first desire an instance where Mr. B. has borne with some infirmity of mine. Next, that in complaisance to my will he has receded from his own. And lastly, whether he breaks not into my retirements unceremoniously, and without apology or concern, making no difference between the field or the stud, and my chamber or closet. As to the first, his bearing with my infirmities, he is daily giving instances of his goodness to me on this head, and I am ashamed to say that of late I give him so much occasion for them as I do. But he sees my apprehensiveness at times, though I endeavour to conceal it, and no husband was ever so soothing and so indulgent as Mr. B. He gives me the best advice as to my malady, if I may call it one, treats me with redoubled tenderness, talks to me upon the subjects I most delight to dwell upon, as of my worthy parents, what they are doing at this time, and at that, of our intended journey to London, of the diversions of the town, of Miss Darnford's company, and when he goes abroad, sends up my good Mrs. Jervis to me, because I should not be alone. At other times takes me abroad with him, brings this neighbour and that neighbour to visit, and carries me to visit them, talks of our journey to Kent, and into Lincolnshire, and to my Lady Davers's, to Bath, to Tunbridge, and I can't tell whither, when the apprehended time shall be over. In fine, my dear Miss Darnford, you cannot imagine one half of his tender goodness and politeness to me. Then he hardly ever goes to any distance, but brings some pretty present he thinks will be grateful to me. When at home, he is seldom out of my company, delights to teach me French and Italian, and reads me pieces of manuscript poetry in several of the modern tongues, for he speaks them all, explains to me everything I understand not, delights to answer all my questions, and to encourage my inquisitiveness and curiosity, tries to give me a notion of pictures and medals, and reads me lectures upon them, for he has a fine collection of both, and every now and then will have it that he has been improved by my questions and observations. What say you to these things, my dear? Do they come up to your first question, or do they not? Or is not what I have said a full answer, were I to say no more, to all your inquiries? Oh, my dear, I am thoroughly convinced that half the misunderstandings among married people are owing to trifles, to petty distinctions, to mere words, and little captious follies, to overweenings or unguarded petulances, and who would forego the solid satisfaction of life for the sake of triumphing in such poor contentions, if one could triumph? But you next require of me an instance where, in complaisance to my will, he has receded from his own. I don't know what to say to this. When Mr. B. is all tenderness and indulgence, and requires of me nothing that I can have a material objection to, ought I not to oblige him? Can I have a will that is not his? Or would it be excusable if I had? All little matters I cheerfully give up. Great ones have not yet occurred between us, and I hope never will. One point, indeed, I have some apprehension may happen, and that, to be plain with you, is, we have had a debate or two on the subject, which I maintain, of a mother's duty to nurse her own child, and I am sorry to say it, he seems more determined than I wish he were against it. I hope it will not proceed so far as to awaken the sleeping dragon I mentioned, prerogative by name, but I doubt I cannot give up this point very contentedly. But as to lesser points, had I been a duchess born, I think I would not have contested them with my husband. I could give you many respectful instances, too, of his receding, when he has desired to see what I have been writing, and I have told him to whom, and begged to be excused. One such instance I can give since I began this letter. This is it. I put it in my bosom when he came up. He saw me do so. Are you writing, my dear, what I must not see? I am writing to Miss Darnford, sir, and she begged you might not at present. This augments my curiosity, Pamela. What can two such ladies write that I may not see? If you won't be displeased, sir, I'd rather you would not, because she desires you may not see her letter, nor this my answer, till the letter is in her hands. Then I will not, returned Mr. B. Will this instance, my dear, come up to your demand for one, where he recedes from his own will in complaisance to mine? But now, as to what both our notions and our practice are on the article of my retirements, and whether he breaks in upon them unceremoniously and without apology, let the conversation I promised inform you, which began on the following occasion. Mr. B. rode out early one morning within a few days past, and did not return till the afternoon, an absence I had not been used to of late, and breakfasting and dining without him being also a new thing with me, I had such an impatience to see him, having expected him at dinner, that I was forced to retire to my closet to try to divert it by writing, and the gloomy conclusion of my last was then the subject. He returned about 4 o'clock, and indeed did not tarry to change his writing dress, as your politeness, my dear friend, would perhaps have expected, but came directly up to me, with an impatience to see me, equal to my own, when he was told, upon inquiry, that I was in my closet. I heard his welcome step as he came upstairs, which generally, after a longer absence than I expect, has such an effect upon my fond heart, that it gives a responsive throb for every step he takes towards me, and beats quicker and faster as he comes nearer. I met him at my closet door. "So, my dear love," says he, "how do you?" folding his kind arms about me, and saluting me with ardour. "Whenever I have been but a few hours from you, my impatience to see my beloved will not permit me to stand upon the formality of a message to know how you are engaged, but I break in upon you, even in my writing dress, as you see. Dear sir, you are very obliging, but I have no notion of mere formalities of this kind. How unpolite this, my dear, in your friend! In a married state, since 'tis impossible a virtuous wife can be employed about anything that her husband may not know, and so need not fear surprises. I am glad to hear you say this, my Pamela, for I have always thought the extraordinary civilities and distances of this kind, which I have observed among several persons of rank, altogether unaccountable; for if they are exacted by the lady, I should suspect she had reserves which she herself believed I could not approve. If not exacted, but practised of choice by the gentleman, it carries with it, in my opinion, a false air of politeness, little less than affrontive to the lady, and dishonourable to himself. For does it not look as if he supposed and allowed that she might be so employed that it was necessary to apprise her of his visit, lest he should make discoveries not to her credit or his own? One would not, sir, for I thought his conclusion too severe, make such a harsh supposition as this neither, for there are little delicacies and moments of retirement, no doubt, in which a modest lady would wish to be indulged by the tenderest husband. It may be so in an early matrimony, before the lady's confidence in the honour and discretion of the man she has chosen has disengaged her from her bridal reserves. Bridal reserves, dear sir? Permit me to give it as my humble opinion, that a wife's behaviour ought to be as pure and circumspect in degree as that of a bride, or even of a maiden lady, be her confidence in her husband's honour and discretion ever so great. For indeed I think a gross or a careless demeanour little becomes that modesty which is the peculiar excellency and distinction of our sex. You account very well, my dear, by what you now say, for your own over-nice behaviour, as I have sometimes thought it. But are we not all apt to argue for a practice we make our own, because we do make it our own, rather than from the reason of the thing? I hope, sir, that is not the present case with me, for permit me to say, that an over-free or negligent behaviour of a lady in the married state must be a mark of disrespect to her consort, and would show as if she was very little solicitous about what appearance she made in his eye. And must not this beget in him a slight opinion of her sex too, as if, supposing the gentleman had been a free liver, she would convince him there was no other difference in the sex, but as they were within or without the pale, licensed by the law, or acting in defiance of it? I understand the force of your argument, Pamela, but you were going to say something more. Only, sir, permit me to add, that when in my particular case you enjoin me to appear before you always dressed, even in the early part of the day, it would be wrong if I was less regardful of my behaviour and actions than of my appearance. I believe you are right, my dear, if a precise or unnecessary scrupulousness be avoided, and where all is unaffected, easy, and natural, as in my Pamela. For I have seen married ladies, both in England and France, who have kept a husband at a greater distance than they have exacted from some of his sex, who have been more entitled to his resentment than to his wife's intimacies. But to waive a subject, in which, as I can with pleasure say, neither of us have much concern, tell me, my dearest, how you were employed before I came up. Here are pen and ink, here too is paper, but it is as spotless as your mind. To whom were you directing your favours now? May I not know your subject? Mr. H.'s letter was a part of it, and so I had put it by at his approach, and not choosing he should see that. I am writing, replied I, to Miss Darnford, but I think you must not ask me to see what I have written this time. I put it aside that you should not, when I heard your welcome step. The subject is our parting with our noble guests, and a little of my apprehensiveness on an occasion upon which our sex may write to one another, but for some of the reasons we have been mentioning, gentlemen should not desire to see. Then I will not, my dearest love. So here, my dear, is another instance, I could give you 100 such, of his receding from his own will in complaisance to mine. Only, continued he, let me warn you against too much apprehensiveness for your own sake as well as mine. For such a mind as my Pamela's I cannot permit to be habitually overclouded, and yet there now hangs upon your brow an over-thoughtfulness, which you must not indulge. Indeed, sir, I was a little too thoughtful from my subject before you came, but your presence, like the sun, has dissipated the mists that hung upon my mind. See you not? And I pressed his hand with my lips. They are all gone already, smiling upon him with a delight unfeigned. Not quite, my dearest Pamela, and therefore, if you have no objection, I will change my dress, and attend you in the chariot for an hour or two, whither you please, that not one shadow may remain visible in this dear face, tenderly saluting me. Whithersoever you please, sir, a little airing with you will be highly agreeable to me. The dear obliger went and changed his dress in an instant, and he led me to the chariot with his usual tender politeness, and we had a charming airing of several miles, returning quite happy, cheerful, and delighted with each other's conversation, without calling in upon any of our good neighbours. For what need of that, my dear, when we could be the best company in the world to each other? Do these instances come up to your questions, my dear, or do they not? If you think not, I could give you our conversation in the chariot, for I wrote it down at my first leisure, so highly was I delighted with it, for the subject was my dearest parents, a subject started by himself, because he knew it would oblige me. But being tired with writing, I may reserve it till I have the pleasure of seeing you, if you think it worth asking for, and so I will hasten to a conclusion of this long letter. I have only farther to add for my comfort, that next Thursday se'nnight, if nothing hinders, we are to set out for London. And why do you think I say for my comfort? Only that I shall then soon have the opportunity to assure you personally, as you give me hope, how much I am, my dear Miss Darnford, your truly affectionate P.B. End of letter 41. Letter 42 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2 by Samuel Richardson, Letter 42. My dear Miss Darnford, one more letter, and I have done for a great while, because I hope your presence will put an end to the occasion. I shall now tell you of my second visit to the dairy house, where we went to breakfast in the chariot and four, because of the distance, which is 10 pretty long miles. I transcribed for you from letters written formerly to my dear parents, an account of my former dairy house visit, and what the people were, and whom I saw there. And although I besought you to keep that affair to yourself, as too much affecting the reputation of my Mr. B. to be known any farther, and even to destroy that account when you had perused it, yet I make no doubt you remember the story, and so I need not repeat any part of it. When we arrived there, we found at the door, expecting us, for they heard the chariot wheels at a distance, my pretty Miss Goodwin, and 2 other misses, who had earned their ride, attended by the governess's daughter, a discreet young gentlewoman. As soon as I stepped out, the child ran into my arms with great eagerness, and I as tenderly embraced her, and leading her into the parlour, asked her abundance of questions about her work and her lessons, and among the rest, if she had merited this distinction of the chaise and the dairy-house breakfast, or if it was owing to her uncle's favour and to that of her governess. The young gentlewoman assured me it was to both, and showed me her needleworks and penmanship, and the child was highly pleased with my commendations. I took a good deal of notice of the other 2 misses for their schoolfellow's sake, and made each of them a present of some little toys, and my miss of a number of pretty trinkets, with which she was highly delighted, and I told her that I would wait upon her governess when I came from London into the country again, and see in what order she kept her little matters, for above all things I love pretty housewifely misses, and then I would bring her more. Mr. B. observed with no small satisfaction the child's behaviour, which is very pretty, and appeared as fond of her as if he had been more than her uncle, and yet seemed under some restraint, lest it should be taken that he was more. Such power has secret guilt, poor gentleman, to lessen and restrain a pleasure that would in a happier light have been so laudable to have manifested. I am going to let you into a charming scene, resulting from this perplexity of the dear gentleman, a scene that has afforded me high delight ever since, and always will when I think of it. The child was very fond of her uncle, and told him she loved him dearly, and always would love and honour him for giving her such a good aunt. "You talked, madam," said she, "when I saw you before, that I should come and live with you. Will you let me, madam? Indeed, I will be very good, and do everything you bid me, and mind my book and my needle. Indeed, I will." "Ask your uncle, my dear," said I. "I should like your pretty company of all things." She went to Mr. B. and said, "Shall I, sir, go and live with my aunt? Pray let me, when you come from London again." "You have a very good governess, child," said he, "and she can't part with you." "Yes, but she can, sir. She has a great many misses, and can spare me well enough; and if you please to let me ride in your coach sometimes, I can go and visit my governess, and beg a holiday for the misses now and then, when I am almost a woman, and then all the misses will love me." "Don't the misses love you now, Miss Goodwin?" said he. "Yes, they love me well enough, for matter of that, but they'll love me better when I can beg them a holiday. Do, dear sir, let me go home to my new aunt next time you come into the country." I was much pleased with the dear child's earnestness, and permitted her to have her full argument with her beloved uncle, but was much moved, and he himself was under some concern, when she said, "But you should in pity let me live with you, sir, for I have no papa, nor mamma neither. They are so far off. But I will love you both as if you were my own papa and mamma. So, dear now, my good uncle, promise the poor girl that has never a papa nor mamma." I withdrew to the door. "It will rain, I believe," said I, and looked up, and indeed I had almost a shower in my eye, and had I kept my place, could not have refrained showing how much I was affected. Mr. B., as I said, was a little moved, but for fear the young gentlewoman should take notice of it. "How, my dear," said he, "no papa and mamma? Did they not send you a pretty black boy to wait upon you a while ago? Have you forgot that?" "That's true," replied she; "but what's a black boy to living with my new aunt? That's better a great deal than a black boy." "Well, your aunt and I will consider of it when we come from London. Be a good girl meantime, and do as your governess would have you, and then you don't know what we may do for you." "Well then, miss," said she to her young governess, "let me be set 2 tasks instead of 1, and I will learn all I can to deserve to go to my aunt." In this manner the little prattler diverted herself, and as we returned from them, the scene I hinted at opened as follows. Mr. B. was pleased to say, "What a poor figure does the proudest man make, my dear Pamela, under the sense of a concealed guilt, in company of the innocent who know it, and even of those who do not! Since the casual expression of a baby shall overwhelm him with shame, and make him unable to look up without confusion. I blushed for myself," continued he, "to see how you were affected for me, and yet withdrew to avoid reproaching me so much as with a look. Surely, Pamela, I must then make a most contemptible appearance in your eye. Did you not disdain me at that moment? Dearest sir, how can you speak such a word I cannot repeat after you, for at that very time I beheld you with the more reverence, foreseeing your noble heart touched with a sense of your error, and it was such an earnest to me of the happiest change I could ever wish for, and in so young a gentleman, that it was 1/2 joy for that, and the other half concern at the little charmer's accidental plea to her best and nearest friend for coming home to her new aunt, that affected me so sensibly, as you saw. You must not talk to me of the child's coming home after this visit, Pamela, for how at this rate shall I stand the reproaches of my own mind, when I see the little prater every day before me, and think of what her poor mamma has suffered on my account? 'Tis enough that in you, my dear, I have an hourly reproach before me, for my attempts on your virtue, and I have nothing to boast of, but that I gave way to the triumphs of your innocence. And what then is my boast? What is your boast, dearest sir? You have everything to boast that is worthy of being boasted of. You are the best of husbands, the best of landlords, the best of masters, the best of friends, and with all these excellencies, and a mind, as I hope, continually improving, and more affected with the sense of its past mistakes, will you ask, dear sir, what is your boast? Oh, my dearest, dear Mr. B. And then I pressed his hands with my lips. Whatever you are to yourself, when you give way to reflections so hopeful, you are the glory and the boast of your grateful Pamela. And permit me to add, tears standing in my eyes and holding his hand between mine, that I never beheld you in my life in a more amiable light than when I saw that noble consciousness which you speak of manifest itself in your eyes and your countenance. Oh, sir, this was a sight of joy, of true joy, to one who loves you for your dear soul's sake, as well as for that of your person, and who looks forward to a companionship with you beyond the term of this transitory life. Putting my arms round his arms as I sat, my fearful eye watching his, I fear, sir, I have been too serious. I have perhaps broken one of your injunctions, have cast a gloominess over your mind, and if I have, dear sir, forgive me. He clasped his arms around me. Oh, my beloved Pamela, said he, thou dear confirmer of all my better purposes, how shall I acknowledge your inexpressible goodness to me? I see every day more and more, my dear love, what confidence I may repose in your generosity and discretion. You want no forgiveness, and my silence was owing to much better motives than to those you were apprehensive of. He saw my grateful transport, and kindly said, struggle not, my beloved Pamela, for words to express sentiments which your eyes and your countenance much more significantly express than any words can do. Every day produces new instances of your affectionate concern for my future as well as present happiness, and I will endeavour to confirm to you all the hopes which the present occasion has given you of me, and which I see by these transporting effects are so desirable to you. The chariot brought us home sooner than I wished, and Mr. B. handed me into the parlour. Here, Mrs. Jervis, said he, meeting her in the passage, "Receive your angelic lady. I must take a little hour without you, Pamela, for I have had too much of your dear company, and must leave you to descend again into myself, for you have raised me to such a height that it is with pain I look down from it." He kissed my hand and went into his chariot again, for it was but half an hour after 12, and said he would be back by 2 at dinner. He left Mrs. Jervis wondering at his words, and at the solemn air with which he uttered them. But when I told that good friend the occasion, I had a new joy in the pleasure and congratulations of the dear good woman on what had passed. My next letter will be from London, and to you, my honoured parents, for to you, my dear, I shall not write again, expecting to see you soon. But I must now write seldomer, because I am to renew my correspondence with Lady Davers, with whom I cannot be so free as I have been with Miss Darnford, and so I doubt, my dear father and mother, you cannot have the particulars of that correspondence, for I shall never find time to transcribe. But every opportunity that offers, you may assure yourselves, shall be laid hold of by your ever dutiful daughter. And now, my dear Miss Darnford, as I inscribe this letter to you, let me conclude it with the assurance that I am and ever will be your most affectionate friend and servant, P.B. End of letter 42.
Letter 43 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2 by Samuel Richardson. Letter 43. My dear Father and Mother, I know you will be pleased to hear that we arrived safely in town last night. We found a stately, well-furnished and convenient house, and I had my closet or library and my withdrawing-room all in complete order, which Mr. B. gave me possession of in the most obliging manner. I am in a new world, as I may say, and see such vast piles of building, and such a concourse of people, and hear such a rattling of coaches in the day, that I hardly know what to make of it as yet. Then the nightly watch, going their hourly rounds, disturbed me, but I shall soon be used to that, and sleep the sounder perhaps for the security it assures to us. Mr. B. is impatient to show me what is curious in and about this vast city, and to hear, as he is pleased to say, my observations upon what I shall see. He has carried me through several of the fine streets this day in his chariot, but at present I have too confused a notion of things to give any account of them, nor shall I trouble you with descriptions of that kind, for you being within a day's journey of London, I hope for the pleasure of seeing you oftener than I could expect before, and shall therefore leave these matters to your own observations, and what you'll hear from others. I am impatient for the arrival of my dear Miss Darnford, whose company and conversation will reconcile me, in a great measure, to this new world. Our family at present are Colbrand, Jonathan, and 6 men servants, including the coachman. The 4 maids are also with us. But my good Mrs. Jervis was indisposed, so came not up with us, but we expect her and Mr. Longman in a day or 2, for Mr. B. has given her to my wishes, and as Mr. Longman's business will require him to be up and down frequently, Mrs. Jervis's care will be the better dispensed with. I long to see the dear good woman, and shall be more in my element when I do. Then I have, besides, my penitent Polly Barlow, who has never held up her head since that deplorable instance of her weakness, which I mentioned to you and to Miss Darnford. Yet am I as kind to her as if nothing bad happened. I wish, however, some good husband would offer for her. Mr. Adams, our worthy chaplain, is now with Mr. Williams. He purposes to give us his company here till Christmas, when probably matters will be adjusted for him to take possession of his living. Meantime, not to let fall a good custom, when perhaps we have most occasion for it, I make Jonathan, who is reverend by his years and silver hairs, supply his place, appointing him the prayers he is to read. God preserve you both in health, and continue to me, I beseech you, your prayers and blessings. Conclude your ever dutiful daughter, P.B. End of letter 43.
Letter 44 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 44, from Mrs. B. to Lady Davers. My dearest lady, I must beg pardon for having been in this great town more than a week, and not having found an opportunity to tender my devoirs to your ladyship. You know, dear madam, what hurries and fatigues must attend such a journey to one in my way, and to an entire new settlement, in which 100 things must be done and attended to, with a preference to other occasions, however delightful. Yet I must own we found a stately, well-ordered, and convenient house, but although it is not far from the fields, and has an area opening to its back part, and its front to a square, as it is called, yet I am not reconciled to it so entirely as to the beloved mansion we left. My dear Mr. B. has been and is busily employed in ordering some few alterations to make things still more commodious. He has furnished me out a pretty library, and has allotted me very convenient apartments besides. The furniture of every place is rich, as befits the mind and fortune of the generous owner. But I shall not offer at particulars, as we hope to have the honour of a visit from my good lord and your ladyship before the winter weather sets in, to make the roads too dirty and deep. But it is proper to mention that the house is so large that we can make a great number of beds, the more conveniently to receive the honours of your ladyship and my lord, and Mr. B.'s other friends will do us. I have not yet been at any of the public diversions. Mr. B. has carried me by gentle turns out of his workman's way, 10 miles round this overgrown capital, and through the principal of its numerous streets. The villages that lie spangled about this vast circumference, as well as on the other side the noble Thames, which I had before a notion of from Sir John Denham's celebrated Cooper's Hill, as on the Middlesex side, are beautiful, both by buildings and situation, beyond what I had imagined, and several of them seem larger than many of our country towns of note. But it would be impertinent to trouble your ladyship with these matters, who are no stranger to what is worthy of notice in London. But I was surprised when Mr. B. observed to me that this whole county, and the 2 cities of London and Westminster, are represented in Parliament by no more than 8 members, when so many borough towns in England are inferior to the meanest villages about London. I am in daily expectation of the arrival of Miss Darnford, and then I shall wish, accompanied by a young lady of so polite a taste, to see a good play. Mr. B. has already shown me the opera house and the playhouses, though silent, as I may say, that, as he was pleased to observe, they should not be new to me, and that the sight might not take off my attention from the performance when I went to the play, so that I can conceive a tolerable notion of everything, from the disposition of the seats, the boxes, galleries, pit, the music, scenes, and the stage, and so shall have no occasion to gaze about me like a country novice, whereby I might attract a notice that I would not wish, either for my own credit or your dear brother's honour. I have had a pleasure which I had not in Bedfordshire, and that is, that on Sunday I was at church, without gaping crowds to attend us, and blessings too loud for my wishes. Yet I was more gazed at, and so was Mr. B., than I expected, considering there were so many well-dressed gentry and some nobility there, and they stared as much as anybody, but will not, I hope, when we cease to be a novelty. We have already had several visitors to welcome Mr. B. to town, and to congratulate him on his marriage, but some, no doubt, to see and to find fault with his rustic, for it is impossible, you know, madam, that a gentleman so distinguished by his merit and fortune should have taken a step of such consequence to himself and family, and not to have been known by everybody so to have done. Sir Thomas Atkins is in town, and has taken apartments in Hanover Square, and he brought with him a younger brother of Mr. Arthur's, who, it seems, is a merchant. Lord F. has also been to pay his respects to Mr. B., whose schoolfellow he was at Eton, the little time Mr. B. was there. His lordship promises that his lady shall make me a visit, and accompany me to the opera as soon as we are fully settled. A gentleman of the Temple, Mr. Turner by name, and Mr. Fanshawe of Gray's Inn, both lawyers, and of Mr. B.'s former acquaintance, very sprightly and modish gentlemen, have also welcomed us to town, and made Mr. B. abundance of gay compliments on my account to my face, all in the common frothy run. They may be polite gentlemen, but I can't say I overmuch like them. There is something so opinionated, so seemingly insensible of rebuke, either from within or without, and yet not promising to avoid deserving one occasionally, that I could as lieve wish Mr. B., and they would not renew their former acquaintance. I am very bold, your ladyship will say, but you command me to write freely, yet I would not be thought to be uneasy with regard to your dear brother's morals from these gentlemen. For, oh, madam, I am a blessed creature, and am hourly happier and happier in the confidence I have as to that particular. But I imagine they will force themselves upon him, more than he may wish, or would permit, were the acquaintance now to begin, for they are not of his turn of mind, as it seems to me, being by a sentence or two that drop from them very free and very frothy in their conversation, and by their laughing at what they say themselves, taking that for wit which will not stand the test, if I may be allowed to say so. But they have heard, no doubt, what a person Mr. B.'s goodness to me has lifted into notice, and they think themselves warranted to say anything before his country girl. He was pleased to ask me, when they were gone, how I liked his two lawyers, and said they were persons of family and fortune. I am glad of it, sir, said I, for their own sakes. Then you don't approve of them, Pamela? They are your friends, sir, and I cannot have any dislike to them. They say good things sometimes, returned he. I don't doubt it, sir, but you say good things always. 'Tis happy for me, my dear, you think so, but tell me what you think of 'em. I shall be better able, sir, to answer your questions if I see them a second time. But we form notions of persons at first sight sometimes, my dear, and you are seldom mistaken in yours. I only think, sir, that they have neither of them any diffidence, but their profession perhaps may set them above that. They don't practise, my dear, their fortunes enable them to live without it, and they are too studious of their pleasures to give themselves any trouble they are not obliged to take. They seem to me, sir, qualified for practice. They would make great figures at the bar, I fancy. Why so? Only because they seem prepared to think well of what they say themselves, and lightly of what other people say or may think of them. That, indeed, my dear, is the necessary qualifications of a public speaker, be he lawyer or what he will. The man who cannot doubt himself, and can think meanly of his auditors, never fails to speak with self-applause, at least. But you'll pardon me, good sir, for speaking my mind so freely and so early of these your friends. I never, my love, ask you a question I wish you not to answer, and always expect your answer should be without reserve. For many times I may ask your opinion as a corrective or a confirmation of my own judgment. How kind, how indulgent was this, my good lady, but you know how generously your dear brother treats me on all occasions, and this makes me so bold as I often am. It may be necessary, my dear lady, to give you an account of our visitors, in order to make the future parts of my writing the more intelligible, because what I have to write may turn sometimes upon the company we see, for which reason I shall also just mention Sir George Stuart, a Scottish gentleman, with whom Mr. B. became acquainted in his travels, who seems to be a polite, and Mr. B. says is a learned man, and a virtuoso. He and a nephew of his, of the same name, a bashful gentleman, and who for that reason, I imagine, has a merit that lies deeper than a first observation can reach, are just gone from us, and were received with so much civility by Mr. B. as entitles them to my respectful regard. Thus, madam, do I run on, in a manner without materials, and only to show you the pleasure I take in obeying you. I hope my good Lord Davers enjoys his health, and continues me in his favour, which I value extremely, as well as your ladyship's. Mr. H., I hope, likewise enjoys his health, but let me not forget my particular and thankful respects to the Countess for her favour and goodness to me, which I shall ever place next in my grateful esteem to the honours I have received from your ladyship, and which bind me to be, with the greatest respect, your faithful and obliged servant, P.B. End of letter 44. Letter 45 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 45. My dear Father and Mother, I write to you both at this time for your advice in a particular dispute, which is the only one I have had, or I hope ever shall have, with my dear benefactor, and as he is pleased to insist upon his way, and it is a point of conscience with me, I must resolve to be determined by your joint advice, for if my father and mother and husband are of one opinion, I must, I think, yield up my own. This is the subject. I think a mother ought, if she can, to be the nurse to her own children. Mr. B. says he will not permit it. It is the first will not I've heard from him, or given occasion for, and I tell him that it is a point of conscience with me, and I hope he will indulge me. But the dear gentleman has an odd way of arguing that sometimes puzzles me. He pretends to answer me from Scripture, but I have some doubts of his exposition, and he gives me leave to write to you, though yet he won't promise to be determined by your opinions if they are not the same with his own. And I say to him, is this fair, my dearest Mr. B., is it? He has got the dean's opinion with him, for our debate began before we came to town, and then he would not let me state the case, but did it himself, and yet 'tis but an half opinion, as I may neither. For it is, that if the husband is set upon it, it is a wife's duty to obey. But I can't see how that is, for if it be the natural duty of a mother, it is a divine duty. And how can a husband have power to discharge a divine duty? As great as a wife's obligation is to obey her husband, which is, I own, one indispensable of the marriage contract, it ought not to interfere with what one takes to be a superior duty, and must not one be one's own judge of actions by which we must stand or fall? I'll tell you my plea. I say that where a mother is unhealthy, subject to communicative distempers, as scrofulous or scorbutic, or consumptive disorders which have infected the blood or lungs, or where they have not plenty of nourishment for the child, that in these cases a dispensation lies of course. But where there is good health, free spirits, and plentiful nourishment, I think it an indispensable duty. For this was the custom of old, of all the good wives we read of in Scripture. Then the nourishment of the mother must be most natural to the child. These were my pleas, among others, and this is his answer, which he gave to me in writing. As to what you allege, my dear, of old customs, times and fashions are much changed. If you tell me of Sarah's, or Rachel's, or Rebekah's, or Leah's nursing their children, I can answer that the one drew water at a well for her father's flocks, another kneaded cakes and baked them on the hearth, another dressed savory meat for her husband, and all of them performed the common offices of the household. And when our modern ladies shall follow such examples in everything, their plea ought to be allowed in this. Besides, my fondness for your personal graces, and the laudable, and I will say honest pleasure I take in that easy genteel form, which everybody admires in you, at first sight, oblige me to declare that I can by no means consent to sacrifice these to the carelessness into which I have seen very nice ladies sink when they became nurses. Moreover, my chief delight in you is for the beauties of your mind, and unequalled as they are, in my opinion, you have still a genius capable of great improvement. And I shan't care when I want to hear my Pamela read her French and Latin lessons, which I take so much delight to teach her, and to endeavour to improve myself from her virtue and piety at the same time, to seek my beloved in the nursery, or to permit her to be engrossed by those baby offices, which will better befit weaker minds. No, my dear, you must allow me to look upon you as my scholar in one sense, and my companion in another, and as my instructress in a third. You know I am not governed by the worst motives. I am half overcome by your virtue, and you must take care that you leave not your work half done. But I cannot help looking upon the nurse's office as an office beneath, Pamela. Let it have your inspection, your direction, and your sole attention, if you please, when I am abroad. But when I am at home, even a son and heir, so jealous am I of your affections, shall not be my rival in them, nor will I have my rest broken in upon by your servants bringing to you your dear little one, at times perhaps as unsuitable to my repose and your own as to the child's necessities. The chief thing with you, my dear, is that you think it unnatural in a mother not to be a nurse to her own child if she can, and what is unnatural, you say, is sin. Some men may be fond of having their wives undertake this province, and good reasons may be assigned for such their fondness, but it suits not me at all. And yet no man would be thought to have a greater affection for children than myself, or be more desirous to do them justice, for I think every one should look forward to posterity with a preference. But if my Pamela can be better employed, if the office can be equally well performed, if your direction and superintendence will be sufficient, and if I cannot look upon you in that way with equal delight, as if it was otherwise, I insist upon it, my Pamela, that you acquiesce with my dispensation, and don't think to let me lose my beloved wife, and have a nurse put upon me instead of her. As to that, the nearest to me of all of dangers to your constitution, there is as much reason to hope it may not be so, as to fear that it may, for children sometimes bring health with them as well as infirmity. And it is not a little likely that the nurse's office may affect the health of one I hold most dear, who has no very robust constitution, and thinks it so much her duty to attend to it, that she will abridge herself of half the pleasures of life, and on that account confine herself within doors, or in the other case must take with her her infant and her nursery-maid wherever she goes. And I shall either have very fine company, shall I not, or be obliged to deny myself yours. Then, as I propose to give you a smattering of the French and Italian, I know not but I may take you on a little tour into France and Italy, at least to Bath, Tunbridge, Oxford, York, and the principal places of England. Wherefore, as I love to look upon you as the companion of my pleasures, I advise you, my dearest love, not to weaken, or to speak in a phrase proper to the present subject, wean me from that love to you, and admiration of you, which hitherto has been rather increasing than otherwise, as your merit and regard for me have increased. These, my dear parents, are charming allurements, almost irresistible temptations, and what makes me mistrust myself the more, and be the more diffident, for we are but too apt to be persuaded into anything, when the motives are so tempting as the last. I take it for granted that many wives will not choose to dispute this point so earnestly as I have done, for we have had several little debates about it, and it is the only point I have ever yet debated with him. But one would not be altogether implicit neither. It is no compliment to him to be quite passive, and to have no will at all of one's own. Yet would I not dispute one point, but in supposition of a superior obligation. And this, he says, he can dispense with. But, alas, my dear Mr. B. was never yet thought so entirely fit to fill up the character of a casuistical divine, as that one may absolutely rely upon his decisions in these serious points, and you know we must stand or fall by our own judgments. Upon condition, therefore, that he requires not to see this my letter, nor your answer to it, I write for your advice. But this I see plainly, that he will have his own way, and if I cannot get over my scruples, what shall I do? For if I think it a sin to submit to the dispensation he insists upon as in his power to grant, and to submit to it, what will become of my peace of mind? For it is not in our power to believe as one will. As to the liberty he gives me for a month, I should be loath to take it, for one knows not the inconveniences that may attend a change of nourishment, or if I did, I should rather, but I know not what I would say, for I am but a young creature to be in this way, and so very unequal to it in every respect. So I commit myself to God's direction and your advice, as becomes your ever dutiful daughter, P.B. End of letter 45.
Letter 46 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2 by Samuel Richardson. Letter 46. My dearest child, your mother and I have as well considered the case you put as we are able, and we think your own reasons very good, and it is 1,000 pities your honoured husband will not allow them, as you, my dear, make it such a point with you. Very few ladies would give their spouses, we believe, the trouble of this debate, and few gentlemen are so very nice as yours in this respect. For but what signifies what such a mean soul as I think, compared to so learned and brave a gentleman, yet I always thought your dear mother, and she has been a pretty woman too in her time, never looked so lovely as when I saw her, like the pelican in the wilderness, feeding her young ones from her kind breast, and had I never so noble an estate, I should have had the same thoughts. But since the good squire cannot take this pleasure, since he so much values your person, since he gives you warning that it may estrange his affections, since he is impatient of denial, and thinks so highly of his prerogative, since he may, if disobliged, resume some bad habits, and so you may have all your prayers and hopes in his perfect reformation frustrated, and find your own power to do good more narrowed. We think, besides the obedience you have vowed to him, and is the duty of every good wife, you ought to give up the point and acquiesce, for this seemeth to us to be the lesser evil, and God Almighty, if it should be your duty, will not be less merciful than men, who, as his honour says, by the laws of the realm, excuses a wife when she is faulty by the command of the husband, and we hope the fault he is pleased to make you commit, if a fault, for he really gives very praiseworthy motives for his dispensation, will not be laid at his own door. So, even resolve, my dearest child, to submit to it, and with cheerfulness too. God send you a happy hour, but who knows when the time comes whether it may not be proper to dispense with this duty, as you deem it on other accounts, for every young person is not enabled to perform it. So, to show his honour that you will cheerfully acquiesce, your dear mother advises you to look out for a wholesome, good-humoured, honest body, as near your complexion and temper and constitution as may be, and it may not be the worse, she thinks, if she is 20, or 1, or 22, for she will have more strength and perfection, as one may say, than even you can have at your tender age, and above all, for the wise reason you give from your reading, that she may be brought to bed much about your time, if possible. We can look out about us for such a one. and as Mr. B. is not adverse to have the dear child in the house, you will have as much delight, and the dear baby may fare as well, under your prudent and careful eye, as if you were obliged in the way you would choose. So God direct you, my child, in all your ways, and make you acquiesce in this point with cheerfulness, although, as you say, one cannot believe as one pleases, for we verily are of opinion you safely may as matters stand, and continue to you and your honoured husband health and all manner of happiness, are the prayers of your most affectionate father and mother, J. and E. Andrews. End of letter 46.
Letter 47 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2 by Samuel Richardson, Letter 47. I thank you, my dearest parents, for your kind letter. It was given to Mr. B., and he brought it to me himself, and was angry with me. Indeed he was, as you shall hear. 'Tis from the good couple, my dear, I see. I hope they are of my opinion, but whether they be or not, but I will leave you, and do you, Pamela, step down to my closet when you have perused it. He was pleased to withdraw, and I read it, and sat down and considered it well. But as you know, I made it always my maxim to do what I could not avoid to do, with as good a grace as possible. I waited on the dear gentleman. Well, Pamela, said he, a little seriously, what say the worthy pair? Oh, sir, they declare for you. They say it is best for me to yield up this point. They are certainly in the right, but were you not a dear perverse creature to give me all this trouble about your saucy scruples? Nay, sir, don't call them so, said I, little thinking he was displeased with me. I still am somewhat wavering, though they advise me to acquiesce, and as it is your will, and you have determined, it is my duty to yield up the point. But do you yield it up cheerfully, my dear? I do, sir, and will never more dispute it, let what will happen, and I beg pardon for having so often entered into this subject with you. But you know, sir, if one's weakness of mind gives one scruples, one should not yield implicitly, till they are satisfied, for that would look as if one gave not you the obedience of a free mind. You are very obliging just now, my dear, but I can tell you, you had made me half serious, yet I would not show it, in compliment to your present condition, for I did not expect that you would have thought any appeal necessary, though to your parents, in a point that I was determined upon, as you must see, every time we talked of it. This struck me all in a heap. I looked down to the ground, having no courage to look up to his face, for fear I should behold his aspect as mortifying to me as his words. But he took both my hands, and drew me kindly to him, and saluted me. Excuse me, my dearest love, I am not angry with you. Why starts this precious pearl? And kissed my cheek. Speak to me, Pamela. I will, sir, I will, as soon as I can. For this being my first check, so seriously given, my heart was full. But as I knew he would be angry and think me obstinate if I did not speak, I said, full of concern, I wish, sir, I wish you had been pleased to spare me a little longer for the same kind, very kind consideration. But is it not better, my dear, to tell you I was a little out of humour with you, than that I am? But you were very earnest with me on this point more than once, and you put me upon a hated, because ungenerous necessity of pleading my prerogative, as I call it. Yet this would not do, but you appealed against me in the point I was determined upon, for reasons altogether in your favour. And if this was not like my Pamela, excuse me that I could not help being a little unlike myself. Ah, thought I, this is not so very unlike your dear self, were I to give the least shadow of an occasion, for it is of a piece with your lessons formerly. I am sure, said I was not in the least aware that I had offended, but I was too little circumspect. I had been used to your goodness for so long a time, that I expected it, it seems, and thought I was sure of your favourable construction. Why, so you may be, my dear, in everything almost, but I don't love to speak twice my mind on the same subject. You know I don't, and you have really disputed this point with me 5 or 6 times, insomuch that I wondered what was come to my dearest. I thought, sir, you would have distinguished between a command, where my conscience was concerned, and a common point. You know, sir, I never had any will but yours in common points. But indeed you make me fearful, because my task is rendered too difficult for my own weak judgment. I was silent, but by my tears. Now I doubt, Pamela, your spirit is high. You won't speak because you are out of humour at what I say. I will have no sullen reserves, my dearest. What means that heaving sob? I know that this is the time with your sex, when saddened with your apprehensions, and indulged because of them by the fond husband, it is needful for both their sakes to watch over the changes of their temper. For ladies in your way are often like encroaching subjects, apt to extend what they call their privileges on the indulgence showed them, and the husband never again recovers the ascendant he had before. You know these things better than I, Mr. B., but I had no intention to invade your province, or to go out of my own. Yet I thought I had a right to a little free will on some greater occasions. Why, so you have, my dear, but you must not plead in behalf of your own will, and refuse to give due weight to mine. Well, sir, I must needs say, I have one advantage above others of my sex, for if wives in my circumstances are apt to grow upon indulgence, I am very happy that your kind and watchful care will hinder me from falling into that error. He gave me a gentle tap on the neck. Let me beat my beloved sauce-box, said he. Is it thus you rally my watchful care over you for your own good? But tell me truly, Pamela, are you not a little sullen? Look up to me, my dear. Are you not? I believe I am, but 'tis but very little, sir. It will soon go off. Please to let me withdraw, that I may take myself to task about it. For at present I know not what to do, because I did not expect the displeasure I have incurred. Is it not the same thing, replied he, if this our first quarrel end here without your withdrawing? I forgive you heartily, my Pamela, and give me one kiss, and I will think of your saucy appeal against me no more. I will comply with your conditions, sir, but I have a great mind to be saucy. I wish you would let me for this once. What would you say, my dearest? Be saucy, then, as you call it, as saucy as you can. Why, then I am a little sullen at present, that I am, and I am not fully convinced whether it must be I that forgive you, or you me. For indeed, if I can recollect, I cannot think my fault so great in this point, that was a point of conscience to me, as, pardon me, sir, to stand in need of your forgiveness. Well then, my dearest, said he, we will forgive one another. But take this with you, that it is my love to you that makes me more delicate than otherwise I should be, and you have inured me so much to a faultless conduct, that I can hardly bear with natural infirmities from you. But giving me another tap, get you gone. I leave you to your recollection, and let me know what fruits it produces, for I must not be put off with a half compliance. I must have your whole will with me, if possible. So I went up, and recollecting everything, sacrificed to my sex, as Mr. B. calls it, when he talks of a wife's reluctance to yield a favourite point, for I shed many tears, because my heart was set upon it. And so, my dear parents, 20 charming ideas and pleasures I had formed to myself are vanished from me, and my measures are quite broken. But after my heart was relieved by my eye, I was lighter and easier, and the result is, we have heard of a good sort of woman, that is to be my poor baby's mother, when it comes, so your kindly offered inquiries are needless, I believe. 'Tis well for our sex in general, that there are not many husbands who distinguish thus nicely, for I doubt there are but very few so well entitled to their ladies' observances as Mr. B. is to mine, and who would act so generously and so tenderly by a wife as he does, in every material instance on which the happiness of life depends. But we are quite reconciled, although, as I said, upon his own terms, and so I can still style myself, my dear honoured parents, your happy as well as your dutiful daughter, P.B. End of letter 47. Letter 48 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 48 from Lady Davers to Mrs. B. My dear Pamela, I have sent you a present, the completest I could procure of everything that may suit your approaching happy circumstance, as I hope it will be to you and to us all. But it is with a hope annexed that, although both sexes are thought of in it, you will not put us off with a girl. No, child, we will not permit you, may we have our wills, to think of giving us a girl, till you have presented us with half a dozen fine boys. For our line is gone so low, we expect that human security from you in your first 7 years, or we shall be disappointed. I will now give you their names, if my brother and you approve of them. Your first shall be Billy, my Lord Davers, and the Earl of C., godfathers, and it must be doubly godmothered too, or I am afraid the Countess and I shall fall out about it. Your second Davers, be sure remember that. Your third Charlie, your fourth Jemmy, your fifth Harry, your sixth Dudley, if you will, and your girl, if you had not rather call it Pamela, shall be called Barbara. The rest name as you please. And so, my dear, I wish all 7 happily over with you. I am glad you got safe to town, and long to hear of Miss Darnford's arrival, because I know you'll be out of your bias in your new settlement till then. She is a fine lady, and writes the most, to my taste, of any one of her sex that I know, next to you. I wish she'd be so kind as to correspond with me, but be sure don't admit to give me the sequel of her sister's and Murray's affair, and what you think will please me in relation to her. You do well to save yourself the trouble of describing the town and the public places. We are no strangers to them, and they are too much our table talk when any country lady has for the first time been carried to town and returned. Besides, what London affords is nothing that deserves mention, compared to what we have seen at Paris and Versailles, and other of the French palaces. You exactly, therefore, hit our tastes, and answer our expectations, when you give us in your peculiar manner sentiments, and what we may call the soul of things, and such characters as you draw with a pencil, borrowed from the hand of nature, intermingled with those fine lights and shades of reflections and observations that make your pictures glow, and instruct as well as delight. There, Pamela, is encouragement for you to proceed in obliging us. We are all of one mind in this respect, and more than ever, since we have seen your actions so well answer to your writings, and that theory and practice, as to every excellence that can adorn a lady, is the same thing with you. We are pleased with your lawyers' characters. There are life and nature in them, but never avoid giving all that occur to you, for that seems to be one of your talents, and in the ugliest there will be matter of instruction, especially as you seem naturally to fall upon such as are so general, that no one who converses but must see in them the picture of one or other he is acquainted with. By this time, perhaps, Miss Darnford will be with you. Our respects to her, if so, and you will have been at some of the theatrical entertainments, so will not want subjects to oblige us. 'Twas a good thought of your dear man's to carry you to see the several houses, and to make you a judge, by that means, of the disposition and fashion of everything in them. Tell him I love him better and better. I am proud of my brother, and do nothing but talk of what a charming husband he makes. But then he gives an example to all who know him, and his uncontrollable temper, which makes against many of us, that it is possible for a good wife to make even a bad man a worthy husband. And this affords an instruction which may stand all our sex in good stead. But then they must have been cautious first to choose a man of natural good sense and good manners, and not a brutal or abandoned debauchee. But hark ye me, my sweet girl, what have I done that you won't write yourself sister to me? I could find in my heart to be angry with you. Before my last visit I was scrupulous to subscribe myself so to you, but since I have seen myself so much surpassed in every excellence that I would take pleasure in the name, you assume a pride in your turn, and may think it undervaluing yourself to call me so. Ay, that's the thing, I doubt. Although I have endeavoured by several regulations since my return, and the Countess too keeps your example in distant view as well as I, to be more worthy of the appellation. If, therefore, you would avoid the reproaches of secret pride, under the shadow of so remarkable an humility, for the future never omit subscribing, as I do, with great pleasure, your truly affectionate sister and friend, B. Davers. I always take it for granted that my worthy brother sends his respects to us, as you must, that Lord Davers, the Countess of C., and Jackey, who, as well as his uncle, talks of nothing else but you, send theirs, and so unnecessary compliments will be always excluded our correspondence. End of letter 48.
Letter 49 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 49. In answer to the preceding. How you overwhelm me with your goodness, my dearest lady, in every word of your last welcome letter, is beyond my power to express. How nobly has your ladyship contrived in your ever-valued present to encourage a doubting and apprehensive mind, and how does it contribute to my joy and my glory that I am deemed, by the noble sister of my best beloved, not wholly unworthy of being the humble means to continue, and perhaps to perpetuate, a family so ancient and so honourable. When I contemplate this, and look upon what I was, how shall I express a sense of the honour done me? And when, reading over the other engaging particulars in your ladyship's letter, I come to the last charming paragraph, I am doubly affected to see myself seemingly upbraided, but so politely emboldened to assume an appellation that otherwise I hardly dared. I, humble I, who never had a sister before, to find one now in Lady Davers. Oh, madam, you and only you can teach me words fit to express the joy and the gratitude that filled my delighted heart. But thus much I am taught, that there is something more than the low-born can imagine in birth and education. This is so evident in your ladyship's actions, words, and manner, that it strikes one with a becoming reverence, and we look up with awe to a condition we emulate in vain, when raised by partial favour, like what I have found, and are confounded when we see grandeur of soul joined with grandeur of birth and condition, and a noble lady acting thus nobly, as Lady Davers acts. My best wishes and 1,000 blessings attend your ladyship in all you undertake, and I am persuaded the latter will, and a peace and satisfaction of mind incomparably to be preferred to whatever else this world can afford, in the new regulations which you and my dear Lady Countess have set on foot in your families, and when I can have the happiness to know what they are, I shall, I am confident, greatly improve my own methods by them. Were we to live for ever in this life, we might be careless and indifferent about these matters, but when such an uncertainty as to the time, and such a certainty as to the event is before us, a prudent mind will be always preparing till prepared. And what can be a better preparative than charitable actions to our fellow creatures in the eye of that Majesty which wants nothing of us himself, but to do just the merciful things to one another. Pardon me, my dearest lady, for this my free style. Methinks I am out of myself. I know not how to descend all at once from the height to which you have raised me, and you must forgive the reflections to which you yourself and your own noble actions have given birth. Here, having taken respite a little, I naturally sink into body again, and will not your ladyship confine your expectations from me within narrower limits? For, oh, I cannot even with my wishes so swiftly follow your expectations, if such they are. But, however, leaving futurity to Him who only governs futurity, and who conducts us all and our affairs as shall best answer His own divine purposes, I will proceed as well as I can to obey you in those articles which are at present more within my own power. My dear Miss Darnford, then let me acquaint your ladyship, arrived on Thursday last. She had given us notice by a line of the day she set out, and Sir Simon and Lady Darnford saw her 10 miles on the way to the stage-coach in Sir Simon's coach, Mr. Murray attending her on horseback. They parted with her, as was easy to guess from her merit, with great tenderness, and we are to look upon the visit, as we do, as a high favour from her papa and mamma, who, however, charge her not to exceed a month in and out, which I regret much. Mr. B. kindly proposed to me, as she came in the stage-coach, attended with one maid-servant, to meet her part of the way in his coach and six, if, as he was pleased to say, it would not be too fatiguing to me, and we would go so early as to dine at St. Albans. I gladly consented, and we got thither about 1 o'clock, and while dinner was preparing, he was pleased to show me the great church there, and the curious vault of the good Duke of Gloucester, and also the monument of the great Lord Chancellor Bacon in St. Michael's Church, all which no doubt your ladyship has seen. There happened to be 6 passengers in the stage-coach, including Miss Darnford and her maid. She was exceeding glad to be relieved from them, though the weather was cold enough, 2 of the passengers being not very agreeable company, one a rough military man, and the other a positive, humoursome old gentlewoman, and the others 2 sisters, who jangled now and then, said she, as much as my sister and my sister's sister. Judge how joyful this meeting was to us both. Mr. B. was no less delighted, and said he was infinitely obliged to Sir Simon for this precious trust. I come with double pleasure, said she, to see the greatest curiosity in England, a husband and wife who have not, in so many months as you have been married, if I may believe report and your letters, Mrs. B. once repented. You are severe, Miss Darnford, replied Mr. B., upon people in the married state. I hope there are many such instances. There might, if there were more such husbands as Mr. B. makes. I hated you once, and thought you very wicked, but I revere you now. If you will revere anybody, my dear Miss Darnford, said he, let it be this good girl, for it is all owing to her conduct and direction that I make a tolerable husband. Were there more such wives, I am persuaded there would be more such husbands than there are. You see, my dear, said I, what it is to be wedded to a generous man. Mr. B., by his noble treatment of me, creates a merit in me, and disclaims the natural effects of his own goodness. Well, you're a charming couple, person and mind. I know not any equal either of you have. But, Mr. B., I will not compliment you too highly. I may make you proud, for men are saucy creatures, but I cannot make your lady so. And in this doubt of the one, and confidence in the other, I must join with you, that her merit is the greatest, since, excuse me, sir, her example has reformed her rake, and you have only confirmed in her the virtues you found ready formed to your hand. That distinction, said Mr. B., is worthy of Miss Darnford's judgment. My dearest Miss Darnford, my dearest Mr. B., said I, laying my hand upon the hand of each, how can you go on thus? As I look upon every kind thing 2 such dear friends say of me, as incentives for me to endeavour to deserve it, you must not ask me too high, for then, instead of encouraging, you'll make me despair. He led us into the coach, and in a free, easy, joyful manner, not in the least tired or fatigued, did we reach the town and Mr. B.'s house, with which and its furniture, and the apartments allotted for her, my dear friend is highly pleased. But the dear lady put me into some little confusion when she saw me first taking notice of my improvements, as she called them, before Mr. B. I looked at him and her with a downcast eye. He smiled and said, "Would you, my good Miss Darnford, look so silly after such a length of time, with a husband you need not be ashamed of?" "No, indeed, sir, not I, I'll assure you, nor will I forgive those maiden airs in a wife so happy as you are." I said nothing, but I wished myself, in mind and behaviour, to be just what Miss Darnford is. But, my dear lady, Miss Darnford has had those early advantages from conversation which I had not, and so must never expect to know how to deport myself with that modest freedom and ease which I know I want, and shall always want, although some of my partial favourers think I do not. For I am every day more and more sensible of the great difference there is between being used to the politest conversation as an inferior, and being born to bear a part in it. In the one, all is set stiff, awkward, and the person just such an ape of imitation as poor I. In the other, all is natural ease and sweetness, like Miss Darnford. Knowing this, I don't indeed aim at what I am sensible I cannot attain, and so I hope am less exposed to censure than I should be if I did. For I have heard Mr. B. observe, with regard to gentlemen who build fine houses, make fine gardens, and open fine prospects, that art should never take place of, but be subservient to, nature. And a gentleman, if confined to a situation, had better conform his designs to that, than to do as at Chatsworth, level a mountain at a monstrous expense, which, had it been suffered to remain in so wild and romantic a scene as Chatsworth affords, might have been made one of the greatest beauties of the place. So I think I had better endeavour to make the best of those natural defects I cannot master, than by assuming airs and dignities in appearance to which I was not born, act neither part tolerably. By this means, instead of being thought neither gentlewoman nor rustic, as Sir Jacob hinted, linsey woolsey I think was his term too, I may be looked upon as an original in my way, and all originals pass well enough, you know, madam, even with judges. Now I am upon this subject, I conform to myself, if your ladyship will excuse me, two such polite gentlemen, as my lawyers mentioned in my former, who with a true London magnanimity and penetration, for, madam, I fancy your London critics will be the severest upon the country girl, will put on mighty significant looks, forgetting, it may be, that they have any faults themselves, and apprehending that they have nothing to do but to sit in judgment upon others, one of them expressing himself after this manner: "Why, truly, Jack, the girl is well enough, considering, I can't say," then a pinch of snuff perhaps adds importance to his air, "but a man might love her for a month or two." These sparks talked thus of other ladies before me. "She behaves better than I expected from her, considering," again will follow. "So I think," cries the other, and tosses his tie behind him with an air partly of contempt and partly of rakery. "As you say, Jemmy, I expected to find an awkward country girl, but she tops her part, I'll assure you; nay, for that matter, behaves very tolerably for what she was, and is right not to seem desirous to drown the remembrance of her original in her elevation; and I can't but say, for something like it he did say, is mighty pretty and passably genteel." And thus, with their poor praise of Mr. B.'s girl, they think they have made a fine compliment to his judgment. But for his sake, for as to my own, I am not solicitous about such gentlemen's good opinions, I owe them a spite, and believe I shall find an opportunity to come out of their debt. For I have the vanity to think, now you have made me proud by your kind encouragements and approbation, that the country girl will make 'em look about them, with all their genteel contempts, which they miscall praise. But how I run on! Your ladyship expects that I shall write as freely to you as I used to do to my parents. I have the merit of obeying you, that I have, but I doubt too much to the exercise of your patience. This, like all mine, is a long letter, and I will only add to it Miss Darnford's humble respects and thanks for your ladyship's kind mention of her, which she receives as no small honour. And now, madam, with a greater pleasure than I can express, will I make use of the liberty you so kindly allow me to take of subscribing myself with that profound respect which becomes me, your ladyship's most obliged sister and obedient servant, P.B. Mr. Adams, Mr. Longman, and Mrs. Jervis are just arrived, and our household is now complete. End of letter 49. Letter 50 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 50, from Lady Davers to Mrs. B. My dear Pamela, after I have thanked you for your last agreeable letter, which has added the Earl and Lady Jenny to the number of your admirers, you know Lady Betty, her sister, was so before, I shall tell you that I now write at their requests, as well as at those of my Lord Davers, the Countess you so dearly love, and Lady Betty, for your decision of an odd dispute that, on reading your letter and talking of your domestic excellencies, happened among us. Lady Betty says that, notwithstanding any awkwardness you attribute to yourself, she cannot but decide, by all she has seen of your writings and heard from us, that yours is the perfectest character she ever found in the sex. The Countess said that you wrong yourself in supposing you are not everything that is polite and genteel, as well in your behaviour as in your person, and that she knows not any lady in England who better becomes her station than you do. Why then, said Lady Jenny, Mrs. B. must be quite perfect, that's certain. So said the Earl, so said they all, and Lord Davers confirmed that you were. Yet, as we are sure there cannot be such a character in this life as has not one fault, although we could not tell where to fix it, the Countess made a whimsical motion. Lady Davers, said she, pray do you write to Mrs. B. and acquaint her with our subject, and as it is impossible for one who can act as she does not to know herself better than anybody else can do, desire her to acquaint us with some of those secret foibles that leave room for her to be still more perfect. A good thought, said they all, and this is the present occasion of my writing. And pray see that you accuse yourself of no more than you know yourself guilty, for over-modesty borders nearly on pride, and too liberal self-accusations are generally but so many traps for acquittal with applause, so that whatever other ladies might, you will not be forgiven, if you deal with us in a way so poorly artful. Let your faults, therefore, be such as you think we can subscribe to, from what we have seen of you, and what we have read of yours, and you must try to extenuate them too, as you give them, lest we should think you above that nature, which in the best cases is your undoubted talent. I congratulate you and Miss Damford on her arrival. She is a charming young lady, but tell her that we shall not allow her to take you at your word, and to think that she excels you in any one thing. Only, indeed, we think you nicer in some points than you need be to, as to your present agreeable circumstance. And yet, let me tell you, that the easy, unaffected, conjugal purity in word and behaviour between your good man and you is worthy of imitation, and what the Countess and I have with pleasure contemplated since we left you 100 times, and admire in you both. And it is good policy too, child, as well as high decorum, for it is what will make you ever new and respectful to one another.
But you have the honour of it all, whose sweet, natural, and easy modesty in person, behaviour, and conversation forbid indecency even in thought, much more in word, to approach you, insomuch that no rakes can be rakes in your presence, and yet they hardly know to what they owe their restraint. However, as people who see you at this time will take it for granted that you and Mr. B. have been very intimate together, I should think you need not be ashamed of your appearance, because, as he rightly observes, you have no reason to be ashamed of your husband. Excuse my pleasantry, my dear, and answer our demand upon you as soon as you can, which will oblige us all, particularly your affectionate sister, B. Davers. End of letter 50. Letter 51 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson. Letter 51. My dearest lady, what a task have you imposed upon me, and according to the terms you annex to it, how shall I acquit myself of it, without incurring the censure of affectation, if I freely accuse myself, as I may deserve, or of vanity, if I do not? Indeed, madam, I have a great many failings, and you don't know the pain it costs me to keep them under, not so much for fear the world should see them, for I bless God, I can hope they are not capital, as for fear they should become capital, if I were to let them grow upon me. And this, surely, I need not have told your ladyship and the Countess of C., who have read my papers, and seen my behaviour in the kind visit you made to your dear brother, and had from both but too much reason to censure me, did not your generous and partial favour make you overlook my greater failings, and pass under a kinder name many of my lesser. For surely, my good ladies, you must both of you have observed, in what you have read and seen, that I am naturally of a saucy temper, and with all my appearance of meekness and humility, can resent, and sting too, when I think myself provoked. I have also discovered in myself on many occasions, of some of which I will by and by remind your ladyship, a malignancy of heart, that, it is true, lasts but a little while, nor had it need, but for which I have often called myself to account, to very little purpose hitherto. And indeed, madam, now for a little extenuation, as you expect from me, I have some difficulty whether I ought to take such pains to subdue myself in some instances, in the station to which I am raised, that otherwise it would have become me to attempt to do, for it is no easy task for one in my circumstances to distinguish between the ought and the ought not, to be humble without meanness, and decent without arrogance. And if all persons thought as justly as I flatter myself I do, of the inconveniences as well as conveniences which attend their being raised to a condition above them, they would not imagine all the world was their own, when they came to be distinguished as I have been. For what with the contempts of superior relations on one side, the envy of the world, and low reflections arising from it on the other, from which no one must hope to be totally exempted, and the awkwardness, besides, with which they support their elevated condition, if they have sense to judge of their own imperfections, and if the gentleman be not such an one as mine, and where will such another be found? On all these accounts, I say, they will be made sensible that whatever they might once think happiness and an high estate are two very different things. But I shall be too grave, when your ladyship and all my kind and noble friends expect, perhaps, I should give the uncommon subject a pleasanter air. Yet what must that mind be that is not serious, when obliged to recollect and give account of its defects? But I must not only accuse myself, it seems, I must give proofs, such as your ladyship can subscribe to, of my imperfections. There is so much real kindness in this seeming hardship, that I will obey you, madam, and produce proofs in a moment which cannot be controverted. As to my sauciness,
those papers will give 100 instances against me, as well to your dear brother as to others. Indeed, to extenuate, as you command me, as I go along, these were mostly when I was apprehensive for my honour. They were. And then I have a little tincture of jealousy, which sometimes has made me more uneasy than I ought to be, as the papers you have not seen would have demonstrated, particularly in Miss Godfrey's case, and in my conversation with your ladyships, in which I have frequently betrayed my fears of what might happen when in London. Yet, to extenuate again, I have examined myself very strictly on this head, and really think that I can ascribe a great part of this jealousy to laudable motives, no less than to my concern for your dear brother's future happiness, in the hope that I may be a humble means, through Providence, to induce him to abhor those crimes of which young gentlemen too often are guilty, and bring him over to the practice of those virtues in which he will ever have cause to rejoice. Yet, my lady, some other parts of the charge must stand against me, for as I love his person as well as his mind, I have pride in my jealousy that would not permit me, I verily think, to support myself as I ought, under trial of a competition, in this very tender point. And this obliges me to own that I have a little spark, not a little one perhaps, of secret pride and vanity, that will arise now and then on the honours done me, but which I keep under as much as I can, and to this pride, let me tell your ladyship, I know no one contributes or can contribute more largely than yourself. So you see, my dear lady, what a naughty heart I have, and how far I am from being a faultless creature. I hope I shall be better and better, however, as I live longer, and have more grace and more wit. For here, to recapitulate my faults, is in the first place vindictiveness. I will not call it downright revenge. And how much room do all these leave for amendment and greater perfection? Had your ladyship and the countess favoured us longer in your kind visit, I must have so improved by your charming conversations, and by that natural ease and dignity which accompany everything your ladyships do and say, as to have got over such of these foibles as are not rooted in nature, till in time I had been able to do more than emulate those perfections which at present I can only at an awful distance revere, as becomes, my dear ladies, your most humble admirer and obliged servant, P.B. End of letter 51. Letter 52 of Pamela, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Pamela, Volume 2, by Samuel Richardson, Letter 52. From Miss Darnford to her father and mother. My ever-honoured Papa and Mamma, I arrived safely in London on Thursday, after a tolerable journey, considering Deb and I made 6 in the coach, 2 having been taken up on the way after you left me, and none of the 6 highly agreeable. Mr. B. and his lady, who looks very stately upon us, from the circumstance of person rather than of mind, however, were so good as to meet me at St. Albans in their coach and 6. They have a fine house here, richly furnished in every part, and have allotted me the best apartment in it. We are happy beyond expression. Mr. B. is a charming husband, so easy, so pleased with, and so tender of his lady, and she so much all that we saw her in the country, as to humility and affability, and improved in everything else which we hardly thought possible she could be, that I never knew so happy a matrimony. All that prerogative sauciness which we apprehended would so eminently display itself in his behaviour to his wife, had she been ever so distinguished by birth and fortune, is vanished. I did not think it was in the power of an angel, if our sex could have produced one, to have made so tender and so fond a husband of Mr. B. as he makes. And should I have the sense to follow Mrs. B.'s example, if ever I marry, I should not despair of making myself happy, let it be to whom it would, provided he was not a brute, nor sordid in his temper, which two characters are too obvious to be concealed, if persons take due care and make proper inquiries, and if they are not led by blind passion. May Mr. Murray and Miss Nancy make just such a happy pair! You commanded me, my honoured mamma, to write to you an account of everything that pleased me. I said I would, but what a task should I then have! I did not think I had undertaken to write volumes. You must therefore allow me to be more brief than I had intended. In the first place, it would take up 5 or 6 long letters to do justice to the economy observed in this happy family. You know that Mrs. B. has not changed one of her servants, and only added her Polly to them. This is an unexampled thing, especially as they were her fellow-servants, as we may say, but since they have the sense to admire so good an example, and are proud to follow it, each to his and her power, I think it one of her peculiar facilities to have continued them, and to choose to reform such as were exceptionable rather than dismiss them. Their mouths, Deb tells me, are continually full of their lady's praises, and prayers and blessings, uttered with such delight and fervour for the happy pair, that it makes her eyes, she says, ready to run over to hear them. Moreover, I think it an extraordinary degree of policy, whether designed or not, to keep them, as they were all worthy folks. For had she turned them off, what had she done but made as many enemies as she had discarded servants, and as many more as those had friends and acquaintance? And we all know how much the reputation of families lies at the mercy of servants, and it is easy to guess to what cause each would have imputed his or her dismission. And so she has escaped, as she ought, the censure of pride, and made every one, instead of reproaching her with her descent, find those graces in her which turn that very disadvantage to her glory. She is exceedingly affable, always speaks to them with a smile, but yet has such a dignity in her manner, that it secures her their respect and reverence, and they are ready to fly at a look, and seem proud to have her commands to execute, insomuch that the words, "My lady commands so or so," from one servant to another, are sure to meet with an indisputable obedience, be the duty required what it will. If any of them are the least indisposed, her care and tenderness for them engage the veneration and gratitude of all the rest, who see how kindly they will be treated, should they ail anything themselves. And in all this she is very happy in Mrs. Jervis, who is an excellent second to her admirable lady, and is treated by her with as much respect and affection as if she was her mother. You may remember, madam, that in the account she gave us of her benevolent round, as Lady Davers calls it, she says, that as she was going to London, she should instruct Mrs. Jervis about some of her clients, as I find she calls her poor, to avoid a word which her delicacy accounts harsh with regard to them, and ostentatious with respect to herself. I asked her how, since contrary to her then expectation, Mrs. Jervis was permitted to be in town with her, she had provided to answer her intention as to those her clients, whom she had referred to the care of that good woman. She said that Mr. Barlow, her apothecary, was a very worthy man, and she had given him a plenary power in that particular, and likewise desired him to recommend any new and worthy case to her, that no deserving person among the destitute, sick, poor, might be unrelieved by reason of her absence. And here in London she has applied herself to Dr. Blank, her parish minister, a fine preacher and sound divine, who promises on all opportunities to pay his respects to Mr. B., to recommend to her any poor housekeepers who would be glad to accept of some private benefactions, and yet, having lived creditably till reduced by misfortunes, are ashamed to apply for public relief, and she has several of these already on her benevolent list, to some of whom she sends coals now at the entrance on the wintry season, to some a piece of Irish or Scottish linen, or so many yards of Norwich stuff for gowns and coats for the girls, or Yorkshire cloth for the boys, and money to some, who she is most assured will lay it out with care. And she has moreover mortified, as the Scots call it, £150 as a fund for loans without interest of 5, 10, or 15, but not exceeding £20, to answer some present exigence in some honest families who find the best security they can to repay it in a given time. And this fund she purposes, as she grows richer, she says, to increase, and estimates pleasantly her worth by this sum, saying sometimes, who would ever have thought I should have been worth £150 so soon? I shall be a rich body in time. But in all these things she enjoins secrecy, which the doctor has promised. She told the doctor what Mr. Adams's office is in her family, and hoped, she said, he would give her his sanction to it, assuring him that she thought it her duty to ask it, as she was one of his flock, and he on that account her principal shepherd, which made a spiritual relation between them, the requisites of which on her part were not to be dispensed with. The good gentleman very cheerfully and applaudingly gave his consent, and when she told him how well Mr. Adams was provided for, and that she would apply to him to supply her with a town chaplain when she was deprived of him, he wished that the other duties of his function, for he has a large parish, would permit him to be the happy person himself, saying that till she was supplied to her mind, either he or his curate would take care that so laudable a method should be kept up. You will do me the justice, madam, to believe that I very cheerfully join in my dear friend's Sunday duties, and I am not a little edified with the good example and the harmony and goodwill that this excellent method preserves in the family. I must own I never saw such a family of love in my life. For here, under the eye of the best of mistresses, they twice every Sunday see one another all together, as they used to do in the country, superior as well as inferior servants, and Deb tells me, after Mrs. B. and I are withdrawn, there are such friendly salutations among them that she never heard the like. Your servant, good Master Longman, your servant, Master Colbrand, cries one and another. How do you do, John? I'm glad to see you, Abraham. All blessedly met once more, cries Jonathan, the venerable butler with his silver hairs, as Mrs. B. always distinguishes him. Good Madam Jervis, cries another, you look purely this blessed day, thank God. And they return to their several vocations, so light, so easy, so pleased, so even-tempered in their minds, as their cheerful countenances as well as expressions testify that it is a heaven of a house, and being wound up thus constantly once a week at least, like a good 8-day clock, no piece of machinery that ever was made is so regular and uniform as this family is. What an example does this dear lady set to all who see her, know her, and who hear of her! How happy they who have the grace to follow it! What a public blessing would such a mind as hers be, could it be vested with the robes of royalty, and adorn the sovereign dignity! But what are the princes of the earth? Look at them in every nation, and what they have been for ages past, compared to this lady, who acts from the impulses of her own heart, unaided in most cases by any human example. In short, when I contemplate her innumerable excellencies, and that sweetness of temper and universal benevolence which shine in everything she says and does, I cannot sometimes help looking upon her in the light of an angel, dropped down from heaven, and received into bodily organs to live among men and women, in order to show what the first of the species was designed to be. And here is the admiration that one sees all these duties performed in such an easy and pleasant manner as anybody may perform them, for they interfere not with any parts of the family management, but rather aid and inspirit every one in the discharge of all their domestic services, and moreover keep their minds in a state of preparation for the more solemn duties of the day, and all without the least intermixture of affectation, enthusiasm, or ostentation. O my dear papa and mamma, permit me but to tarry here till I am perfect in all these good lessons, and how happy shall I be! As to the town and the diversions of it, I shall not trouble you with any accounts, as from your former thorough knowledge of both you will want no information about them; for, generally speaking, all who reside constantly in London allow that there is little other difference in the diversions of one winter and another, than such as are in clothes. a few variations of the fashions only, which are mostly owing to the ingenious contrivances of persons who are to get their bread by diversifying them. Mrs. B. has undertaken to give Lady Davers an account of the matters as they pass, and her sentiments on what she sees. There must be something new in her observations, because she is a stranger to these diversions, and unbiassed entirely by favour or prejudice, and so will not play the partial critic, but give to a beauty its due praise, and to a fault its due censure, according to that truth and nature which are the unerring guides of her actions as well as sentiments. These I will transcribe for you, and you'll be so good as to return them when perused, because I will lend them, as I used to do her letters, to her good parents, and so I shall give her a pleasure at the same time in the accommodating them with the knowledge of all that passes, which she makes it a point of duty to do, because they take delight in her writings. My papa's observation that a woman never takes a journey but she forgets something is justified by me, for, with all my care, I have left my diamond buckle, which Miss Nancy will find in the inner till of my bureau, wrapped up in cotton, and I beg it may be sent me by the first opportunity. With my humble duty to you both, my dear indulgent papa and mamma, thanks for the favour I now rejoice in, and affectionate respects to Miss Nancy. I wish she would love me as well as I love her, and service to Mr. Murray and all our good neighbours. Conclude me your dutiful and highly favoured daughter, M. Darnford. Mr. B. and Mrs. B. desire their compliments of congratulation to Mr. and Mrs. Peters on the marriage of their worthy niece. Also, to your honoured selves, they desire their kind respects and thanks for the loan of your worthless daughter. I experience every hour some new token of their politeness and affection, and I make no scruple to think I am with such a brother and such a sister as any happy creature may rejoice in and be proud of. Mr. B., I cannot but repeat, is a charming husband, and a most polite gentleman. His lady is always accusing herself to me of awkwardness and insufficiency, but not a soul who sees her can find it out. She is all genteel ease, and the admiration of every one who beholds her. Only, I tell her, with such happiness in possession, she is a little of the gravest sometimes. End of letter 52.